Hey, my name is Chris Brennan, and you're listening to the Astrology Podcast. Joining me today is astrologer Leisa Schaim, and we're going to be doing a deep dive exploration of the meaning of the third house in astrology and talking about the significations of the third house and going through dozens and dozens of celebrity example charts in order to show you what the third house actually means in practice and how to work with it. So, hey, Leisa, thanks for joining me.
Hey, Chris, glad to be here.
Yeah, so we have been doing a intense few week bit of chart research in preparation for this episode. We have over 100 example charts. We actually have quite a bit that we're going to get through today. It's been very ambitious, but we kind of set the bar high with our previous episode, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It was very comprehensive. So I think we made it somehow even more comprehensive this time.
Yeah, I think we estimated that we had like 70-ish charts last time, and this time we have well over 100 charts. So we will see how that goes and how long it takes us. In terms of the structure of this episode, we're going to spend a little bit of time at the beginning talking about the significations of the third house in general. Then we're going to jump right into looking at example charts of the placement of the ruler of the ascendant in the third house and showing how that's worked out in the lives of different celebrity birth charts in order to give you a real demonstration of what the third house actually means in people's lives. Then, after the ruler of the ascendant section, we're going to jump into a larger section on the rulers of the different houses, either in the third house or the ruler of the third house itself in each of the 12 houses, so that we go through almost like comprehensively through different combinations of what happens when the ruler of the third house is in the seventh house or the 10th house or what have you. Then finally, in the very last section, we're going to go into the planets and we're going to look at what it means when each of the planets is placed in the third house with 2 to 3 celebrity example charts per planet. So if we're still alive by the end of that, then we're going to do a little conclusion and sort of like wrap things up. But I think we have a pretty ambitious day ahead of us.
We do. Yeah, well, so it's a little daunting, but it's also exciting. We have lots of really cool charts to show you, and yeah, just different combinations and how they work out in real life. So
Yeah, for sure. And um yeah, this is something that otherwise could be like a book or be like a full weekend workshop, but we're going to see what we can do about sort of condensing it down into a singular episode that's like a definitive take on this topic so that it'll be like the one time I ever talk about the third house and then I'll never have to talk about it again because I
right.
will dealt with it so comprehensively.
Hmm.
All right, so
Absolutely.
let's jump right into it. Let's jump into the significations of the third house and talk about the astronomy of it and what it means. So here's our usual diagram that shows the basic setup of the 12 houses. We see the third house there in the bottom left. So in terms of the significations, the meaning of the third house and the astronomy of it, in whole sign houses, the third house is the third sign. It's the third sign of the zodiac relative to the rising sign. So whatever your rising sign is, you just count 3 signs counterclockwise, and that will tell you where the third house is located in your chart. In quadrant house systems, the third house is the sector that is declining from the degree of the IC towards the bottom of the chart and just to the left of the IC. So that's where it's sort of located in a lot of charts that cast different quadrant house systems. So in terms of other meanings of the third house, in terms of just the core significations, really briefly, the primary significations of the third house is that it signifies siblings, relatives, neighbors, local travel, communication, and early education. So the third house is also said to be the house where the moon rejoices, or it's the place of the joy of the moon. And some of the significations of the third house are actually derived from the moon. And one of the things for this reason is that in ancient Greco-Roman astrology, they called the third house the house of the goddess. So in Hellenistic astrology, they'll sometimes, instead of referring to it as the third house, they'll just say when such and such planet is in the place of the goddess, and they'll be referring to the third house because that's its official name. And it's the house of goddess which is opposite to the ninth house, which is the house associated with the sun and is said to be the house of God. The third house is one of the fortunate houses because it's sextile with the ascendant. So it has a favorable aspect to the ascendant, even though it's weaker through a sextile, it's still said to be one of the more positive or auspicious houses. Finally, it's a cadent house that's falling away from the fourth house, and it's the start of a new, what we call angular triad, or a new sequence of houses, which is the third, fourth, and fifth, which form kind of like a unit, or what we might call like an angular triad. And this sequence of three houses is associated in ancient astrology with the element of Earth because it's down at the very bottom of the chart, which is, from our perspective, under the horizon. So the fourth house then is kind of like the roots of your chart, with the roots down with the third, fourth, and fifth houses. And then you can imagine like the top of the tree being up towards the 10th house at the very top of the chart, which is the most public area.
Mhm.
So this sets up kind of a dynamic of the bottom of the chart is like your private life, the top of the chart is like your public life. The first house in that sector of three houses relates to self, and the seventh house in that set of three houses relates to the other. So everything then is relative to especially those four angular houses, where, for example, with the fourth house, that's sort of the starting point and that's the foundation. And the fourth house represents your home, your parents, and your private life. The fifth house, which comes up or follows after the fourth house, represents your children. So it's like the continuation of your family lineage. And the third house is falling away from or extending away from the fourth house. So for that reason, it represents your extended family, which can be like siblings, but also aunts, uncles, cousins, and other things like that.
Mhm.
All right, so let's talk about that as our first set of significations. One of the primary significations of the third house is that it signifies siblings. So that can mean brothers, sisters, but also it can mean half siblings or step siblings. It's basically just the people in your life that have that relationship to you, essentially, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so siblings are people who are like siblings. Cousins also go in there. I often like to say about the third house, it's like siblings, cousins, and other assorted relatives. It's kind of like the jumble of your family that's not your parents.
Yeah, for sure. And relatives is one of the ancient significations already in the second century that Vedius Valens gives. So we're talking about your like extended family and your kin. So it's like, that includes siblings, but it's also people that are sort of outside of that as an extension of the fourth house, which is like the core family, which is your parents.
Hmm. Right.
So this can also then extend to things like aunts, uncles, cousins, nephews, nieces. And there's some people that have siblings or have a large extended family, and then there's other people that, don't have siblings or don't have a large extended family. So in terms of some of these people, this area is not always super important in some people's life, but for other people, especially if they have a lot of placements there, it can be very important. So that's one of the reasons why, as we'll see in the example charts, this can be a crucial area. And one of the things that's interesting about it is it's the first area where you encounter other people, at least in the sequence of the houses. Because the first house that we dealt with first is really about you or your sense of self and your identity and existence. The second house is about your finances. But then when you get to the third house, suddenly we're dealing with like other people in the native's life that are around them.
Right. And you might think like, oh, well, why are half siblings important in my chart? But this is sort of a traditional astrology view of the chart, which has to represent kind of everyone and everything in your life, not just you. And so this is where those people go in your chart. And yeah, for some people, that's not really, you might think like, why is this very important? But if it's not very important for you, you probably don't have really major things going on with the third house. Whereas for someone else, this is like, oh, yeah, this is really central. I've talked with clients who are like, oh, yeah, absolutely. I have a huge extended family and they're always over every weekend, that kind of thing.
Yeah, for sure. So another area that sometimes there's some debate about this, whether grandparents go here or in the fourth house. I know we were having some disagreement about it. It's not really
Mm-hmm.
settled, but it's interesting. I do have like one chart example where somebody was raised by their grandmother and they had the ruler of the ascendant in the third.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like sometimes grandparents, because the third also it sort of like comes before the fourth, and that may be, to me, that's part of the reason why I think, at least symbolically, the third may relate to grandparents as extended family, because then you actually get an interesting sequence of the family lineage, which would be like third house grandparents, fourth
Mm-hmm.
house parents, fifth house children, and the continuation of your lineage in some way.
For sure. Definitely symbolically, it would make sense that way. I feel like I've seen a couple like that. It'd be interesting to do like a huge study on it. I wanted to say a funny interjection about siblings, which was as I was getting ready today, I got a little delayed because my sister called and needed to talk to me very, immediately about something important. And I just thought it was a funny invocation of the topic today.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice. Yeah, that happens. Um, all right, so let's move on to the next topic. So the next major topic for the third house is your neighbors and your neighborhood. So it's like if the fourth house itself is your home and your living situation, the third house is sort of everything that's around that. So it's places that are around your home and around your local city, essentially.
Right. So it's kind of like the fourth house is your actual home, and then extending from that, kind of like we extended from the immediate family or your parents out towards extended family. This is like the extension of your home into your neighborhood, like your immediate neighborhood or your city, things like that are in walking distance from your home, things like that. So especially local community goes there.
Yeah, so community is a really important and central topic for the third house, and that's something that we're going to see at different points during the course of our example charts. And, for some people, neighbors is like a positive topic where it's like they have good neighbors that they get along with and they have positive placements in their chart there. But for other
Hmm.
people, the topic of neighbors, if they have difficult placements there, they may have like bad luck with neighbors, or they just may happen to find themselves in like a situation where a neighbor like gets in a fight with them or something like that during a bad transit. And it's actually really funny how that can actually work out very literally in the chart if you're paying attention to your transits.
Absolutely. And if you think like neighbors is not an important astrological topic, then you probably haven't had like a really bad, third house transit or or bad, third house or ruler of the third placement, because then it really does stand out to you as an important part of your life.
Yeah, for sure. We've had some bad neighbors in the past.
Yeah.
I had a neighbor where they got like a dog once and it would bark like over my head constantly with these super thin walls starting at like 4 or 5 a.m. each day when the neighbors left for work. And it was just torture. And it was really, I think it was like a Mars transit at the time, a Mars retrograde or something.
Yeah, it was really quite strikingly literal like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So community more broadly, your immediate environment. You had pointed out that there's actually a concept called third places in sociology that weirdly is very similar, connected to this.
Yeah, and it's funny that it even has third in the word, right, for the third house. Yeah, third places, it's a sociological concept, basically places that are not your home or work that people go to gather in local community. So that can be things like public libraries, bars, coffee shops, um, public parks, things of that nature. And, the argument around that is it's actually an incredibly vital piece of people's well-being to have like local community gathering places. So it fits perfectly here in the third house.
Yeah, that makes sense. Even like churches, for example, would be like a local community
Hmm.
gathering place.
Right.
All right. So another topic that comes up, Vedic Valens in the second century mentions authority in connection with the third house. And during the course of our research, one of the ways that this came through is realizing that it can have to do with local governance. And just as the third house is about community, if you have prominent placements there in your chart, there's some people that actually get involved in their community or even get involved in the local government and sometimes can rise to positions of prominence in terms of that. So we'll have one example later of like Harvey Milk, for example, was one of your examples who did
Mhm.
local government governance in San Francisco. Or
Mhm.
we have another example of somebody that became the mayor of a city, for example.
Yeah, we have a mayor. Yeah, so it can be like city governance. It can be neighborhood-oriented organizations. It can be even HOAs because that's like a governance of your neighbors.
Yeah, for sure. So, and then that also leads to the topic of community organizing. So, in a number of our chart examples that we'll get to, we'll see that the topic of community organizing can sometimes be important because it involves working with the local neighborhood and the local community.
Hmm. Definitely.
All right. So another signification that comes up, and this is more emphasized in the ancient Hellenistic texts, where some of the earliest authors also associate the third house with friendship. And in more recent times, the 11th house really for quite a long time has become the primary house of friends, and that's typically where astrologers look to. But we have seen this as being useful, actually, and especially to the extent that it relates, I think, primarily to especially like your early childhood friends, which oftentimes are the people that you grew up with in your neighborhood. So there'll be
Mm-hmm.
like, the kids that you grew up around your block that you became friends with as a result of especially the proximity to them. And then that becomes some of your earliest socialization. So it's like the kids you grew up with to some extent. And then sometimes when people like move away from home, they'll come back to visit occasionally. And one of the things you do is like reconnect with your old friends who still live in your hometown.
Right. I'm very much used to thinking about the 11th house as friends or even the 7th house as like best friends. But I was very persuaded by some of the chart examples that we went through in preparing for this. And I think it's because it's more important for some people than others, right? Um, where, if they have a concentration around the third house or the third house ruler, it's like the people they grew up with or their earlier friends, like in elementary school or even high school, actually are really important and they do fall there symbolically.
Yeah, for sure. So, that's a non-typical signification in modern times. So, what we're doing here in this episode, we're going to focus especially primarily on traditional ancient significations, but in some instances that it means we're reviving some ancient significations from some ancient authors and seeing if they work or how they work in a modern context. And this is one of them.
Mhm.
So one last thing to mention here in this area is local acquaintances. So it's like, people that you make local acquaintances with in your neighborhood that maybe you know casually because, like, let's say you go into a store all the time and you make an acquaintance with like somebody that works there, for example.
I was thinking about being a regular, like at a coffee shop or a bar, neighborhood bar or something like that, where you have some people who are like fixtures in the local community places like that. And I would expect they would have third house things going on. But those are also the places where you see people repetitively, like the baristas at your coffee shop. You can tell my coffee shop is like a primary house thing for me.
Yeah, for sure. You do spend a lot of time at coffee shops.
I do.
Um, all right. So, well, I wrote my book at a coffee shop actually, now
Hmm.
to think about it. So I guess I do too.
Right, which is actually really funny in terms of doubling up third house significations.
Right, writing books at coffee shops.
Yes.
All right, so moving on, another major topic of the third house is travel. And in the ancient Hellenistic tradition, all of the cadent houses, but especially the third and ninth, had to do with travel. In later traditions, this got specified even further so that the third house became associated with short distance travel and the ninth house with long distance, especially international travel. And this is partially mirroring the like sun moon joys with the moon having its joy in the third house and moving so quickly where it moves around the zodiac over the course of a month versus the sun having its joy in the ninth house and the sun taking an entire year to move around through all the signs of the zodiac. So that's still a relevant distinction that there's like a connection sometimes, and oftentimes when it comes to opposing houses, they have intertwined significations in some ways, and there can be either overlap or you can have like two sides of the same coin in some sense.
Sometimes they can overlap in significations in a surprising amount. Other times there is this distinction where third house really does correlate more to like local travel or, moving around your city, that kind of thing. Whereas the ninth house is more like flying to another country. But it's not a hard and fast thing. Like those are tendencies for sure between the third and ninth, but sometimes it's just travel.
Yes, for sure. But for the most part, what we're focused on with the third house is going to be short distance journeys, which oftentimes means local travel within your city or sometimes more broadly within the context of your country. But usually it's like city-based travel, as
Mhm.
well as modes of transportation and what you do to get around a city, like, driving in your car in olden time, a while ago, it was like riding on horses, although that, some people still do that, riding a bike, a motorcycle, etc. So it's all of those
Mhm.
sort of like short distance forms of travel all fall under the domain of the third house.
Right. I used to really laugh at like cars showing up in the third because it's just, I don't know, literal astrology amuses me. This astrology is not just metaphorical, it can be just incredibly concrete and literal. And so I would say something, like a metaphor around cars to a client and then be like, oh no, I just had to do that with my car. And when we look for charts for today, there's just so many of those, like all of the different modes of transportation showing up.
Yeah, like cars sometimes can be very literal and very important. We'll see some people that have like career significators tied in with the third house, and they literally are professional race car drivers, for example.
Hmm.
Or yeah, there's lots of different combinations. So we'll see how that becomes important. One of the things I also realized within the context of the travel category, and especially when I was going through a lot of the example charts and the research for this, is that the third house also just represents movement in general.
Hmm.
So that's really clear when it comes to like cars, horses, bikes, motorcycles, and just traveling around your local city. But I realized in some individuals, it even gets manifested just in like movement of the body in some way being like a key aspect to what they do in life. And we'll see some interesting examples of that later on.
Right, for sure. Movement of the body or just the ability to move around. Yeah, movement goes in the third house for sure.
Yeah, which can mean the ability to move or sometimes the inability to move, which can be
Hmm.
just as important, but the key archetype there is just movement.
Hmm. Right.
All right. So moving on, another huge signification of the third house is communication. And communication seems to be the top level sort of archetype or signification that a lot of other stuff flows from. And
Hmm.
this is kind of interesting because communication wasn't emphasized a lot in the Hellenistic tradition. It's actually not mentioned until you get to the medieval authors. And then all of a sudden, the early medieval authors start talking about letters and messages associating with that, with the third house, partially due to the moon and the moon moving the fastest of all of the celestial bodies. So, therefore, it's sort of around that time, they also had the introduction of concepts like transfer of light, where the moon can like transfer light from one planet and move it to another. So it may have been out of that idea that we really started getting this idea of messages and messengers. But I think today a really core level signification is communication, and that can be extended to writing, to messages, but also to speaking and to more broad concepts like your voice, or one of the things I know you focused on was like how you express yourself.
And the different colorations of the third house or the third house ruler, meaning something about how people prefer to express themselves, whether that's like through writing or through painting or, singing or whatnot.
Yeah, as well as their like style within those. Like,
Hmm.
I have some different examples that we'll see of singers that do like different types of singing or have different like flavors of singing based on like the zodiac sign that's on their third house.
Which can be really interesting to watch.
Yeah, for sure. So, more broadly, it can also relate to conveying information or disseminating information through different means.
Mhm.
And we'll see some examples of that later.
Mhm.
All right. Oh, yeah, one of the things I meant to mention about that with the Hellenistic tradition, um, the Egyptian tradition originally associated the god Thoth with the moon, and Thoth was the god of writing. So even if like communication doesn't show up as a major signification in the third house, uh, in some of the Hellenistic authors, I feel like there was some sort of um, inherent understanding of that that must have been present to some extent in that tradition or in some of the Egyptian parts of that tradition early on, even if it's not fully evident in some of the texts that survived to this day.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Yeah. All right. So, early education is another major third house topic. Um, so, usually in modern times, this has become differentiated where the third house represents early childhood education, especially, which is like in the US, we would say like kindergarten through high school or primary school, versus the ninth house, which is usually associated with university or with college education, essentially.
Right. Yeah. And it's one of those education is kind of like travel in that there are these distinctions between the third and the ninth, and they often show up that way. And then occasionally it's just like education more broadly that does cross the third and the ninth. There are a few topics like that because opposing houses can always have some overlaps like that. But yeah, you quite often you will see the earlier education showing up in the third house and or informal education. So I'm thinking like non-degree based things like one-off workshops or, smaller amounts of time of education that don't lead to a degree.
Right. So that can lead to like learning in general. And I was interested to see in Al-Biruni and Ibn Ezra in the late medieval and also late Islamic tradition, they mention knowledge as a signification of the third house.
Yeah, that's interesting. As sort of flowing from the information.
Right, exactly. So, and we'll see some people where that shows up very prominently, where sometimes if people have like a career significator that they're, I had one person that was like a teacher or that became a principal of a high school, or
Right.
we'll see several examples during the course of this of celebrities who were influenced in a really major way with their overall career and life direction by a high school teacher who put them on the track that they would later end up on. Or there were other, like there's a couple of comedians, for example, who really got their start in grade school or elementary school, like doing little comedy routines for their class for like 10 or 15 minutes a day, where their teacher would allow them to do a little routine for 10 minutes. And that was like a major thing for them. So, even though it seems like a not major signification, it can actually be really crucial for some people.
It can be. And even if it doesn't feel like it is later in life, I mean, it still is for some people, but even if it doesn't, that's like a large swath of your, childhood, your childhood experience in that house is like going to school.
Yeah, your childhood experience and like your formative years and formative experiences, which it's
Especially
like,
with education.
right, which it's like you're getting that from your parents, of course. Like everybody realizes how important the experiences are in your early home life, but part of that is also, or things that are adjacent to that can be
Mhm.
like your experiences in school growing up and whether that went well or whether you ran into problems for some reason.
Which can strikingly correlate with the symbolism in the third house for people.
Right. All right. And one last set of significations. So the Hellenistic authors really emphasize divination, dreams, and sometimes religious rites. And this is something that's dropped out because it's mainly usually this is the focus of divination and prophecy and other stuff like that. Usually at this point is more put in the ninth house, and it does actually come up there quite a bit. But this is something that we were kind of keeping an eye out for as we were doing some of this, and we did find some charts where divination especially seemed to be very relevant for the third house.
Yeah, it is a crossover again with the third and ninth, but it's interesting how if you think about the ninth being more like a religion as a big picture or your ideology or things like that, your worldview, the third house being more locally based with some of those other topics of the third house, it's kind of like your embodied practice of that sometimes. It's also really interesting thinking about it in terms of communication, right? Because what do you do with a divination? You ask a question. So you're like asking a question of something or someone kind of, implicitly. And so it's a kind of an interesting extension of communication as well.
Right, like a communication with the divine and
Hmm.
the concept that the universe can speak to you, but also that it's also being oftentimes or sometimes mediated through the diviner. If you like go to somebody and get a tarot card reading, you're having like a conversation or a dialogue with them.
Absolutely. This is also, I'm thinking, like more home based, like something you can do on your own at home, which is like an extension of the fourth house versus like, I don't know, going to like like a nationally affiliated temple, for instance, in the ninth house.
Right, for sure. And with religious rites, there was one celebrity I saw where they mentioned like their daily prayer routine. And so it
Mm.
made me think of that in terms of that may be a modern parallel for people that have some sort of not just both daily routines, but also if there's some sort of daily prayer or other thing like that, or other little minor forms of religious worship, that
Hmm.
may be something that belongs in the third house. The third
Hmm.
house is referred to in the Hellenistic tradition. It's one of the houses that's said to be in between worlds because it's the cadent houses are falling away from the angle and they're transitioning, or the sign or planets there are transitioning into the next angular triad. So as a result of that, you'll see these topics of being in between two worlds being very significant. Like Rhetorius talks about the 12th house being the in between worlds because it's the dividing point between before the native is born and then after they've been born. But when you're right on the cusp or standing in between those two worlds, but he extends that concept also to the third house as well as the ninth and sixth.
Hmm. Yeah, I can totally see that playing out. And it's also like being an intermediary could be a thing there too with the in between worlds.
Yeah, as well as like traveling. Like sometimes when
Hmm.
you're traveling, even short distances, you're going in between two worlds. If you're going like
Hmm.
from home to the coffee shop or, what have you.
Hmm. Definitely.
All right, so those are all the basic significations. For those that want a deeper dive into that, three resources. First, my book, Hellenistic Astrology, The Study of Fate and Fortune, where I go into the rationale underlying the houses much more deeply and talk about the early Hellenistic authors and what they say about the houses. Um, which we sort of like alluded to a little bit here, but if you want more of that, then check that out. I would also highly, highly recommend Demetra George's book, Ancient Astrology in Theory and Practice, Volume 2, where does this just like comprehensive overview, not just of what the ancient authors say, but she also takes it through the medieval and Renaissance and modern authors, and she gives this amazing like table where she will summarize the primary significations of what all of those authors say basically over the past 2000 years about the third house, and you can really see the evolution of what they were saying about that house and how it sometimes grew and changed, and in other ways where what the through line was and what certain significations were that were constant. So a lot of the significations that we put forward here were just based on our basic understanding as well as our empirical studies of the charts and some of the things that came up as we were preparing for this. But I also looked through Demetra's in order to get a sense of that literature review that she did and what different significations were, and that was helpful at certain points. So I wanted to definitely recommend that book if people want a deeper dive on the significations of the houses.
Hmm. It's a really useful reference to compare and contrast like that.
Yeah, for sure. And then finally, the last one is Levant Laszlo. Shout out for his translations of Rhetorius and other Hellenistic authors, which he's crowdfunding and making available through his page on Patreon under the Horai project. which is at horiproject.com. And then there you'll find a link to his Patreon, where once if you sign up for it, it's actually very cheap. You get immediate access to all of his translations of these ancient authors. And right now he's doing a series of translations of the longest text on the houses that survives from ancient times, which is from Rhetorius of Egypt. And he's going through and he's releasing one chapter of that each month this year. And I drew on the third house chapter that he did from Rhetorius recently that was very helpful for getting to some of those original significations of the houses.
Yeah, definitely shout out to him. It's really exciting that someone is still doing that work right now, and you can support him.
Yeah. All right. So that is the significations of the houses. All right, so now we're going to transition into looking at example charts. And first, I need to do a little preface before we get there. So first things first, I wanted to give thanks and give a shout out to some of the people that gave us research assistance as we were searching for chart examples for this episode. So in particular, shout out to astrologers Nick Diggin Best, Orla on Twitter at OC Astrology on Twitter or X, Melissa Marklin, and Lindsay Turner. So they all gave us helpful support as we were researching this episode and finding different charts and doing write-ups and stuff. So that was helpful. Patrick Watson also gave me a few examples, and Madeline DeCotes actually gave us an example as well, I think, right?
hmm Yep.
Yeah. So also shout out to everybody who sent in examples on social media, as well as a number of patrons who sent in examples. We appreciate it.
Thank you. It's the only way to collect this many charts.
Yeah. I mean, most of them I still found and you
Yes.
found, but it was helpful that we got some from different
hmm
people.
hmm
All right. So other than that, preface to example charts, just a few prefatory remarks. One, this is not going to be fully comprehensive, even if it looks like it. We're going to cover a lot, but the point is just to give you a sample of some of the different ways that the placements can manifest instead of delineating every possible thing. So obviously there's going to be some things that we're not going to address, which is fine. You can only do so much. Sometimes we're going to give negative examples. And of course, negative placements or different placements will not always manifest that way. But the point is just to give you an idea of the full range of different possibilities. Um, For some difficult placements, we're going to focus on more difficult things. This is important. It doesn't mean that these placements will always manifest super negatively, but sometimes it's necessary to be able to address difficult topics just because sometimes people can face real hardships or adversity or even disability in certain areas. And so astrology and astrologers need to be able to speak to those topics. And that's sometimes where you'll find some of those things.
hmm
Um, right?
And if you're just getting into astrology and listening to this isn't the only way these can play out. There's lots of different sub factors that influence each other in the chart. So just know that we're not trying to say like this is the only way this plays out and it's always negative and you're doomed. That is not the message. This is just how these particular, very complex, combinations of factors play out in this particular person's life.
Right, for sure. And we're going to focus on more like literal manifestations for the most part that are like obvious external things.
hmm
But there can be a whole range of both external as well as like internal or psychological manifestations.
for sure.
All right, so let's see. This is not really a casual like podcast episode. Obviously, this is a workshop or an intensive. This is something I could normally actually turn into a book or do over the course of like a whole 2 to 3 day weekend where people would like fly out and see this presentation as a full intensive. But we're going to do it and put it out there as like a free podcast because of the support that we receive from patrons through our page on Patreon and other things that allow us to do that. But for me, I wanted to do a comprehensive treatment of this topic that was like, if I'm only going to talk about this topic one time, this is going to be my best and most comprehensive shot at it. So
hmm
that's the goal here. Um, yeah, so I make no episode or apologies for whatever the final length of the episode ends up being. We'll see how it goes. But we're putting it out there for free. So yeah, if deep dives are too much for you, it's okay, and you can turn back now.
Fair
All
warning.
right. Yeah, it's fair warning. Um, Important things often show up in multiple ways in the chart, so we're going to focus on a few specific things, but there may be other things that we don't point out just because that's not our focus, or other observations that others might see that we overlooked. So if you see something interesting, then feel free to post it in the YouTube comments and let us know.
Mhm.
Um, there are more timed charts in the databases, unfortunately, for men than there are women, which creates a disparity. And um, we've done our best to try to offset that to some extent here. But, for example, as of this recording, there still has not been a woman president of the United States. So part of the issue is it's not just the databases, but it's the place of women in society up to this point and how different things have become in recent times compared to the vast majority of past history. And that creates some issues in terms of doing research and stuff like this. So, for the sake of presenting the best examples, we'll have to deal with the existence of this disparity, although we do try to offset it. Although, hopefully, in the future, this will cease to be an issue, or as much of an issue, both in the data collections as well as in our society in general.
Yeah, and it's not just like people's place in society, but also who's gathered the birth times from which people. And so we have to work with the birth times that are available because this requires time charts, what we're doing here, and most of what we're doing. And so we did actually make a big effort to try to balance things out in different ways. But we also need like good examples of what we're talking about. So just as a heads up.
Yeah, so there's a lot of time charts for men in the databases, but that's one of the opportunities. And I think one of the things that's I'm starting to see change with this generation is, especially if this generation of astrologers gets empowered to go out and ask, especially celebrities, for their birth time of people that they are fans of, or people that they find interesting, or people that are in the news, then that will start to offset this disparity. But it's sort of like a community thing that we all have to be involved in, each individual astrologer, to help fix that sort of gap in our community.
Right.
Yeah. And then finally, as I said in the second house episode, Lisa's here helping me to present a lot of my research for this because I can't speak for long periods of time on my own anymore because my voice goes out due to my issues with long COVID. So I always need to have somebody here to talk to, even when I'm presenting stuff that's like oftentimes more things that I've researched more thoroughly, where most of my chart examples in this episode are going to be from me. Um, and that's just like part of the deal. However, um, I just wanted to make that clear, just in case it seems like I'm talking about more of these examples at different
hmm
points. Although in this episode, Lisa's been much more involved, and this has been much more of a collaborative effort between the two of us over the past 2 weeks than the previous episode on the second house.
Yeah, last time I just kind of jumped in at the last minute, more or less. But this time I've been working on it a little bit more and it's been more of a dialogue and I found more chart examples as well.
Yeah, for sure. And that's been like hugely instrumental. So this is definitely more of a collaboration. I'm still going to be going on more about certain example charts. There's going to be certain parts that I'm more familiar with, or others where you've contributed more in certain sections.
hmm
But yeah, so just a preface to that, but it's been exciting putting this together with you, and it's been really fulfilling over the past few weeks.
Yeah, definitely. I think so too.
I think that's it. Shall we jump into the ruler of the ascendant?
We should.
All right, here we go. So I'm going to start first. The ruler of the ascendant, as I said in the previous episodes, is one of the most important planets in the chart, and it can show something about the native's overall life direction and focus. So when the ruler of the ascendant is placed in the third house, it means that some of those topics are going to be more important for you in directing something about your overall life story towards that specific area, or making it so that some important turning points in your life have to do or arise from third house things. So, in this section, we are going to talk about some rule of the ascendant placements. And unfortunately, in order to set up my very first and best example, I first have to do an example of somebody that had the ruler of the 10th house of career in the third house of relatives. So let's pull it up. So that person is Queen Elizabeth II. So Queen Elizabeth II, who just passed away, a few years ago, had Capricorn rising and Libra on the 10th whole sign house, where the lot of fortune is placed. And the ruler of the 10th whole sign house of career is Venus, which is placed in Libra. I'm sorry, Venus is placed in Pisces, where it's exalted in the third house, which is the place of siblings, relatives, aunts, uncles, and extended family. So what was interesting about um, Queen Elizabeth and what's interesting about her life is that originally she wasn't supposed to be queen. It was her uncle that was king. But what happened is that he suddenly decided that he wanted to marry a commoner, basically. And in order to do that, he had to step down as king. So he stepped down as king so he could run off and get married. And that made Queen Elizabeth's father king, which then put Queen Elizabeth in the line of succession, where she would eventually become queen after her father died not too long afterwards. So, what's interesting about this example is that with the ruler of the 10th house of career so well placed in the third house, that it's pointing to the fact that her uncle basically would abdicate, which would end up making her queen. And it's
Mhm.
interesting that it's like co-present with Uranus and Pisces at the same time, also in her third house, because it was kind of like unexpected. It's something that wasn't supposed to happen.
Yeah, it wasn't supposed to happen. And so it's interesting that the ruler of the 10th is with Uranus. And so like a change of plans like led to basically her place in society or her prominence in society. Venus is also not just exalted in Pisces, but it is in a night chart. So that's like the most positive placement. And so literally like she became very prominent, like an exalted planet can also just like indicate prominence as well as something positive about it. Um, via a relative, the change of plans from a relative.
Right. And specifically her uncle, basically.
Hmm.
Yeah. So that is the example, and that's the setup. So the payoff for our purposes, additionally, is the birth chart of her sister. This is the birth chart of her sister, Princess Margaret, who was born with Aries rising. And the ruler of the ascendant then is Mars, the planet that rules Aries, and it's placed in Gemini in the third whole sign house. So the ruler of her ascendant is placed in the house of siblings. So, her and Elizabeth grew up together. Um, but then when this change happened, when their uncle abdicated, their father's brother abdicated the crown and gave it to the father, all of a sudden it meant that Margaret's sister was the queen. So all of a sudden, this kind of changes the dynamic between these two siblings, but it also sets it up so that Margaret then was the second in line to the throne if something had happened to Elizabeth. So as a result of that, there was a not a tension, but there was an open question of, could I become queen if something happens to my sister? And more broadly, also that once her sister became queen and was put in power, a lot of Margaret's life then was sort of not dictated by, but kind of built around what her sister was doing as the queen at that point.
And I'm sure it played out in other ways as well. But just think of if you're the sibling of someone really famous in society, like that is just literally how you're going to first be known. You're the sister of the queen, right? Like even if you do other things and even if you do other third house things, that's just like a prominent part of her identity as a whole throughout her whole life, with her ascendant ruler being placed there.
Yeah, totally. One of the things that's cool is that there was actually an eclipse in the sign of Gemini earlier in the same year that her sister became queen
Mm,
and her uncle abdicated. So that's a theme that we're going to see a lot
yeah.
is just we found a ton of examples where the major event that was indicated in the birth chart and then that we talk about will actually be foreshadowed, or the timing will line up either by a transit or especially by an eclipse around the time of the event.
Yeah, yeah, we both found a ton of those. It was on like comical after a while. It's like, okay, yes, it's highlighting the third house and change in third house.
Right. So when it comes to this story, her position in the line of succession did diminish over the following decades as Elizabeth had children and grandchildren, so that they became the ones that were in the line of succession. But nonetheless, her life was still inherently sort of tied to the monarchy.
Hmm.
So while many siblings share close relationships, the unique circumstances of their royal lives really made Princess Margaret's life particularly intertwined with that of her sister, Queen Elizabeth II.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's my starting example. That's what do you think?
Hmm. No, I think that's great. Yeah, because that is the that is what the ascendant ruler is doing wherever the ascendant ruler is placed by house and sign and aspects. That's like saying something about your identity, or how you are known as a person. Um, so yeah, that's like a perfect first example.
Yeah, and that's what you have to ask sometimes if you have like a client or you have somebody come in and they have the ruler of the ascendant in the third. One of your first questions is like, are siblings or the topic of relatives somehow important to you in some significant way in your life? And it's like if
Hmm.
Princess Margaret like walked into your office anonymously and you didn't know who she was and you said that, she would be like, well, yes, they are.
Right.
Uh, it's funny you mentioned that because my sibling
Totally.
is the queen.
Totally. Yeah, and I think it's an important illustration because the third house by itself, it's not an angular house. It doesn't otherwise stand out. So the ways it can stand out or the ways those topics can become more important or more prominent in someone's life are things like the ascendant ruler placed there and bringing those topics to the forefront, or the sect light, like the sun or moon being placed in there, or so forth. There's different factors that can do that. Whereas for people who don't have any of those major things going on, it's like, third house stuff, whatever. I have siblings, yeah, but it's not a big deal. And so that's part of the distinction there of like why and how that can become more important in someone's life.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so let's move on to my next example, which is the birth chart of Walt Disney. So everybody knows who Walt Disney is. He was the founder of Disney, the animation company and animation studio, which today still makes all of those like major animated features that we all sort of grew up watching, pretty much everyone around the world at this point. And there's some interesting things just about his ruler of the ascendant being in the third house of communication, and then the ruler of his third house of communication is Mars, which is placed in the fifth house of children, and the fact that he created this entire animation studio that was really into storytelling and especially retelling old fairy tales for children.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, part of his example with the ruler of the ascendant and the third is that he helped pioneer a new medium of communication through animation.
Mm-hmm.
However, not well known these days, he actually had a brother that was very important in his life, whose name was Roy O. Disney. And um, Roy was a crucial figure in the creation and success of the Disney Company, where he served as its co-founder and first CEO. And he was basically responsible for much of the business and financial side of the company, while Walt Disney focused on the creative aspects of it. So they were really like a brother duo, basically, that were working together to create this empire.
Right. Which is funny because you could see like the drawing aspect and the creating stories as the third house, which is the ascendant ruler being placed there. But then the ruler of the third being in the fifth is like Mars and Capricorn, Mars exalted in Capricorn, right? Which is very much like a CEO of a company.
Yeah, totally. Um, so right, the brother being the CEO, the brother is
Hmm.
like the ruler of the house.
Right.
So other interesting facts though that are kind of funny is that Walt Disney, the owner of the chart, actually had a thing for trains. Like trains come up like all over the time. He's almost kind of obsessed with trains.
Mm.
And Patrick Watson actually was the one that pointed this out to me, and it was funny researching it and finding out that that is actually true. Additionally, Disney really liked creating communities and neighborhoods, and that's essentially what Disney World was originally supposed to be. And if you go on YouTube and look up like original plans for Disney World, you'll find some really interesting videos about his original plans were far broader. They eventually had to scale it back a bit.
Mhm.
But even what it is now, you can see how it has all these specialized areas that have different themes and stuff like that, including like a futuristic area, which is like Epcot, or like a fantasy area or what have you. But he wanted to do more of that, but he was also interested in creating these idealized communities and like cities. And that's another interesting way that his ruler of the ascendant in the third house placement manifested.
And it's interesting when you have the ascendant ruler there, especially, although it can happen with other third house factors too. It's like there can be more than one third house topic that's important in the person's life, and that's like three of them right there,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Mode of transportation with the trains and neighborhoods, and then animation or storytelling.
Yeah, and communication and writing.
Hmm.
So it's one of the reasons why you kind of, when you're asking a client, you kind of have to ask about a few of the key significations if you see an important planet in their chart there of like
Hmm.
if siblings, is communication or short distance travel significant to you in some way?
Right, because if it's not one, like it'll still be one of the others. You just have to get there.
Right. Well, and sometimes with like Disney, I always knew about his ruler of the ascendant in the third and thought that was just his, getting into animation and doing
Mm,
that. But I didn't know that he had like this brother that was huge in his life. So with some of
right.
these, when you're researching chart examples, it really pays to like search and see if they have third house placements, like asking like, did they have an important sibling? And oftentimes you'll find that the answer is yes.
Right.
All right, so those are my initial examples. Other contemporary examples of people that have prominent third house placements. Logan Paul and Jake Paul actually both have prominent third house placements. So Logan has Capricorn rising with Saturn in the third house of siblings, while Jake has Taurus rising with the moon ruling the third house of siblings placed in the first house. So they've both contributed to each other's success on social media. And Logan, who has the ruler of the ascendant in the third house, also has a major podcast and seems like the more sort of savvy social media person. Although he periodically gets himself canceled by doing controversial things, since the ruler of the ascendant is Saturn and it's a night chart. So Saturn is the malefic that's contrary to the sect.
Right. Yeah. So sometimes the trouble is like coming from yourself, like something you're doing.
Right. Sometimes, as we'll see, it's like the killer is inside the house, or the
Right.
call is coming from inside the house.
Yeah.
There's his chart really quickly, just very briefly for those watching the video version.
Hmm.
Um, all right. So other examples, Eddie Van Halen had Venus in Sagittarius as the ascendant lord in the third house, and he famously started the band Van Halen with his brother.
Nice.
So shout out to Orla for this one, and I think the last one with Logan Paul as well for finding those two. I thought that was brilliant.
Mm,
Another one I wanted to mention in passing is the actor Armie Hammer was born with Gemini rising and Mercury and Leo in the third whole sign house, and he famously played the Winklevoss twins in David Fincher's movie on Facebook that was called The Social Network that won so many awards around like 2010 or so when it came out. So this is interesting because that was actually a breakout role for him that garnered him a lot of recognition, where it was just one guy playing two twins. And so, sometimes the idea of siblings can be literal, and other times, especially frequently with like actors or creative types, sometimes what's in the chart they end up embodying at some critical point in their life, creatively in some way.
Because the astrology itself doesn't care whether it's like fictional or real if you're actually like doing something in your life with it. Like it still matters.
Right, exactly. So there's Armie Hammer's chart. There's Van Halen's chart. We can see the ruler of the ascendant is in the third house in both of those.
Hmm.
Moving on, a more recent example is that's interesting that I wanted to mention briefly is Zendaya was born with Aquarius rising and Saturn in Aries in the third house. So let me put her chart up. There it is. There's Zendaya's chart with the ruler of the ascendant in the third house. And Zendaya, of course, at this point is famous as an actress as well as a singer, and she's a really versatile and talented performer who's achieved success in acting, singing, dancing. She's also the youngest two-time Emmy Award-winning actor, achieving this at the age of 26. And there's actually some interesting things in terms of like the ruler of the third house of communications is in the sixth house of illness, and she actually got her two Emmys for playing the character Rue Bennett in the show Euphoria, who was a character that really struggled with drug and alcohol addiction that were really central to that character.
Mm.
Um, but other interesting things about Zendaya is that both of her parents were actually school teachers, and I think her mom is actually still a teacher, and her dad has become her manager. But they both started out as school teachers, so we have that third house topic coming up. The other, though, main reason that Zendaya is interesting is that she actually has five older half siblings, as well as several nieces and several nephews. And she's mentioned them a few times. She mentions them in interviews. So I have a few quotes. So one of them, it said, I have five older siblings. I'm the youngest, so I got to learn and grow through them. I had a lot of people to look up to. On the influence of her older sister, she said, I look up to my big sister and realize the influence she's had on me and making me a better person. Elsewhere, talking about her large family, she says, having such a big, grounded family, I realized as you get older how important that is. And then finally, on being an aunt with many nieces and nephews, she said, quote, I have many, many little nieces and nephews, so they're like my borrowed children. I get to have fun and then give them back to their parents.
Nice.
So, it's not like groundbreaking stuff compared to some of the other ones, but I just
Mm.
thought that was interesting because sometimes what I wanted to point out is just when an important planet is placed in the third, it can really indicate that siblings play a more important role in your life in some way in influencing you, as well as that, aunts, uncles, cousins, nephews, and nieces can also then be more important to you as well. Where in her case, she just has like a lot of half siblings and a lot of nieces and nephews.
For sure. And even if it's the ascendant ruler there, it doesn't have to be a career thing, right? The career is more the 10th house. And the third house being right next to the fourth house of home and being in that, angular triad at the bottom of the chart, sort of more rootedness, as you were talking about earlier. It's like where you come from or the people around where you came from or your extended family can just literally be more important to some people than others, right? And it doesn't have to be something that's like a public thing. It's more important to them and it's like a part of the chart.
Yeah, exactly. Um, yeah, and so, and she's also still very young, so it'll be interesting to see
Hmm.
how it plays out in the future and other ways that she grows into and manifests that third
Right.
house ruler of the ascendant placement in her chart throughout the course of her life.
Right. Which there probably will be more.
Yeah, undoubtedly. All right. So moving on to my next example, my next chart example is the actor Rami Malek, who is a famous actor at this point, but he really became known hugely a few years ago he became best known for playing Freddie Mercury in the biopic Bohemian Rhapsody that came out that was based on the singer where he played the lead singer of that band, Queen. And he actually won an Academy Award for Best Actor for that role. So, um, there's a couple of two things I want to focus on with this. The main thing relates to communication and that role. But then the other thing was, it was funny because as I was researching this, um, actually, let's focus on the communication part first, and then I'll
Okay.
introduce the second part.
Sounds
All
good.
right, so he's best known for playing Freddie Mercury. One of the things that's really interesting in his chart is that it's Cancer rising, and the moon is in Virgo, conjunct the IC in the third house, and the lunar significations really come through with him, um, both in the receptive significations of the moon, but also in the significations of the moon having to do with the body. Because I think a great keyword for that portrayal is that he really embodied Freddie Mercury in that role.
Hmm.
And one of the things that was interesting, I looked up, was their synastry. And it turned out that Rami Malek's moon is at 11 degrees of Virgo, and it's exactly conjunct Freddie Mercury's sun, which is also at 11 degrees of Virgo. So I thought that was just stunning that the actor who played in the biopic of this, singer who had died years earlier, that the ruler of his ascendant was exactly conjunct the sun of the guy that he was playing.
Yeah, I love that. And you can often see that, like interesting synastry with, yeah, actors who are playing other people.
Yeah, but that one was really close. And further, what was really interesting was actually the timing of that, because I found that when he was auditioning for the role, there was a solar eclipse at 9 degrees of Virgo that was very close to Rami Malek's moon and Freddie Mercury's sun. So there was
Mm,
additionally, it wasn't just the synastry, but then there was something that came along that showed the actual like timing of when he took on this role to embody Freddie Mercury.
hmm.
And then subsequent to that, he did this physical transformation where he had to use fake teeth in order to sort of imitate Freddie Mercury's like very unique dental structure. But also, it wasn't just acting, he also had to sing. So he
Mm,
worked with a dialect coach and a movement coach in order to get both the voice down and the singing, which is also a third house thing, but also even to imitate his movements by watching like hundreds of hours of video of him and really trying to get his movements down.
right. And the singing and the dialect pieces are definitely like the communicative pieces of the third house. But then the movement, you really get the moon part, like the mobility, like how you're moving your body through space.
Right. Yeah, and this is one of the first examples. This and another example that really started keying me into that movement and motion are really key archetypes and underlying significations that a lot of other things are derived from when it comes to the third house.
Right.
So, so he won an Academy Award as Best Actor for the role. It was the highest grossing musical biographical film of all time, and he's the first actor of Egyptian heritage to win the Academy Award for Best Actor. So this is where it's interesting because he kept coming up um, when I was searching for like who has the ruler of the ascendant in the third house. He would sometimes come up, but like I knew he'd done that role, but I didn't know if his like how compelling the story would be or where that would fall in terms of my research. But then I was researching like a week or two ago famous twins, and at the top of the Google results like his face came up, and I'm like, oh my God. And it turns out he actually was born with he's an identical twin brother named Sammy who was born 4 minutes later.
Mm,
So it's not just that Rami Malek has the ruler of the ascendant in the third, and he's good at communicating and embodying, roles, but it turns out he also has a twin brother who's also very important to him. And
hmm.
interestingly, his twin brother grew up and became a high school English teacher, as well as somebody that teaches English as a second or foreign language. So his brother, who has a very similar chart, also embodied the ruler of the ascendant in the third house placement.
Right. In two different ways. It's really interesting in terms of languages and then in terms of early schooling.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm,
So Rami frequently attends his brother's award shows, or his brother attends his award shows, and they've spoken publicly about their admiration. He's spoken publicly about his admiration for his brother's dedication to teaching.
mm,
Um, and they have some funny stories about like switching places to give a speech when they were younger and things like that. But the last thing that was really interesting about Rami Malek is um, his parents immigrated to the US from Egypt not too long before he was born. And so he spoke Egyptian Arabic at home until the age of 4. So that made him actually bilingual, which is kind of interesting because the moon is in a mutable sign. But early on, he found it difficult to assimilate because of cultural differences where people especially would mispronounce his name for most of his childhood. And this is something that really bothered him. And he said in an interview once that it wasn't until high school where he finally worked up the courage to start telling people like how to pronounce his name correctly.
Hmm.
So I thought that was such a first house thing, like to have the ruler of the ascendant in the first house, and the first house represents like your identity, but to struggle with people like mispronouncing your name is a very striking manifestation of that.
Right. And especially that was like a focus for him in his early childhood years or in his early schooling years, which would, just again echo the ascendant ruler being in the third.
Yeah, for sure. So he said as a result of that, it was difficult for him to form a self-identity as a child, and he gravitated towards, quote, creating characters and doing voices as he searched for an outlet for his energy.
Mm,
And this is actually very similar to some other figures that have the ruler of the ascendant in the third house, like Jim Carrey, as we'll see later, who grew up sort of like doing different voices and then eventually made a career out of that.
right.
And finally, the last thing, he wanted to be a lawyer, so he joined the debate team in high school, but his debate teacher said he wasn't any good, but they said he was really good at acting dramatic roles. So his debate teacher in high school, noting his talent for drama, suggested that he try acting, and that's actually how he got to start acting through who he said was a quote unquote brilliant drama teacher named Judy Weldon.
Mm,
And so both him and his brother became involved in the school's drama department.
that's cool. Yeah, and you can sometimes see acting come up in different places or ways in the chart, but it's interesting that Mars, if I'm remembering, I don't have the chart up, but Mars, I think, is the ruler of the fifth, right? As well as the
I don't,
10th. Okay.
yeah,
And the
yeah, it
moon is
is.
closely applying by trine to that Mars. So it's like interesting that the third house initial like debate experience like led him to the fifth house and 10th house ruler, which was ascendant ruler in the third, and then applying to the ruler of the fifth and 10th.
Yeah, for sure. So anyway, that is my example where it's both like siblings, communication, and like high school are like very important for him in his life, as we can see.
Hmm.
All right, so that's a transitional figure that transitions us into the next section where I want to focus on examples that have to do with communication. And the most striking example of this that I found that I was so excited when I found it is Jimmy Wales, who's the founder of Wikipedia, doesn't just have the ruler of the ascendant in the third house, but he actually has a mutual reception between the ruler of the first house and the ruler of the third house. So he has Taurus rising, and Venus is in Cancer in the third whole sign house, along with Jupiter and Mars. And then the ruler of the third house is the moon, which is actually exalted in the sign of Taurus in the rising sign, and thus in the first whole sign house of the native. So mutual receptions are extremely important, as I talked about in previous episodes, like on the rulers of the houses, because when it's like when the ruler of one house is in another, it shows a connection between those two areas of life, and that'll manifest at different points in different ways to some extent. But when there's a mutual reception where the rulers of two houses have exchanged signs, it always shows a super close connection between those two houses, and it oftentimes manifests as just a really dominant theme in the person's life so that they become some of our best examples, as we'll see during the course of this. And he's one of the first that really demonstrates that concept.
Right. So what he's known for is a website that's literally about information, communication, communicating information, different people contributing to like a body of information and so forth.
Yeah, it's like a free online encyclopedia that's built and maintained by a collaborative community of volunteers around the world. And it's also one of the things that's interesting is its open editing model makes it so that anyone can contribute and improve so that it's constantly evolving
Yeah.
and is a dynamic source of information. And I think that's really interesting because that really fits the symbolism of the moon and of
Right.
Cancer, because the moon is constantly moving, it's constantly changing phases, so it has that quality that's associated with an ancient astrology, and here we can see a very literal manifestation of that.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, because I mean, sometimes you'll just see like if the moon's like in the third, for example, you'll see like people, I don't know, traveling a lot or something. There's like that constant movement. But here it's like the movement of the information, rule through the ruler of the third and the first being the moon.
Yeah, exactly. So at this point, it's the largest and most widely read reference work ever created, containing millions of articles in hundreds of languages. So you really bring together all of those different concepts of communication there in writing.
Hmm.
He has other relevant background things, but I won't dwell on them. Like his mother and grandmother ran a small private school. He has three siblings. He
Hmm.
enjoyed reading, especially after his mom bought him an encyclopedia at age of 3, and he would read it, and it became an object of reverence. Um, and yeah, we can just see this theme of early childhood education coming up a lot with him in his biography, as well as themes of knowledge, writing, and communications.
Hmm. That's a perfect example of the third house.
Yeah, you can't basically get any more perfect than that. If anyone can find a better example, let me know.
Yeah, we may have one that's like tied with that in a bit.
Yeah, well, that's actually our very next example.
Okay.
All right, so our only other example that can kind of like rival, Jimmy Wales as the founder of Wikipedia is Elon Musk, who was born with Cancer rising, and he also has a mutual reception between the rulers of the first and third houses, like a very strong mutual reception. So
Hmm.
he has Cancer rising, and the moon is in Virgo in the third whole sign house, along with the lot of fortune and the planet Pluto. And then the ruler of the third house is Mercury, which is in Cancer on the exact degree of the ascendant at 14 degrees of Cancer, conjunct the ascendant at 13. So the moon is actually at 8 degrees of Virgo, applying with reception to a very close sextile with Mercury. So
Hmm.
this creates a very close connection between the rulers of the first and the third houses. And of course, one of the ways that that's worked out is that he has been the head of Tesla, which is all about creating electric cars and obviously short distance travel. And it's basically pushing the world to adopt electric vehicles.
Hmm.
He also bought Twitter a couple of years ago, which is one of the largest social media platforms and is unique in that of all the social media platforms, Twitter was really the one that had a specific focus on written communication.
Right.
Now, more recently, he's doing Neuralink, where it's like putting a chip in people's brains to allow them to control computers and essentially to communicate with a computer with the mind directly rather than using your hands or your voice even. So
Hmm.
this may be like a new way of communicating in the future. He also has another company called Starlink, which is putting up communication satellites up into space and creating like satellite internet. And then finally, he's also the head of SpaceX. Um, and usually we think of space as more of like a long distance, ninth house type of travel. However, what may be happening is it may be creating a future where quick trips to space are more possible.
Hmm. Right. It is possible. And then it also can just be like that overlapping signification of travel being in the third and the ninth.
Right. Yeah. So, whatever you think about the guy, whatever, we don't have to get into all of the problematic stuff, but that's a pretty good example with
Hmm.
a mutual reception between the ruler of the first and the third.
Right. And that was like, I think, five different things that were like third house topics.
Yeah, and that's always what happens when there's a mutual reception. It's like when the
Hmm.
ruler of one house is in another, it's like there's some connection and you can see it, but it's like when there's a mutual reception, it's a very strong connection that's like a very defining feature.
Hmm. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. All right. So, other ones to mention just very briefly in passing. This one's just kind of funny, although there's a lot of depth to it that I'm not going to dwell on. But turns out Nikola Tesla also had the ruler of the ascendant in the first house, which is funny since that's, what Elon Musk's company is named after.
Mhm.
And it turned out a lot of his work had to do with like wireless communication or wireless transmission of information. So that communication actually played a very significant role in the life of Tesla. So I'm going to skip that for the sake of time dwelling on that, but it'll be in the show notes that are available to patrons afterwards. Um, Another example, you really liked this one, right?
Yeah, the ascendant, this is Ted Turner, Sagittarius rising with Jupiter ruling the ascendant, placed in the third house in a day chart. So it's like the best benefic is in the third house, and he's famously founded CNN, the news network, which is like putting out information into the world.
Yeah, so he founded CNN, a major news network, and has the ruler of the ascendant in the third house. And of
Hmm.
course, it's like he has other things as well. For example,
Hmm.
Mercury, the planet Mercury is conjunct the degree of the ascendant. So there's other factors going on, but it's
Mm.
interesting, founding a news company, a media company, and having the ruler of the ascendant in the third.
Right. The ruler of the third's also in the fifth, and like earlier in his career, he like bought at least one sports team in part just to like have something to broadcast on the TV network, which is really funny to me with the connection between the third and the fifth.
Nice. That's good.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Another major example for me where I found somebody with a mutual reception, and this was actually sent in to me by Melissa Marklin, was Eartha Kitt. Is an amazing example. She was born with Sagittarius rising, and the ruler of the ascendant is Jupiter, which is located in Aquarius in the third house, along with Venus in a night chart. And then the ruler of the third house, as well as the second house, is Saturn, which is actually conjunct the degree of the ascendant in a night chart, which is
Mm.
a more difficult placement, but there is a strong mutual reception then and connection between the first and third houses. So Eartha Kitt is may not be as well known to like younger people, but she was this legendary singer and dancer and actress, as well as a writer, a comedian, and an activist. But she had this really distinctive voice. And if people are watching this on YouTube or wherever, I'd really encourage them to just like stop, to pause, and just go to YouTube and look up Eartha Kitt voice. And like you'll see some examples of her where, for example, she is famous for the song Santa Baby, which is still sometimes like played as like a holiday song. She also played Catwoman in Batman, the Batman TV series in the 1990s or 1960s, and had this like amazing cat voice. And then finally, more recently, some younger people may know her as the voice of Yzma from The Emperor's New Groove, which is an animated animated movie that she voiced in the year 2000. So just she just has this crazy distinctive voice that as soon as you hear it, you'll be struck by it. It's very like Aquarian, but interestingly, she was also remarkably multilingual. She spoke four different languages fluently, English, French, German, and Dutch, but she also was able to sing in 11 different languages. So it's not just like having a distinctive voice, but also have a fluency in languages. She also was an incredible writer, and she wrote four different autobiographies during the course of her life. And there's something about autobiography in particular that seems to come up as a recurring theme I've noticed, where a number of our people that have, especially the ruler of the ascendant or other major placements in the third house, have often written autobiographies about themselves.
Right. And especially makes sense with the ascendant ruler there. Yeah, in particular.
Yeah. So she did have a really difficult, really terrible like life early on. A lot of which was like stemming from having Saturn placed on the ascendant in a night chart. And one of the things was that it's ruling the second house, and she was born into just like really extreme poverty,
Mm.
basically, where she had to deal with some really terrible things um, with the ruler of the ascendant in the third house. Oh yeah, other terrible things she had to deal with is like extreme racism and interesting, like a really uniquely terrible form of racism because she was biracial. And
Mm.
so she had like a special form of sort of type of racism that she received growing up that was unique to the fact that she was biracial.
Hmm. Yeah.
So with the ruler of the ascendant in the third, other tragedies that happened when she was growing up is that her mother may have been poisoned or essentially murdered by her stepsisters when Eartha was only 8 years old. which is another way that the third house shows up in her life. Another way that the third house shows up is that her aunt saved her after that and brought her to New York. And this was, she actually rode a train to New York, and this is her first time seeing a big city because she was born into poverty out in the country in South Carolina. So her aunt sent her to school, and there she started making local friends at school and realizing that she had a unique voice. So a teacher at school encouraged her to go see a play at a theater, and this is what sparked her love for acting. So that she eventually started as a dancer and performer and singer, and then later transitioned into television. When she became successful, she supported Rebels with a Cause, which is a group of people working to improve their communities for young people through recreational projects and through cleaning up neighborhoods. So there was this real like neighborhood and community component to her work.
Hmm.
Um, Later, she had this interesting thing where she was blacklisted after she spoke out against the Vietnam War, specifically at a White House luncheon on how to reduce crime that was hosted by the president's wife at the time, Lady Bird Johnson. And she spoke out. There's actually a video, you should see it, where she spoke out to both Johnson and his wife directly. And she was actually really brave to use her voice to speak out directly in that way, but Johnson's wife, Lady Bird, was particularly angered. And I thought that was really interesting because one of the significations that all the Hellenistic astrologers give is the queen, that the third house signifies the queen. And that's not usually like a very relevant signification anymore at this point,
Right.
especially in the United States. But this is like the one instance where it actually is relevant because she spoke
Yeah.
directly to and angered and then got blacklisted specifically by essentially the functional equivalent of the queen in our country in the
Y
1960s.
That's really good, and it really speaks to, like, the benefics being there in terms of being invited to be there with her at all, and yet it being ruled by the malefic contrary sect and there being some negative repercussions.
Yeah, exactly. So when she was blacklisted, she had to escape to Europe. She did work doing anti-apartheid things during that time, but then eventually, like over a decade later, she was eventually able to return and act on Broadway, and she was invited back to the White House by Jimmy Carter during his administration. So at this point, she acted in movies and did some major voice work in animated films. Um, and then the last thing that was really in the animated films, you can look up this video of her doing the voice of Yasma in The Emperor's New Groove, and it's the most amazing thing. I'd recommend everybody listen to it because just her voice is so distinctive, but also so strong. And
Mhm.
the animator in the video says that the voice performance is the soul of the character. So I thought that was really interesting that as a voice performer, she gave soul to this animated character.
Mhm. Right.
And finally, her daughter says that when she passed away, that she quote unquote left this world literally screaming at the top of her lungs and like using her voice. Not, she didn't die like violently, but just for some reason, it was like she was using her voice and almost like roaring almost at the very end of her life.
Mhm.
So, my summary of this example is that I think that her legacy serves as a reminder that our voices, whether through song, speech, or action, possess the power to move people, to inspire people, and sometimes to transform the world around us.
Mhm. Yep. Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's, like, one of the more I mean, if you just kind of set the Saturn aside, I mean, having both benefics in the 3rd is, like, that's how you get all of those really positive, expressions of the 3rd house in someone's life.
Yeah, for sure. And I also love it because it's like they're in Aquarius and like her voice is it's kind of weird almost, but
Mm.
it's weird in a good way, and that's like
Uh-huh.
very Venus and Jupiter in Aquarius.
Right, it's very, like, distinctive.
Right. Yeah. But then of course, dealing with a lot of hardship early in life with the ruler being like on the ascendant,
Right.
Saturn and night.
Yeah.
All right. So, moving on to my next example, another area of people that use their voice that I found that was really striking sometimes is comedians, especially stand-up comedians. And the most notable example that I found of that was Richard Pryor, who was born with Pisces rising, and the ruler of the ascendant is Jupiter, which is located in Taurus in the third whole sign house, along with Saturn and Uranus. So he had Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus in the third house, and they're opposing Venus, Mars, and Mercury, which are all in Scorpio in the ninth house. And that becomes his central thing.
Mm-hmm.
So Richard Pryor was a comedian, and one of the insights I actually had when I was looking up the comedians is, comedians go and perform at their local club, and then they sort of hang out afterwards with each other at these clubs and build these communities, these local communities of comedians. And I think that's a
Mm-hmm.
major third house element for stand-up comedians, especially like a few decades ago, but even to this day to some extent.
Yeah,
Um,
sometimes they are also touring, but usually more like in your country or your state or even your city. And so there's like that local travel component. And then they're just like speaking, like that's what they're doing is like speaking in front of people.
right, exactly. So Richard Pryor is widely regarded as one of the greatest and most important stand-up comedians in modern times. And I thought it was interesting that with Uranus in the third house, that comedians often talk about him having revolutionized stand-up in different ways.
Mm.
So he has all sorts of accolades where he won the Grammy for Best Comedy Album 5 times. He's the first person ever to be awarded the Mark Twain Prize for Humor. And he's consistently ranked, like, for example, in Comedy Central's list of all-time greatest stand-up comedians, he's ranked as number one. And he's also ranked as number one on a Rolling Stone list of the 50 best stand-up comics of all time. So
Yeah.
ruler of the Ascendant in the third.
Right. And interesting that it's actually that Jupiter Saturn conjunction in a day chart, especially, right? Because sometimes, like when people have that Jupiter Saturn conjunction in a house, especially if it's a day chart, because it's making both of those planets more positive, then it's like they're groundbreaking in some way. They're like starting a new cycle of something, because that's one of the things that the Jupiter Saturn, conjunction and then the cycle does.
Right. It's like the start of a new era.
Hmm.
And in mundane astrology, we're used to, as astrologers, knowing that that's what Jupiter Saturn conjunctions do. And that's what they've been used for over 1,000 years to like know the start of different eras, either in
Hmm.
20-year periods or sometimes as much as 1,000-year periods. But one of the things that came up as you're talking about it in some example charts is we've seen some instances of people that started a new era with respect to their chosen career field when they had a Jupiter Saturn conjunction in a certain house in a chart.
Right. Or with respect to like a third house topic, they like started a new era of that thing.
Yeah, like the
Yeah.
one we saw last, we'll see later is
Hmm.
Ford, Henry Ford.
Hmm. Yep.
Yeah. All right. So the story with Richard Pryor is that he did a clean act at first because when he was coming up in comedy, um, yeah, there was another comedian that was like a clean actor, and he tried to imitate him as Bill Cosby, actually. And so in his 20s, like he tried to imitate Bill Cosby and just do a clean act that would be as like widely applicable as possible, especially to white audiences. And Richard Pryor was a black man. So he did that because he wanted to have the widest appeal. But then what happened is at one point he had an epiphany or almost sort of like a breakdown on stage one night in 1967 when he was doing a show in Vegas. And he just like looks at the audience and the faces of everyone in the audience. And then he's just like, what am I doing? And he leaves the stage and he gets in a bunch of trouble. And I think he loses his manager and loses a bunch of contracts, and he just goes on this like sort of odyssey at this time, this inward odyssey in order to find his voice.
Mm.
So um, this was September 15th of 1967, from what I can tell, is the day that he had this epiphany. And he goes on this odyssey, and there's a bunch of stuff transit wise that's happening at this time. Let me put his chart back up. Okay, there is chart with Taurus on the third house. So he was 26 years old when this happened. So he was actually in a third house profection year that was activating all of those Taurus planets. And what
Nice.
happened additionally is that there was a solar eclipse that happened in Taurus in his third house just 4 months earlier. That was like the start of this period of having a bunch of eclipses bouncing back and forth between his third house and his ninth house. Um, and he was also having major activations to his Uranus placement in the third house at this time. So what he did is basically he stopped having a clean act. And one of the things that he did is he started using profanity and became this like legendary comic that just used like extreme profanity, which is really funny because he has a Mercury Mars conjunction in Scorpio. That's kind of part of what's getting activated at that time, essentially.
And the ascendant, or sorry, and the third house ruler conjunct Mars, like even more closely.
Right. So I found one quote where it said that Richard Pryor was, quote, one of the most profane but also profound voices in comedy, which I thought was great with the ruler of the third in the ninth, but
Mm,
also like Mercury conjunct Mars.
mm-hmm. Right.
So not long after this time, he went into his Saturn return that went through his third house, and he released his second album. And he basically developed his voice during this time, but he did it partially through finding community. So he
Mm,
left Hollywood and he went to Berkeley. And this is Berkeley in the late 1960s, when there's all of this like radical counterculture stuff that's starting to take place. Um, and in Berkeley, he said that he didn't have to worry about being too extreme either in his views or in his language. And one of the Saturn elements in his third house is that he started talking about his shortcomings, his hardships, and the things that he really messed up with. Um, Became like a critical part of his act is like his openness and vulnerability. And
mm,
part of this included even talking about the rough neighborhoods that he grew up in.
mm,
So he also had a really difficult upbringing where his grandmother actually was the primary one that raised him. And this was one of the examples that really made me think of like grandparents as a potential third house topic.
mm-hmm. Right. In terms of extended
Um,
family.
yeah, exactly. And he in school, his teacher is one of the people where his teacher gave him 10 minutes every afternoon to perform his like comedy routines. But then at one point he got in a fight with a teacher in school and he got kicked out of school. So he just left
Mm,
entirely.
mm-hmm.
Anyway, in Berkeley, he developed his voice. He found community. Unfortunately, during his Saturn return, only a handful of clubs across the country were willing to book him with his new obscenity-laced act. There were other life-changing things at the time, like a divorce. Both of his parents died. But eventually, he emerged from this period with his own characteristic style and then hit his creative peak in the early to mid 1970s and subsequently just influenced generations of comedians and became a legend in the comedy world.
Mm-hmm. And that's really interesting in terms of like getting a start with in early schooling, being allowed to do like a 10-minute act because not just the third house part itself, but Jupiter is both the ruler of the first house of self and the 10th house of career in the chart. And oftentimes, when a planet rules two different houses in a chart, it like pulls those topics together into the place where it's actually sitting in, which is the third house in this case. So it was like he got his start for his career literally like in early schooling time.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And it had both good things happen of having a teacher that was supportive in that way, but then also had
Mm,
bad things that was happened of another teacher that was not supportive of it and was tired of him being a comedian or whatever and confronted him and then they got in a fight and it led to him being
mhm.
kicked out of school.
Right, with the ruler the third closely conjunct Mars. It's like an interesting interplay going on with his benefics and malefics associated with the third.
Yeah, as well as just Saturn in the third house and where even in
Mm,
a day chart, like Saturn is more difficult for people when they're younger, but then later
mhm,
sometimes it can become a strength as they get older, as it did for him eventually during and
mm.
after his Saturn return when he found his voice.
Right, for sure.
Yeah. So that is my example of the ruler of the ascendant and one of the most influential comedians of all time having the ruler of the ascendant in the third house.
That's great. That's a great example.
All right, so moving on to my next example is another comedian who I just want to mention a few brief points about. very quickly, which is Jim Carrey. So I mentioned Jim Carrey briefly in the first house episode as somebody that has Neptune conjunct the Ascendant, but he also has the ruler of the Ascendant is he has Scorpio rising with Mars ruling the Ascendant placed in Capricorn in the third house, conjunct Venus and the Sun, which are also in the third house. And Jim Carrey is also a comedian, but something I sort of overlooked in the first house episode that I kind of forgot about is that he really started out and his primary thing, especially if you see his early appearances on like the Tonight Show and stuff, is that he was an impressionist. So he's an impressionist, and with Neptune conjunct the Ascendant, he's able to like contort his face and change his appearance into these different, like wildly different characters. But what's interesting is that with the ruler of the Ascendant in the third house, one of his talents also is he has a talent for voices and doing
Mhm.
different voices basically ever
Right.
since he was like a young kid. And one thing that's interesting with him is he's basically his primary thing, especially early on, was doing funny voices and also movements. And part of what he's imitating or creating is a speech style. And that he was doing this since he was a very young kid. So he said when he was a kid, he would stare into the mirror for hours practicing his impressions, and that it was fun to sit in his room and make faces and talk to himself in voices. So one of my like insights in researching him, I actually had a much longer write-up that I'm not going to get into. I might in a separate episode. He basically initially was an impressionist who became incredibly iconic and successful, so much so that you sort of forget that that was and still is his thing to a large extent because it's kind of been obscured by his transition later on into dramatic acting, which he also was very good at and did a great job in.
Mhm. Right. Right, and so the voice and just, like, focusing a lot on, like, voicing different people was, like, yeah, really focal to, like, who he was.
Yeah, exactly. So, of course, later he became frustrated because he views it all as a mask, and he thinks of Jim Carrey even as like another impression that he was doing in some way that wasn't real, and
Mm,
that's led to some of his crises in recent years. But other interesting tidbits about him, he had a brother who was very important to him, especially growing up. And a few years ago in 2019, his brother actually passed away. And this occurred when Saturn was closely conjoining Jim's Mars in Capricorn almost to the degree.
wow.
He
Yeah.
was having a Saturn transit when he lost his brother, was very important to him.
Mm,
Other interesting facts, he won a speech contest in the sixth grade where he gave a speech about comedy. So another early schooling important thing.
mhm,
His teacher allowed him to make a 15-minute presentation for his class every day where he was doing his like comedy routine and impressions. So another
mm,
example of that. His original audience, aside from classmates, what may have been his neighbors, because he talks about like doing these present not just presentations, but doing his acts basically for people that would come over to the house. But I think what's implied by that a lot is that he was like entertaining his neighbors.
mhm, right.
But interestingly, his primary reason, he says, or motivation for comedy was that he had a sick mother and that he just wanted to make her feel better with comedy. And I
Mm,
thought that was really interesting with the ruler of the third house is Saturn, which is in the fourth house in a night chart. So the
right.
third ruler of the third house of communication is in the fourth house of parents, and it's like part of his initial motivation for developing his comedic abilities was trying to like help his mother who was suffering.
Mm, right, yeah, and that is one of the ways where you can see the connections between 2 houses, if, like, the ruler of one is in the other, and the other would be, like I guess he was starting his voices and impressions for, like, neighbors at home, like, in his home.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the last other really impressive thing is that at one point, part of his early story is that his dad lost his job. And at one point, the family had to live in a van for a period of time when he was younger. So
Wow.
literally they lived out of a car or out of a vehicle.
Mm, yeah, right, another ruler, the 3rd and the 4th.
Yeah. So but he was eventually, once he grew up, he was the first star to have three films that grossed over $100 million in the same year. And he was the first actor to receive a $20 million paycheck for a single movie. So he grew up to be an iconic person where his communication style and his ability to not just use his voice and create different voices, but also his movements and stuff became part of his success.
And he was another one like Richard Pryor, where he had the ascendant ruler and 10th house ruler in the third, although in this case it was two different planets.
Yeah, it's the ruler of the 10th house of careers in the third. And that's actually interesting
Hmm.
because he tells a story about him and his father at one point that he said he actually part of his inspiration for comedy was his father because he said his father was wildly funny,
Mm.
and also him and his father tried to get into broadcasting early on,
Mm.
I think around the time that he was 15 or
Mm.
so, give or take, which would be like a Mars period. But they
Mm.
both went and took broadcasting classes basically because they wanted to get into like show business or entertainment.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of different things manifest in different ways through those placements, but oftentimes,
Hmm.
sometimes very literally.
Hmm.
All right. So another one that I'll just mention in passing without going into is John Cleese, who's a famous comedian, writer, and actor who also has a very distinctive voice. He has Virgo rising with Mercury in Scorpio in the third house, along with Venus and the Sun,
Mm.
and is famous for like Monty Python, but also for he does like audiobooks, narrates documentaries, commercials and advertisements, and also animated films and television shows. So it's interesting because he has kind of like an iconic voice that's very distinctive
Mm.
in a different way.
Right. And Mercury is, and again, ruling the first and the 10th, conjunct the benefic of sect Venus in a night chart
Right.
in the third.
Yeah. So, and that takes us into, because he's also a comedy writer, and that takes us into the
Mm.
next section. I wanted to focus on writers.
Hmm.
So, an iconic writer in our community is Linda Goodman, who was born with Aries rising and Mars in Gemini in the third house. And Linda Goodman wrote the best-selling astrology book in modern times, her book Sun Signs, that came out in the late 1960s. And it's like everybody had this book basically, and it sold over 60 million copies worldwide, which is just it's huge for any book, but it's unheard of for an astrology book.
Mm.
And it played a crucial role in helping to popularize astrology in the 20th century, making it more accessible and engaging for a broader audience.
Right. And that's what you'll see sometimes with the ascendant ruler in the third or a 10th house connection with the third, since those are both of the most prominent places in the chart, is like they're like known for a book, either like one book or like a few books, but that's like sort of the summary of like who they are known as to like the public.
Yeah, for sure. And she has other interesting things, like she got paid some crazy advance for her second book because the first one
Mm.
was so successful that it set some records. It was like $10 million or something like that. It was like something really
Wow.
high
Yeah.
that, especially for the time, was like unheard of.
She also has the ruler of the third in the second. So
There you go.
connecting your means of living in books.
There you go. Um, there's that chart again to show you. Yeah, so ruler of the third is Mercury, which is placed in
Mm.
Taurus.
Hmm.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice, as they say. All right. Moving on, the next one I want to talk about is Ursula Bloom, who is also a writer who had Cancer rising and the moon in Virgo in the third whole sign house, conjunct the degree of the IC. And she was a British novelist, biographer, and journalist, and she wrote over 500 books throughout her career. So this is the
Wow.
opposite end of the spectrum. This is like
Wow.
you're talking about the person that writes like the one book.
Yeah.
She wrote over 500 books throughout her career, so much so that the Guinness Book of World Records says that she's the world's most prolific female writer. So her third house is interestingly, it's ruled by a retrograde Mercury in Sagittarius Cazimi. And I think that's when
Hmm.
we're talking about writing a lot, like
Yeah.
Sagittarius.
Right, for sure.
So she primarily wrote romantic fiction and family sagas, which is kind of interesting with it conjunct the IC, but she also delved into nonfiction, plays, and journalisms. And some of her novels, which are often set in like historical periods or featured strong female protagonists, they oftentimes like captured the hearts of readers by having these really engaging narratives and really relatable characters.
Mm.
So she's not as popular these days, but her work's like starting to see resurgence recently. And this renewed interest of her just like vast literary legacy that's emerging in recent years has started to recognize her as having a really significant contribution to popular fiction, as well as just her remarkable writing discipline.
Hmm. Yeah, and this is one where it's not a mutual reception with the ascendant ruler, but it is reception. So its ascendant ruler is Moon in Virgo, and then that in turn is ruled by that Mercury in Sag, and they are in an aspect, even though it's not a mutual reception. And that in itself is oftentimes again a strengthening thing where something will be really notable about that area.
Yeah, totally. Reception really helps all planets,
Hmm.
including planets that are not well placed, like in the sign of their fall or detriment. It can
Yeah.
really soften or cancel any difficult placements out.
Right, which is the case here. I'm also laughing at the like close square between the Mercury and Mars, which I think is like got to be another piece of like her prolific output because that's like writing quickly, you know?
Yeah, and having like a lot of energy as well and
Yeah.
drive.
Yes.
All right, so moving on, one other writer I wanted to mention really briefly is Agatha Christie, who had Sagittarius rising, and the ruler is Jupiter in Aquarius in the third house. And she also has Mars conjunct the degree of the ascendant pretty closely. And Agatha Christie is one of the most influential and beloved mystery writers of all time, where she wrote detective fiction. And
Mm,
she's another prolific writer because she wrote over 66 detective novels and 14 short story collections. So she's really interesting because she has Saturn in the 10th house in Virgo ruling things, and
mm,
she's usually lauded for her masterful storytelling that is filled with really intricate plots and
mm.
suspenseful twists and clever red herrings, which just kind of like enthralled readers across different generations.
So all the details. So like writing with details.
Exactly, writing with
Yeah.
details with the ruler of the third in the 10th
In
in
Virgo.
Virgo.
Hmm.
And also just like having Mars on the ascendant and writing sometimes like crime fiction
Yeah, for
is
sure.
something I see come up a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Mars is definitely a thing for that. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. Mars is the ruler of the fifth here, and I noticed as I was researching charts for this, there can sometimes be crossovers between the third and the fifth because the third is the literal expression or the writing of it.
Mm.
But the fifth is sometimes your creative output or artistic work or something. And so sometimes, like the opposite houses, for instance, sometimes there can be a little bit of a crossover, or if there's an aspect, it plays in more. And here there is at least a sign-based aspect between the ruler of the fifth and that ascendant ruler in the third.
Yeah, for sure. Good point. All right. Other authors I'm going to mention and flash their chart briefly, but not talk about. Lewis Carroll. Lewis Carroll was a ruler of the ascendant in the third example.
Mm-hmm.
Robert Louis Stevenson was a ruler of the ascendant in the third. Oscar Wilde,
Nice.
William Faulkner.
Hmm.
And then, so those are our writers. There's many others that could be mentioned, but at this point, I want to transition into another category, which is writers and famous orators. So one of the things I was looking up is like some lists of like what are some of the most famous speeches and speakers in
Hmm.
history. And one of them that came up, oh yeah, I forgot to mention Kurt Vonnegut was also another ruler of the Ascendant in the third.
Hmm. Yeah.
Um, anyway, speakers and orators. Winston Churchill is a ruler of the ascendant in the third person. He was born with Virgo rising and Mercury and Scorpio in the third. His ascendant is very late, so it's like it could be in Virgo, it could be in Libra. I feel
Mm-hmm.
pretty good that it's in Virgo. And but just a heads up in terms of that in the rounded time. But I think he had Virgo rising with Mercury and Scorpio. And part of the reason is that he was renowned for his powerful speeches and writing. And he's considered to have given some of the most inspiring and influential speeches in history and some of the most iconic speeches in history. The one that's at the top of many lists is one that's referred to as like "We Shall Fight on the Beaches" that he gave in 1940. And Mercury was exactly conjunct the midheaven degree at 29 Gemini when he gave this speech. which is
Mm.
another good reason to think that he has 29 Gemini rising or something very close to there.
Virgo.
And Virgo, yeah.
Yeah.
And this speech rallied the British people in the face of the imminent threat of a German invasion. And Churchill's unwavering resolve and determination instilled courage and resilience. And some of that's coming through the fixed Scorpio placements of the ruler of his ascendant being there in Scorpio.
Yeah, absolutely. People with Mercury and Scorpio, especially if it's ruling like the ascendant or yeah, they're often like have really powerful, impactful ways of speaking. And it really stands out.
Yeah, I agree. Um,
Not that you're biased or anything.
no, I just
Purely
obviously,
objective.
right. So outside of, that speech or other speeches that he gave, because he's given a number of other famous speeches, his ability to communicate effectively as a politician was essential to his success. And he could sway public opinion um, by debating fiercely in parliament and negotiating with other world leaders, as he did, especially in World War II, where his communication skills were vital, both in maintaining morale, but also galvanizing support for the war effort. And his radio broadcasts and public appearances provided a sense of hope and determination during a time of great darkness. Interestingly, even after World War II, Churchill wrote extensively on the history of World War II, including his own memoirs and a multi-volume history of World War I and World War II.
Mm.
So he was actually lauded for his ability to communicate complex historical events in a clear and engaging manner, which cemented his legacy as a historian, so much so that he actually won the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1953 for his mastery of historical and biographical description.
That's really interesting, with both the Sun and Venus in a night chart in the fourth house of like the past, and like, history often goes there. And then the
Mm.
ruler of his third is that Jupiter very closely sextile Venus with reception, from the fourth house.
Right, that connection between those two.
Right. So like writing about historical topics like makes so much sense.
Yeah, for sure. So, and this is a good example to me because I think communication was not just a tool for Churchill, but it was at the core of his identity and his achievements.
Hmm.
And that his mastery of language and oratory shaped his political career, his leadership during wartime, and his enduring legacy as a writer and a historian.
Right. Because sometimes you think, oh, communication, it's a topic, but whatever, but sometimes people can use communication to very persuasive ends, and then it can actually impact the world, like in this case.
Yeah, like famous speeches, sometimes you can change the world with the power of your voice
Hmm.
and with the persuasiveness of your speech. And
Right.
yeah, that was my best example of that, but there's many, many others.
Hmm.
All right, so now I want to transition into another section on singers, which is another category of people that use their voice for in powerful ways. So my first example in this section is Patsy Cline, who is a famous American singer who was born with Gemini rising and Mercury in Leo in the third whole sign house, along with Venus.
Mm.
So she's considered to be one of the most influential vocalists of the 20th century and was one of the first country music artists to cross over into pop music, basically. It's like we take that for granted now with people like Taylor Swift and even, Beyonce's recent album earlier this year, but
Mm.
Patsy Cline was literally like one of the first.
Hmm.
So she had several major hits during the course of her only 8-year recording career, including two #1 hits on Billboard Hot Country and Western Sides charts. But unfortunately, in March of 1963, she was killed in a plane crash when she was only 30 years old. And when she died, transiting Mars was actually retrograde in her third house.
Wow. Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's interesting though, her ascendant ruler being in the third, even if it's like widely co-present, which is this is about almost as widely co-present as you can get by degree, right? It's the beginning and the end of Leo, but it's still co-present with like Venus in a night chart, which is the most positive placement. So that's how you get like really renowned positivity around like one's voice.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Mercury is at 29 and Venus is at 0, but as long as they're in the same sign, they're rubbing off on each other, just like two
Hmm.
people that are living in the same house would rub off on each other, even if they're living on opposite ends of like a mansion.
Right. Like it's a really good illustration of co-presence still being really important.
Totally. Definitely. All right. So for a more recent example, for people that are not familiar with like, you know, decades ago country singers,
Hmm.
here's a more recent example with Katy Perry, who has Scorpio rising, and the ruler of the ascendant is Mars in Capricorn in the third house, along with Jupiter. And interestingly, the third house is ruled by Saturn, which is actually in Scorpio in the first. So this is actually, from a technical standpoint, the most striking example of a singer because she has a mutual reception between the first and the third. So it's
Hmm.
one of those examples then that theoretically, from a technical standpoint, should really stand out as being notable from that standpoint. And indeed, it does because she's globally recognized as a singer, songwriter, and television personality. And she's actually one of the best-selling music artists of all time. She's the first female artist to have 5 #1 Billboard Hot 100 songs from one album, second only to Michael Jackson to achieve that feat out of anybody. She's also one of the highest earning women in music. In 2018, she topped the Forbes list for highest paid women in music with an earnings of $83 million. She also is one of the few people in the world to have performed at the Super Bowl, and she was a judge on American Idol. So there's some interesting like religious themes that I kind of wonder if are coming from her third house because she actually grew up in a very strict religious upbringing, basically. um, and part of her story was about sort of growing up and rebelling and like moving away to Hollywood essentially or to Los Angeles. And she started out, her first album was doing like Christian music basically. And then with her second album, she broke from that and she did like a pop album basically, and then became wildly successful.
Mm. That's really interesting. Like Saturn being the ruler of the third and the first, and like conjunct the ruler of the ninth, like very closely.
Yeah. And it's tricky because it's like the ruler of the ascendant is Mars in a day chart. So she's had a number of controversies and backlash
Mm.
um, that's sometimes arising from like doing things that are like not very good. And she's actually going through one of those right now. And transiting Mars is like opposing some of her stuff. It's going through Cancer right now, opposing her Mars and opposing her Jupiter.
Mm.
And there's some like not good things going on. But, uh, but nonetheless, it's a prominent example of a famous third house singer and performer, basically.
Hmm. For sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So, in a similar vein, another person that's performed at the Super Bowl that has the ruler of the ascendant in the third is Usher. So, Usher has Virgo rising, and the ruler of the ascendant is Mercury, which is in Scorpio in the third house, along with a stellium of planets of Uranus, Mars, and Venus, all in the third house. And I love this as an example because he's often referred to as like the king of R&B. He also performed at the Super Bowl. He has all sorts of accolades, like a total of 8 different Grammy Awards, 9 #1 singles, um, all sorts of other stuff. But what's funny is like he's widely recognized for his sexy songs, basically, with
Mm.
Mercury and all of those planets in Scorpio.
Hmm.
And his image is of like a charismatic and sensual R&B artist, where, many of his biggest hits are kind of like known for their romantic themes, smooth vocals, and suggestive lyrics.
Mm.
So I thought that was pretty funny. And while he's explored other themes, of course, and like musical styles throughout his career, like his sexy songs have sort of undoubtedly become a sort of defining element of his musical legacy and has helped to cement his status both as kind of like a heartthrob or a romantic icon, and continue to also just be enjoyed by fans across generations, with him performing really recently at the Super Bowl.
Hmm. Yep. Yeah, it's a great example of like your vocal style or like what your voice is known for, right?
Yeah, well, and it's like different people, because especially having a Venus Mars conjunction there imports
Hmm.
that, but also having it in Scorpio, but just sometimes, we're showing all these different examples of third house placements or the ruler of the third, but sometimes we're not showing how it can really be flavored by the quality of the zodiac sign that they're in or other
Hmm.
factors like that, but it can really come
Right.
into play in distinctive ways sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. This is a good example of that.
Yeah. All right. Other miscellaneous singers that I won't get into that have the ruler of the ascendant in the third: Julie Andrews, Luciano Pavarotti, Tom Waits, Martin Gaye, and also Shirley Manson of Garbage, who was like the
Mm-hmm.
front singer of Garbage. So I
Mm-hmm.
thought that was all good. But those are my singers. There's many more that we can mention, but we will not for the sake of time.
Yeah.
So the next section I wanted to move on to is about travel, movement, and mobility. And I have a funny transitional one that somebody in Twitter sent in actually, which is the birth chart. I didn't know we had a time birth chart for Charlie XCX, who has Cancer rising, and the moon is in Virgo in the third house, along with Jupiter. And this was sent in by shout out to the astrologer Lola on Twitter for this example. But Charlie XCX is an English singer and songwriter. And what Lola pointed out is that her discography is notable for repeated and frequent mentions of cars. So several of her song titles, lyrics, and even her name of her record label, which is Vroom Vroom Recordings, reference cars.
Yeah, when we were
Yeah.
talking about which charts to include in the final list, I was like, you have to include this one briefly, just so I can laugh at it, because not laugh at it, like laugh with it, because it's just such a funny literal like vroom vroom recordings. Like, and that's like she's got the connection between her third and her second house. So it's like that's like her means of making a living, she labeled like vroom vroom recordings.
Vroom Vroom. That is, I should need to add that to the significations list from earlier in the lecture.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. I think that was actually what Vedius Valens meant in Greek when he was describing the third house. There's this
Probably
one
so.
obscure Greek term.
You
Yeah,
just have to translate it carefully.
exactly. Anyways, so I thought it was a good example because it's a great transition. I'm a fan of good transitions, and that was an amazing
Hmm.
one into this area from singers to people where mobility and transportation is important to them. One of my
Hmm.
favorite examples of this that I've always used in my lectures, like in my book and my courses, is Evel Knievel, the famous stuntman who would like drive motorcycles and like jump them over buses and cliffs and stuff like that. He was born with Aquarius rising, and the ruler of the ascendant is Saturn, which is located in Aries in the third whole sign house. And the ruler of the third house of travel and the 10th house of career is Mars, which is actually in the eighth house of death. And what's hilarious about that is he was always doing these like death defying stunts or
Mm,
like jumping over stuff, but oftentimes he would sometimes like crash and like injure himself. So it didn't always necessarily go well,
mm-hmm,
because he would sometimes have these spectacular crashes and serious injuries, but nonetheless, his like fearless spirit and flamboyant personality made him a cultural icon.
mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's so interesting and evocative with the ascendant ruler being Saturn and Aries in the third, and then ruled by that Mars, because not just the connection between the third and the eighth and like the death-defying stunts, but um just yeah, the ascendant ruler being in Aries is like that's that like courageous piece, right?
Yeah, totally. One of the things that's cool about this example too is it shows the protective function of the benefics sometimes because he has Jupiter in the first house of the
Mm,
body, which just being placed there is helping him out
yeah.
to like, not die from or be seriously injured from some of these stunts. And it
Mm-hmm,
also has a superior sextile over Saturn. And
mm-hmm,
even Venus is up here and it has a
right.
superior trine over Saturn, the ruler of the ascendant. So I
Mm,
love that example because it also shows the protective function and power of the benefics because, he could have died or been seriously injured from some of these stunts, but
mm-hmm,
what it wasn't the worst case scenario when he was, and there'll be like other examples I'll show later of people where it was more serious in terms of their injuries.
mm-hmm. And you can see the benefics are definitely doing that and like playing a major role because otherwise it's the ascendant ruler ruled by Mars in a day chart in the eighth house of death, right? So
Right.
clearly he was getting some help and protection elsewhere.
Yeah. Although it's interesting that Mars is like conjunct Neptune, and I almost wonder if
Mm-hmm.
like part of his the mystique is like creating the illusion of
Mm,
like almost dying or that he could die or something like that, but then not.
sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be.
Um, anyway, so let's see. So moving on, my next example, stop. All right, let me share my next example here, which is Dale Earnhardt Jr. There it is, was born with Leo rising. Oh, wait, I got the wrong chart. There it is. That's his father. So here's Dale Earnhardt Jr., who was born with Virgo rising and Mercury and Scorpio in the third house, also ruling the 10th house of career.
Mm,
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. is an American stock car race driver, team owner, and also later broadcaster. So he holds the record for winning NASCAR's most popular driver award for 15 consecutive times, which is kind of like a testament to how widespread his appeal and fan base was when he was racing. And then later, after retiring from full-time racing, he transitioned into a broadcasting role to be a broadcaster commenting on races and things like that.
mm-hmm.
He's also a New York Times bestselling author and is successful for his memoir that was titled Racing to the Finish, My Story, which is a great title. I love that
Nice.
title.
Yeah.
He also wrote a series of children's books that were like very car and like racing themed.
Mm,
And then finally, he has an older sister named Kelly that plays a major role in his life, who both took care of him growing up and that he was close to, but also later became his business partner, confidant, advisor, and had a shared passion for racing.
mm. That's good.
So, yeah, another one of those examples where like siblings important,
Mm-hmm.
writing, broadcasting, and most importantly, racing and going fast.
Right. And it's funny with both the race car driving and the broadcasting, because sometimes when people, sometimes when you see people kind of have a career transition and they end up doing something that seems like totally different, like broadcasting seems totally different than like race car driving, for instance. That's sometimes why, because they're like multiple topics in the same house.
Yeah, multiple topics in the same house. And sometimes it's like he's commenting on racing. So it's like
Mm-hmm.
he's still like focused on racing in some way, but
Right.
just in a different capacity.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So moving on, my next example is a little bit more depressing. So this is the birth chart of John F. Kennedy Jr., who had Virgo rising with Pluto conjunct the ascendant along with the North Node. And Mercury, the ruler of the ascendant, is in Scorpio in the third house conjunct Neptune. So he was the son of President John F. Kennedy, and the native was known for his adventurous spirit and for a love of outdoor activities. So he liked to go flying, he liked cycling, hiking, scuba diving, rollerblading, paragliding. This guy basically did like everything involving movement
Mm-hmm.
that you can imagine. Additionally, in the 1990s, he started a magazine called George, which was trying to bridge the gap between politics and pop culture. And he served as the editor in chief in this monthly periodical or magazine, basically from 1995 forwards.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Additionally, as a Kennedy and part of the Kennedy family, he had a very large extended family. And in his biography, I noticed he was very close, in particular, to one cousin named Anthony, and they were said to be like brothers. And in fact, uh, when John F. Kennedy Jr. passed away, his cousin passed away within a month of him, basically. So they both died within a month of each other.
That's really striking.
Yeah. So John F. Kennedy Jr., of course, nowadays is known most for that he famously died in a plane crash on July 16th, 1999. And what was happening is that he was piloting a small plane that crashed into the ocean near Martha's Vineyard. And
Mm-hmm.
he was actually headed to his cousin's wedding at the time. So there's like a cousin theme that shows up.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, his wife Carolyn and her sister Lori were also on board. And what happened, they think, is that he crashed due to spatial disorientation while flying at night over water, and that he lost control of the aircraft during a descent in hazy conditions, which is pretty striking because Mercury is conjunct Neptune, of course, in his natal chart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, in terms of transits, he was 38 years old when he passed away. So, he was actually in a third house profection year that was activating that Mercury Neptune conjunction in his third house. And when he passed away, Mars had actually recently ingressed into his third house. So, he was having a negative Mars transit through his third house of travel when he accidentally like crashed the airplane and died.
Mm.
Additionally, there were other transits, like Saturn was at 15 Scorpio opposing his Mercury. Uranus was at 15 Aquarius in his sixth house, squaring his Mercury. And even Mercury in the sky had recently stationed retrograde, I believe, in his 12th house, squaring his Neptune closely. So it was just this
Mm.
huge combination of different bad transits that were all hitting that Mercury placement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and interestingly, Mars also natally rules the third, both the third and the eighth house, and death is one of the eighth house topics. And then that Mars natally is closely opposed, like within a few degrees opposed Saturn in a night chart. So it's not to say that that was like always happening with his third house topics, but at least at one point in his life, you know.
Yeah. And one of the things that sucks is his cousin Anthony had cancer, and so John was actually working on the eulogy for his cousin's funeral when he died,
Well,
and then his cousin ended up dying, like I said, within a month. So it's like
mhm.
that's also kind of like showing up there as a factor as well when you're mentioning like that third house ruler also ruling the eighth and like being
Mm-hmm.
placed in the 11th opposite Saturn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So there's other stuff there, but I think that's it for that example.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there's one last example in the mobility section, which is important and very famous, and this is the birth chart of Christopher Reeve.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to take this one?
Oh, sure. So Christopher Reeve, he has Leo rising with a sun in Libra in the third house. He also has a stellium in the third house. So that is, sorry, the chart's not fully showing up for me for a second. He has a stellium in the third house, though. And so what was interesting about him, you know, before he had his sort of famous accident later was it seemed like in his life story, modes of transportation kept coming up in different ways. So he was like a glider pilot, just recreationally. He rode horses. And I just thought, I was like, I don't think this is a stretch because just like some of the other actors, like and how that showed up in their charts, one of the most iconic things he was known for as an actor was like flying, right?
Hmm.
And I was like, yes, that's not technically like a mode of transportation currently that is possible. Nonetheless, it was a mode of transportation in the movies. And I think that actually really counts.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, actors sometimes play out their charts, and he's literally
Hmm.
the guy that could fly around Superman in the movies.
Right, exactly. So I thought that was actually pretty funny and evocative. So he's got Sun, Mercury, Cazimi there, Saturn, Neptune, and Venus. Um, and then later on, he had a major accident. He was horseback riding, so it was again a third house thing. Uh, as an aside, I was like wondering where horses go, and I think it was because it was the mode of transportation that was going on. So it wasn't his pet horse, which would be like a sixth house thing. It wasn't like a wild horse, which would be a 12th house thing. Anyway, in case anyone is wondering about us talking about that with the third house, I think that's why. Um, so he was thrown from his horse and landed on his head, which resulted in a severe spinal cord injury that left him paralyzed from the neck down. And you noted that an eclipse happened in his third house actually 1 month before the accident, right?
Yeah, it was the first in a series of eclipses that would take place there over the next 2 years,
Mm-hmm.
which was wild. Just that there was an eclipse that acted as like an omen in his third house for this event that was about to take place only a few weeks before it happened. And then he would have a series of additional eclipses there as the extent of what had happened became clear.
Mm-hmm, exactly. And so this is one of those where it's because it's the ascendant ruler there that like these different forms of mobility and then eventual like challenges to mobility came up as like a major life topic. It's also that like Venus and Saturn are there in a night chart, and so Venus is like the positive manifestations, and then Saturn was the later like challenges around that.
Yeah, it's Saturn in a night chart, so it's the most more difficult Saturn. And
Mhm.
then Venus is ruling the 10th house of career, and it's in the third house in its own domicile in the third. And it's like,
Mhm.
so you have the most positive planet and the most negative planet in that area. And so you kind of get both. But one of the reasons I was he was also in a Saturn perfection year when the accident happened. So Saturn is actually
Mm.
the planet activated as the Time Lord for that year. But one of the
Mhm.
reasons I always like have used as an example because it's not just negative, but there's also some inspiration and hope because he became a tireless advocate for spinal cord injury research and disability rights after his injury and after becoming paralyzed for the rest of his life. And he
Mhm.
ended up founding the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, which continues to support research and improve the quality of life for those living with paralysis.
Mhm. Which is really interesting also with the ruler of the 6th house, in the 3rd house. 6th house like body and sometimes injuries or illness,
Right.
which is that Saturn.
Yeah. So it's both, someone who's in some sense, and that became the contrast later in life that like the news stories and ones that would always contrast is like he was the man that flew in the movies, but then later became unable to move or had limited mobility later in life.
Mhm.
But nonetheless, part of the legacy of his life by setting up those foundations and nonprofits, maybe hopefully at some point in order to help make progress so that other people may be able to regain some degree of mobility in the future through some of that research at some point.
Mhm. Yeah, it could be, and especially with the Venus being the 10th house ruler in the 3rd, which is his most positive planet.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So that is um, my mobility section. And I just have one more chart example I wanted to do in this
Mhm.
final section where I wanted to talk about neighbors and neighborhood. And I actually had this great um, quote from Bell Hooks in her book All About Love, where she has this entire chapter. I think it's like chapter 8, where she's talking about community. And one of the quotes that I wanted to pull out, because the entire chapter is actually amazing and it gave me a lot of really like insight into the third house, even though she wasn't talking about astrology, the way she wove together themes of community with other topics, I thought was super insightful, actually. So I'd recommend reading chapter 8 of her book, All About Love. But the quote says this, it said, quote, "We are all born into the world of community. Rarely, if ever, does a child come into the world in isolation with only one or two onlookers. Children are born into a world surrounded by the possibility of communities. Family, doctors, nurses, midwives, and even admiring strangers comprise this field of connections, some more intimate than others." So that's my transitional point into talking about um, how the third house can sometimes represent your neighborhood and your community and the city that you sort of grow up in or are living in at the time. And for some people, that's going to be more or less important if they have important placements placed there. So, one of the things that was interesting that arose during our research, it's kind of hard with these major celebrity charts to find examples of ones where like their neighborhood was important to them or where they had like good or bad things happening with their neighbors. It's
Mhm.
something that does come up if you follow your own chart or transit. Like if you have a difficult transit going through your third house, sometimes you'll have problems with neighbors. Or if you have a good transit, sometimes something positive will happen with a neighbor or what have you. But one access point for understanding it that I did see is when the ruler of the ascendant is in the third house, sometimes a person can become involved in organizational efforts in their community. And one interesting example of that I found, actually a prominent one, was Gavin Newsom. So he was born with Virgo rising and Mercury in Scorpio in the third whole sign house. And his story is interesting because he was born in San Francisco, and then eventually later in life, he became the 42nd mayor of San Francisco for a number of years. So imagine like being born in a place and then rising up through the ranks of like local organizing to eventually become the mayor who's sort of in charge of the entire city. And what's interesting is that he was having eclipses in his third house the year that he became mayor in 2003/2004.
Mm.
So eventually he would go on to become the governor of California and go up to an even higher level of sort of local governance. But I thought this is interesting just because the Hellenistic texts, a number of them talk about like governing and leadership and authority as a significations of the third and ninth houses. And I was sometimes perplexed by that, but in doing this research, I've come to understand why. And it's because sometimes when important planets are placed in the third house, it means getting involved in your local community. And
Mhm.
sometimes that can be as little as being like a community organizer or being on an HOA board or something like that. But if
Mhm.
you take it to its utmost extreme, sometimes being in a position of power or authority in your local community could be something like this, which is like, becoming the mayor of a city.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah, your city can really show up there, whether it's just, like, personal interest or, professional. Here, it's the Senate ruler and the 10th house ruler in the 3rd, so it's like he became the mayor of the city because of that. And sometimes you just see people who just, like, really care about their local community and are, like, much more involved in local community events and things like that, than, like, the average person.
Yeah, for sure. Um, and sometimes it can be a stepping stone to other things, of course, like George W. Bush famously started out as the governor of
Mm.
Texas before he became president.
Mhm.
And he
Yeah.
has a Moon, Jupiter, Neptune conjunction in his third house.
Mhm. And, like, if you just live in a place like, 'cause I've lived in a place like this before where there's just, like, a lot of focus on local community, and sometimes there will be someone who's, like, the unofficial mayor of the town, right? And it's not like they're the official mayor of the town, they're just, like, known for being all about the community. It can be that kind of vibe.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So, and we've all like sort of known place things like that, but the fact that you can access that dimension of things with astrology is really interesting and really important, but it's something that's
Mhm.
subtler and a little bit harder to track.
Mhm.
But you can track it locally if you're paying attention to your own chart or the charts of people around you.
Right, for sure.
Cool. All right. Well, that brings us to the end of our first section. So why don't we take a little break? All right, so we are actually releasing a PDF that contains our research notes that we prepared as we were getting ready for this episode over the past couple of weeks. And that's going to be available as a 75-page PDF download. And you can actually access that either by becoming a patron of the Astrology Podcast through our page on Patreon, or you can access it as a separate download without becoming a patron. So this PDF contains bonus material where there was a lot of research that went into each of these biographies, and sometimes we found a bunch of additional points that we didn't include for each individual chart that we talked about just because we didn't have time to include everything. So there's bonus material about the stories that we did cover, and the write-up also contains a number of additional chart examples that we cut from this episode or that we didn't get into due to time constraints. So it has a ton of bonus material. So if you really want to go deeper into this material, it's a very helpful little PDF that has a nice table of contents so that you can have sort of like a written reference guide to refer back to, both as you're listening through this episode, as well as if you want to go back to and review some stuff in the future without having to rewatch the entire video. So you can get access to that by going to our page on patreon.com/astrology podcast and finding the entry for this episode on the third house. And there you'll see that you can either sign up to become a patron in order to support this work and support this research that we're doing, or you can just buy the PDF outright by purchasing just this episode. So this really helps us because it's from our patrons, the patrons that support and donate to the podcast each month, that we're actually able to do these huge workshops on astrology for free. And that's basically what's funding these episodes in order to be able to devote all the time to the research that was necessary for this instead of putting everything behind a paywall. So that's also allowed me to help to hire some additional assistants that have helped to research things for me or help me do additional research. And basically, it's been a huge thing. But if you support this work and you'd like to help support me get through the rest of this series on the houses, then please consider becoming a patron. When you sign up and become a patron, you get access to other bonus stuff like early access to new episodes, the ability to attend live recordings and workshops sometimes. Like we've been doing a workshop on the houses where I interviewed different patrons about their house placements each time I do one of these new house episodes, and those have been a lot of fun. We also have a monthly electional astrology podcast. And for the higher tier patrons, we have an entire exclusive podcast series called the Secret Astrology Podcast. And there I actually recorded an entire bonus episode that was 2 hours long on different third house birth charts that didn't make it into this episode as well at all. So that's an entire bonus episode on the third house that's only available to patrons. And then finally, you can also get your name listed in the credits if you become a patron as well. So you can find out more information at patreon.com/astrology podcast. And I'll put a direct link to the Patreon page where you can buy a PDF of the show notes for this episode in the description below this video on YouTube or on the podcast website in the entry for this episode. So check it out there. All right, now we're going to transition into talking about the rulers of the houses in the third house or the ruler of the third house in different houses, because this is where you start seeing interconnections in the chart between different parts of the person's life and the third house.
Yeah. We have a lot of cool examples in this section in particular.
Yeah, this is one where I had more examples in the ruler of the ascendant section, but you've got a lot more examples that you found in the rulers of the houses.
Hmm.
All right, so let's start with the first house. The first house, often people's names become indelibly associated with what they created with this house. And that's something I tried to explain a little bit in the first house episode, but it's sometimes hard to explain until you actually see it. And I have two excellent examples of that that really demonstrate that principle right at the top. So we're talking about, um, in our first one, the ruler of the third house in the first house. So my first example of that is Enzo Ferrari, who is the creator of the Ferrari luxury like car line, basically. And he was a car enthusiast and a race car enthusiast and a race car driver. He was born with Sagittarius rising and the ruler of the ascendant actually is in Libra, but he has a stellium of 4 planets in Aquarius in the third whole sign house. He has a Mercury-Mars conjunction in early Aquarius, and then he has an exact Sun-Venus conjunction or cazimi at 29 degrees of Aquarius. And then the ruler of the third house of movement and of cars, essentially in this context, is Saturn, which is located at 11 degrees of Sagittarius, conjunct the ascendant at around 15 degrees of Sagittarius. And he literally, his car company was named after him. And now his name has become synonymous with, fast race cars and like luxury cars, the
Mm-hmm.
name Ferrari.
Right. Yeah. So basically, mode of transportation is like indelibly connected with like your personal identity with the ruler of the third and the first.
Exactly. So that's what happens. And it's also funny that it's like it's in Sagittarius, that the ruler of the third is in Sagittarius and his ascendant's in Sagittarius. And Sagittarius is like the centaur, which is like half man and half horse. And of
Mm-hmm.
course, the prancing horse emblem is like this globally recognized symbol at this point of the Ferrari uh, brand.
Yeah, that's really funny and like even extra literal.
Yeah, I thought that was good. All right. So moving on, we can also see obviously how third house things are very important to him.
Hmm.
All right. So moving on, the next example, I had another example like that, which is the birth chart of Maria Montessori, who was born with Leo rising. And the third house is Libra, where we find Mercury in that house. And the ruler of the third house is Venus, which is conjunct the ascendant in Leo. So the Venus is at 12 Leo and the ascendant is around 15 degrees of Leo. It's a rounded 3:30 a.m. time, but Venus is somewhere on the ascendant basically. And she is, if you've ever heard of like Montessori schools, they're named after this woman, Maria Montessori, who
Mm.
was an educator who created this sort of way of teaching children in order to, and her goal was to like empower children to become independent and to have more confidence and things like that. Based on, she worked with children that had learning disabilities and developed some ideas about how what kind of environment to create that would work with them best.
And what I love about this example, I mean, not just the ruler of the third and the first, which is, again, one of those like the thing is named for the person, um, but it's Venus in a night chart ruling the third placed in the first. And just the little bits I know about Montessori education, one of them is like there's a sort of ease, like they're not trying to force children into doing certain things, but there's like an ease about, going with their natural proclivities and that sort of thing. Um, and like also treating every child as like a unique individual, which is like very like the ruler of the third in Leo in the first house.
Yeah, totally. Like what is unique to you and what is your unique learning style, and then adapting it to that rather than having every student do the same learning style.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's brilliant. So those are my two examples of the ruler of the third. And then also obviously with those two examples, it's not just that it was like named after them, but it was named after them because that topic and that area was a special passion for them. Like,
Hmm.
it was very personally important to them. And they focused on it so much that their identity becomes wrapped up in it. Their existence like leaves an indelible mark on that topic in general for the rest of time.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. All right. So you have an example. Yeah.
Yeah, so the next one's Audra Lorde, and shout out to Lindsay Turner for this example. I added a bit at the end to it as well. So Audra Lorde she was an American writer, professor, philosopher, intersectional feminist, poet, and civil rights activist. And she has Libra rising with Jupiter ruling the third and placed in the first house in Libra. Um, she was a self-proclaimed Black, lesbian, feminist, socialist, mother, warrior, and poet. And one of the things that Lindsay was noting about that was that she gave like equal weight to each of her identities, her like, her basically self-identifications, and that she didn't prioritize any one over the other, which is kind of like definitely the first house identity themes, and then in Libra, kind of balancing them all. Um, one of the things that was interesting about her as a child, she communicated via poetry before she started writing poetry. And there was this quote where she said, people would say, "Well, what do you think, Audra? What happened to you yesterday?" And I would recite a poem, and somewhere in that poem would be a line or a feeling I would be sharing. In other words, I literally communicated through poetry. And when I couldn't find the poems to express the things I was feeling, that's what started me writing poetry. So that was a really cool, like literal ruler the third and the first, and it being in a Venus sign with the poetic expression. She got a master's degree in library science and was a librarian for the New York public schools throughout the 60s. And again, early education is a third house topic. And the word sister or sisters shows up prominently in Lord's work. And of course, siblings is a third house topic, such as in her Sister Outsider, which was an anthology of her essays and speeches. And I took a moment where I was like, is that definitely unique to her? Because this is also a term that's used by lots of people. But it was really persuasive that Lindsay noted that that anthology was released in 1984, and when it was during one of her third house perfections. I was age 50, which is really
Nice.
cool, right? Because
Yeah.
it's not just the written work, coming out, but also like the name of it.
Which is
Um,
really important. And that's something that we looked for. And it's something we tried to establish in our research methodology here is obviously we have like um, the example we give of a natal placement or signature that we think is compelling and has at least like a one-to-one correspondence with some literal thing that happened in the life, if not like multiple things. But
Mm-hmm.
sometimes the way to confirm our interpretation of that thing that we think the chart matched with in terms of the life events is to look at the timing and see if that part of the chart was actually also activated by important transit at that time. And
Mm-hmm.
if it was, that helps to confirm that you're sort of like on the right track in terms of how you're looking at the chart and researching it.
Yeah, definitely. And that was one of those where I was like, oh, okay, that actually really was highlighting the third house. And so calling it that name like made actually a lot of sense right at that time.
Yeah.
Um, she developed breast cancer in 1977, which led to her writing about disability and disease, such as in her book, The Cancer Journals, which was also the ruler of the third and the first is also the ruler of the sixth and the first of like illness. Um, and she discussed ways illness can intersect with other aspects of identity, which was very like ruler of the sixth, bringing the topic of illness to like the first house of self and identification. And as I was like copying some of this over, I suddenly remembered that one of her most iconic lines she's known for goes, "Your silence will not protect you." Um, and is very ruler of the third and the first in terms of the first being yourself, both body and mind. You can also kind of see it coming in with her Mercury Mars. But um, anyway, I looked up again like the larger context of where that was from. And I want to read it. I shortened it for time's sake, but it's actually really powerful and really evokes her ruler of the third and the first being Jupiter in Libra.
Do you want me
So
to show it on the screen?
sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will show it from the doc. There we go.
So I cut a little bit of this out, but it goes, I was going to die, if not sooner than later, whether or not I had ever spoken myself. My silences had not protected me. Your silence will not protect you. What are the words you do not yet have yet? What do you need to say? And of course, I am afraid. You can hear it in my voice, because the transformation of silence into language and action is an act of self-revelation, and that always seems fraught with danger. I began to ask each time, what's the worst that could happen to me if I tell this truth? Our speaking will irritate some people, get us called bitchy or hypersensitive, and disrupt some dinner parties. And then our speaking out will permit other women to speak until laws are changed and lives are saved and the world is altered forever. Next time, ask, what's the worst that will happen? Then push yourself a little further than you dare. Once you start to speak, people will yell at you. They will interrupt you, put you down, and suggest it's personal, and the world won't end. And the speaking will get easier and easier. And you will find that you have fallen in love with your own vision, which you may never have realized you had. And you will lose some friends and lovers and realize you don't miss them, and new ones will find you and cherish you. And you will still flirt and paint your nails, dress up and party, because as I think Emma Goldman said, if I can't dance, I don't want to be part of your revolution. And at last you'll know with surpassing certainty that only one thing is more frightening than speaking your truth, and that is not speaking. And I really love that whole passage. Um, but
Wow.
yeah, isn't that powerful?
Yeah, that's really good.
And so I read it partially because it is really powerful, but it also evokes her voice, which I thought was very, very Jupiterian. It's almost like a little sermon or like a little inspiration to speaking, you know? And also those few different things that I highlighted there in bold were like very like ruler of the third and the first or ruler of the third Jupiter, because the transformation of silence into language and action is an act of self-revelation, right?
Yeah, that's really the ruler of the third in the first, like the first house is like self, and
Yeah,
self-revelation is actually a good keyword for the first house because that's often what happens when you have major transits or placements there is you go through a process of self-understanding and revealing of the self.
exactly. So that was like just really jumped out at me. And then the part where she said, our speaking out will permit other women to speak until laws are changed and lives are saved and the world is altered forever. It's like very Jupiterian. It's very like this will improve everything. Laws, like legal system is associated with Jupiter and so forth. Um, but it's very like inspiring in a sermon-like way. And then that last bit, and you will find that you have fallen in love with your own vision, which you may never have realized you had. It was also like really ruler of the third and the first is like you yourself, your own manner of seeing and being, and that like that even coming from speech rather than like vice versa, like the act or the process of speaking, like unveiling that for you.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. That's such a great example of the ruler of the third house of like speaking and communication in the first house of self.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's amazing.
What's that excerpt from?
It's one of her essays. I think it's in, no, it's not in Sister Outsider. Sorry, I'd have to pull it up again.
Okay, no
Yeah,
problem. I was
yeah,
just
in one of,
curious.
yeah,
Maybe we'll see if we can put that in the notes for afterwards that we
yeah,
send out to patrons.
yeah, I'll find it.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
No, I think that's it.
All right. So I'll move on with my next example. My last example of the ruler of the third and the first, which is Johnny Carson, who's like the archetypal talk show host. So he was born with Scorpio rising. His third house is Capricorn, where he has a Moon Jupiter conjunction in a day chart, along with a lot of fortune. And then the ruler of the third house is Saturn, which is conjunct Mercury in Scorpio in his first house, not too far from his ascendant. So I thought this was interesting just because, like I said, he's sort of like the iconic American television host and comedian because he hosted The Tonight Show for over 30 years. He actually started hosting it when Saturn was in Aquarius, and then he stopped hosting it in the 90s when Saturn returned to Aquarius. So there's some interesting like Saturn themes in terms of his host, not just in terms of his chart, but also in terms of the timing and the way that he hosted it sort of shaped late night talk show hosts for generations. Like everybody that has like a late night talk show at this point today still is influenced by Carson in different ways.
Right.
And, one of the things that's interesting about having a Moon Jupiter conjunction in the third is especially for comedians, he would host different comedians and they would come on and do their act or do their bit, do a set basically on his show. And for many of them, that would be their big break. But one of the things is that if he liked them, he would like give a thumbs up if he really, really liked the act. Or if he like really, really liked it, he would have them come over to the couch and he would talk to them for like a few minutes after they did their set.
Mm,
So there was this quality of like hosting, which is like the moon, like collecting things, but then
mm,
also affirming something, which is very like Jupiterian.
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is my other ruler of the third in the first example.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
All right. So let's move on to the second house, the ruler of the second in the third, or the ruler of the third in the second. And the second house is the house of finances. I guess we should mention a few significations each time, but
Mm-hmm.
finances, money, possession. I guess we just did a whole 4-hour episode, so people can
If you don't
listen
know
to
what the second house is yet.
they can listen to that if they're not familiar.
Yes.
Um, so
Means
my
of
first,
livelihood is a big one. Like
yeah,
how
so
you
my
how you make a living.
right. So my first example of that is Kylie Jenner, who has um, Pisces, so Capricorn rising, Pisces on the third whole sign house, and the ruler of the third house is Jupiter. The ruler of the third house of siblings is Jupiter, which is placed in the second house of finances. And Kylie Jenner is the youngest of the Kardashians. So she sort of like grew up in that context where she became wealthy, especially as a result of her siblings, and her finances were very much tied up with them because they were like a American like television what is it
So,
reality television show family.
right. Like a family of like socialites, kind of.
Yeah, but that they sort of did a whole show keeping up with the Kardashians and some of the related shows where her sister especially became really famous, especially for doing that show, but then it involved the entire family.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's interesting how much she got her start really and success and especially financial wealth being tied up with her siblings.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. This example is also interesting because it's one of a I've came across a few of these where it's like with her chart, it's Capricorn rising with Saturn in Aries, which is in the fourth whole sign house, which is the place of parents, and her mom um, is the driving force behind the family, and she's actually the original one who proposed and pitched the idea of doing a reality television show and got it to happen basically, even though the show Keeping Up with the Kardashians, that her daughter was like the centerpiece of it. Um, Kim Kardashian. But it's interesting because the ruler of the ascendant is on like the left-hand side of the degree of the IC, which is at 29 Aries, and Saturn is at 20 degrees of Aries. So technically it's on the third house side of in quadrant houses, the degree of the IC. And
Mm.
I think it's interesting that that's the ruler of her ascendant. So
Mhm.
I was trying to like I was sort of thinking about that and wondering, like, is that an example of like overlapping significations where both the whole sign houses are showing you something important about what her life is directed towards, which is the fourth house, but then the quadrant houses are also showing you something important. It was an interesting thing that came up in several of these charts.
Right, which I know you were gonna explore in here at greater length, and now it's gonna be possibly a separate episode of some sort, later on.
Yeah, I think I'll do a separate episode on that at some point, but I just wanted to point
Mhm.
out this example as an example, early example of that that seems suggestive,
Yeah, absolutely. There were some others. I know I have one in my own chart too, so I like to keep an eye on those as well.
definitely. All right, so moving on to my next example of this, the ruler of the third and the second is Alexander Graham Bell, who is famous for patenting the telephone.
Mhm,
So he had Pisces rising, and the third whole sign house of communication is Taurus in his chart. And the ruler of the third house of communication is in Aries in the second house of money and finances, but also like possessions and like things
mhm,
you own.
right.
And Venus is co-present in a sign-based conjunction with Uranus, Pluto, and the South Node. And that's one of the most famous things that he ever did was patent the telephone. Um, Although he had patents on a bunch of other communication devices besides the telephone as well.
Mm.
So it's kind of interesting that it's not just that one, even though that's the one he's most known for.
Mhm, right. Yeah, and, like, Venus is, yeah, ruling the 3rd and placed in the 2nd, so it's just like, communication is his means of livelihood.
Right, exactly.
Yep,
So
and revolutionizing, actually, with the Uranus there too, revolutionizing means of communication.
yeah, exactly. Oh, that's interesting because also Mars is like ruling the second and squared that from the 11th. And
Mm,
there was a debate about there's some controversy even to this day about his patenting of the telephone because
mm,
um, another inventor, Alicia Gray, filed an intention to patent
mm,
basically a telephone on the same day. So there's
mhm,
always been disputes about that. If like, was there something sketchy going on? Was it parallel invention or what?
right, yeah.
Yeah. And then of course his is the another example of that where he has Pisces rising and the ruler of the ascendant is Jupiter, which is in the fourth whole sign house in Gemini. And a lot of his inventions were motivated initially by, on the one hand, the fact that his mom was profoundly hard of hearing. So part
Mhm,
of his interest in like hearing and developing things was in order to help people like his mom who are hard of hearing. And similarly, his dad was involved in teaching deaf people sign language or like a form of sign language so that from his father, he also gained some of this focus on language and communication and different things like that. So the
mm,
motivation makes sense and is there from the ruler of the ascendant. And then, of course, the ruler of the fourth whole sign house is Mercury, which is in the first house.
mhm,
But then we can see that the degree of the IC is later in Gemini, probably around 25, give or take, since it's a rounded time.
mm,
But then Jupiter is on the third house, like quadrant side of the IC. So in quadrant houses, the ruler of the ascendant is in the third house. So it's
Hmm.
interesting where, again, it's kind of like open to debate, but there could be an indication of like an overlap there between the whole sign house and the quadrant house placements,
Hmm.
although it's tricky because this one, there's so much going on there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different factors sort of interlaced here. I mean, it's interesting also because I know when you told that to me earlier, I was like, right. And then I was like, that could be a thing. And then also the ascendant ruler in whole sign houses is Jupiter and Gemini in the fourth. And back then, when the telephones started up, it was a means of connecting communication between people in their homes. That was like their first use. We weren't carrying around pocket cell phones yet. So, yeah, I thought that was interesting as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. So anyway, we'll leave that investigation for like another episode, but
Hmm.
couple of suggestive things I'm like writing
Hmm.
down and keeping an eye on for possible synthesis of the different house systems and attempts to reconcile them.
Right.
All right. So my last example in this section is Dr. Drew Pinsky, who has a mutual reception between the rulers of the second house of finances and the third house of communication, where he has Cancer rising, and the sun is in Virgo in the third house of communication, conjunct Pluto widely.
Mm.
And the ruler of the third house of communication is Mercury, which is over in Leo in the second house of finances, conjunct Venus and Uranus, and also very widely conjunct Pluto. So there's a close connection, like I said, when those exchanges of signs happen. And what's interesting is that he was a doctor by training and a board certified medicine addiction medicine specialist. But then what happened is he started running like doing radio, and he got into doing late night radio and like a call-in advice show that was very popular in the 90s called Loveline. And he ended up becoming very financially successful by becoming a radio personality where people would call in and ask for advice about like sex, about relationships, about sometimes really difficult stuff because Pluto is also there in his third house.
Mm.
And there would sometimes be some really serious calls.
Hmm.
But I just thought it was really interesting, somebody where communication is tied in so closely to the finances and where, he otherwise was just a doctor where, he's reasonably successful financially from that, but then becoming hugely successfully financial as a radio host.
Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. It's also interesting that like that sun in the third in Virgo is applying to square that Saturn, and Saturn's in a night chart ruling the seventh house of like partnerships. So it's like people calling in about their problems in their love life, with their partners.
Yeah. I mean, that's true. And then also he got a partner, another comedian basically like joined him at one point, Adam Carolla, and that's
Mm.
when the show became wildly successful because it was like the two of them
Mm.
running the show and answering calls and stuff. And there was kind of like a heyday of that in the 90s and early 2000s.
Mm. Mhm.
Yeah, so those are all of our second house examples. Now we move into the third house, except the third house we don't really have examples for because, and I know in the last episode, a lot of people ask questions about this. And the answer is that when a planet is in its own sign, when like the ruler of the third house is in the third house, it just indicates that that is a strong or auspicious placement in the person's chart. And so sometimes that can indicate that things will be more fortunate in that specific area of life, whatever the topics are. So the
Mm.
topics of communication might go better. And for example, many of the charts that we talked about earlier, or some of the charts where the planet was in its own sign or when it was in a mutual reception and the
Mm.
person was really notable or successful in that area, are examples of what happens when the planet is well placed in its own sign.
Mhm.
So there's other factors that go along with that, but it can also indicate that the person has a talent or that they have more autonomy in that area of their life.
Mhm. Yeah. I noticed we'll get to William Lilly at some point. He's got the ruler of the third in the third.
Yeah, when we get to the planet section, we'll actually see a number of examples of people that have the planet in its own sign.
Mhm.
And what we'll see is these are often like people that are successful in that particular area of life, or
Right.
sometimes it can indicate like a positive sibling relationship if
Mm-hmm.
the aspects are also good, and if
Mm-hmm.
the sect factor is also good in terms of day versus night chart and other things like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just one of those additional factors that can indicate a more positive placement in that area of the person's life.
Right, for sure.
All right, so let's move forward to the fourth house, which is the house that has to do with the home, the parents, the living situation, and the private life. And my first example of this is um, a guy named Steve Forbes, who is actually the head of, I think he's like the current editor in chief of Forbes magazine, which he inherited from his father, which was then started by his father, which is like a financial magazine.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I thought this was interesting because Steve Forbes has Taurus rising, Leo is on the fourth whole sign house, and the ruler is the moon, which is placed in Cancer in the third house, along with a stellium of Venus, Mercury, and the moon. So, having the ruler of the fourth in the third, he literally inherited from his father, from his family, this magazine, basically, in this media company at this point, that talks about financial matters. And the moon is in its own sign there in the third house, and it's very successful.
Mm-hmm. It's funny that the ruler of the second house and the ruler of the fourth are conjoined in the third house. So it's like it's a magazine inherited from family about financial topics.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we can see also here it's like the moon is in its own sign, the ruler of the third house, it's in its own house, and he's like the owner of this company essentially, or at least the head of it, or is running it in some sort of head role where he
Mm.
has more autonomy in terms of being in charge of things.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's one way. It doesn't always work out that way, but that's one way it can work out.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so moving on, my next example, this is one of yours actually, which is
Mm-hmm.
Charles Dickens.
Yeah. So Charles Dickens, we're noting that we're using the 11:55 p.m. birth time. There are, I guess, a couple birth times out there, but there are some persuasive reasons that this one is probably correct, and astrologically, it really makes sense. So he had the ruler of his ascendant is Mars and Aries in the sixth, and it's closely square Saturn and Capricorn in the third house in a night chart. Saturn is also ruling the fourth house and then placed in the third. And his story was basically his early life. He his father ended up going to debtor's prison. He grew up like very poor and initially, and so his father went to debtor's prison, and he had to subsequently stop going to school because of this and go to work instead at age 12. And that just seemed like a really literal ruler of the fourth and the third, especially Saturn in a night chart, is like the poor conditions of family led to interruption in schooling. Interestingly, with that close overcoming square to his ascendant ruler in the sixth house, because of his life experiences with like poor working conditions and poverty, he ended up writing about those themes later in his written work. He did eventually go back to school for a couple years, and then, but he felt it was a bad experience. There was a quote that said he encountered what he called haphazard, desultory teaching and poor discipline. The school's sadistic headmaster was later the inspiration for the character Mr. Creakle in Dickens' semi-autobiographical novel David Copperfield. So it was like really bad third house early schooling experiences as well as the interruption. And then
That's amazing. Like
yeah,
immortalizing your
yeah,
terrible school teacher
yeah.
in a legendary like story.
Got to be careful, those kids might grow up to write badly about you.
Exactly.
Um, and then when he was 15, his education was interrupted again, and he had to drop out of school and work again to contribute to his family's income. But he worked in an office, and the job actually became a launching point for his writing career. So it said within a year of being hired, Dickens began freelance reporting at the law courts of London. Just a few years later, he was reporting for two major London newspapers, which is another third house topic. Then eventually he edited a weekly journal for 20 years, wrote 15 novels, 5 novellas, hundreds of short stories, and nonfiction articles. So, and I think part of what's going on there is, not just Saturn in its own sign becoming better over time, which can happen even in a night chart. That is a major
Mhm.
mitigation. Um, but he also had Venus exalted in a night chart in the fifth house of like creative output. So I think that's part of like why it ended up so positively later, in addition to, Saturn improving over time.
Yeah, well, Saturn's also in its own sign, which is
Right, that's what I
a
was saying. Yeah.
mitigation, but also Venus in Pisces is sextiling
Mm-hmm.
Mercury through an inferior sextile and
Mm-hmm.
even Saturn through an inferior sign-based sextile. So
Mm-hmm.
since it's a night chart, Venus is able to help offset things a little bit, as
Right.
opposed to if it was completely an aversion to that sign and wasn't able to help at all.
Yeah, absolutely. So this was a good example of a few things. I mean, we put it in the ruler of the fourth in the third section because it was literally like coming from family poverty, ended up interrupting his education multiple times. But it's also just a really fascinating square with the ascendant ruler in the sixth, square Saturn in the third, of like working conditions, like being a theme in his written work later because of having to, work bad jobs and drop out of school.
Yeah, for sure. That's really
Mhm.
good.
Mhm.
All right. So moving on, you have another example in this section, right?
Ansel Adams. So Ansel Adams was an American landscape photographer and environmentalist. Most people know him for like his grand sweeping photographs of like nature. Um, so he has his ascendant ruler Jupiter, Venus, and Mercury in the third house in Aquarius. Jupiter rules the first and fourth houses and placed in the third. And, it is one of those things where astrology just like never lies. You just don't always know initially why it's going to work out, but it always does. So initially I was like, why would the ruler of the fourth be in the third for him? Why would that be important? It one ended up being really important. So he was a lifelong advocate for environmental conservation. So his photographic practice was like deeply entwined with his nature advocacy, basically. And also just intertwined in an odd way. It's like at age 14, he was given his first camera during his first visit to Yosemite National Park. So again, just like even from the first start of getting a camera, like it was like while he was out in nature. Age 14 also was a third house perfection year. So it was activating that ruler of the fourth and the third, which makes sense because it does sound like it's very literally playing out that way. Um, age 14 is also the Saturn opposition, of course. And with Saturn as the ruler of the third placed in the second, that was like the beginning of his making a living via photography. So this is one of those things where your expression isn't always in words. So basically his manner of expression was via these photographs. And you'll sometimes see that with Venus in the third. It's like an artistic expression of what you're trying to say. He developed his early photographic work as a member of the Sierra Club, which is like a group dedicated to protecting wild places on Earth. And really interestingly, to me anyway, he was later contracted with the United States Department of the Interior to make photographs of national parks. And he eventually photographed 27 of the then 28 national parks, which is like, I don't know, that's like, okay, yes, the ruler of the fourth and the third, Um,
Right.
and it eventually actually helped expand the national park system, his work did, because he was, basically like advocating it via his beautiful photographs of it. Um, Funnily, later on in 1943, he had a camera platform mounted on his station wagon to give him a better vantage point and a better angle for expansive backgrounds. And so instead, most of his landscapes from that time forward were made from the roof of his car rather than from summits reached by rugged hiking like he did when he was younger. It was a really funny like transportation vehicle tie-in with communication and expression. And in 1943, when he did that, there were two eclipses in Aquarius in his third house at 15 and 22 Aquarius. And 22 Aquarius is the exact degree of his Venus. So it was like a
Wow.
change in like how he was making his art via his station wagon.
Wow, that's incredible.
It's so funny.
Yeah, I love that you get the all the different themes tied together of like cars, his photography slash artwork with the Venus, and also like
Mhm.
photographing land with the fourth house representing land, like very literally, it's the very bottom of the chart under the earth at the
Mhm.
lowest point that is represents the earth the most closely.
Right. People often wonder about like fourth house things and like, oh, well, I'm not really that attached to my home or whatever. But sometimes it's like land or environmental concerns.
Yeah, or like ancestry or other things like
Hmm.
that as well.
Right.
It's also interesting because it's like it's in Aquarius. It's like Venus in Aquarius and Mercury in Aquarius, and they're both like sextile Uranus, which is on his ascendant. And it's like he's using a technology
Hmm.
which, is so commonplace photography at the time that we sort of take it for granted. But
Right.
back then it was even more of like a actual technology that he was using that was like kind of advanced or new in some way.
Hmm.
Not like super new by that point, but still there's like a technological edge to what's going on there.
There's a lot of specific equipment involved, and yeah, it is a technology thing. Not like we have in every single phone now, but like that wasn't like that back then.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
That
that's a
is
good
a
point.
great example and a great find. Good job finding that one.
Thank you.
All right. I think that's good. So I think that completes the fourth house. So, like I said, we're just giving a little taste of each house with like a few handful of examples for most of these houses.
Hmm.
So now we'll move on to the fifth house, which is the house that has to do, especially with children. Children, also sometimes creativity, sometimes sex is a topic that comes up with the fifth house as well, in
Hmm.
its connection, especially with procreation, but also recreationally. Um, all right, so my first example here is actually just a callback to a previous one, which is reminding you that Walt Disney has the ruler of the third house of communication in the fifth house of children, and he created Disney, which is literally a whole media empire and animation studio that's based on essentially like entertaining or communicating stories to children for the most part, and as well as taking some of those old fairy tales and adapting them to modern times and modern animations.
Right. Yeah. Entertainment and children are like, yeah, really clear themes here.
Yeah, as well as just, working with his brother who was also helping him with that at the same time. So there's a lot
Hmm.
of things going on.
Right.
All right. My next example after that is this is one you actually first showed me. So do you want to do this one?
I did. I haven't looked at it in a while, but I do remember gathering it for you. Um, so this one's Judy Blume. She was a prolific children's book author, and she had the ascendant Libra rising, Venus in the fifth house in late Aquarius with the Sun, Jupiter, and Mercury. And Jupiter is the ruler of the third house and is placed in the fifth house. And so basically, she just like wrote lots and lots of books for children, which is like the ruler of the third of writing or books or communication in the fifth house of children.
Yeah, she was like a prolific children's book author and also won a lot of top awards for her children's books.
Right, with Venus being the benefic of sect there in the fifth.
Yeah. So very similar to Disney, but just from a
Hmm.
different angle or different vantage point.
Hmm.
All right. Another one to give a different example angle on things that I found in my searches was Hugh Hefner, who was
Hmm.
the founder of Playboy and Playboy magazine, had the ruler of the fifth house, which represents sex and sexuality, was Saturn in the third house of communication in the sign of Scorpio. So he was
Hmm.
born with Virgo rising, Saturn and Scorpio in the third house, and he created, a magazine that was based on, a large part of it of like sex and sexuality, basically.
Right. Yeah, that is basically his story.
Yeah, and then that created a whole media empire that continues to this day, but it partially arises out of that placement.
Hmm. For sure. I remember writing him up as a Saturn return story eons ago for his third Saturn return.
All right.
He got
What
married. He got married to like a someone in their 20s when he was at his third Saturn return.
right. Yeah. There's lots of like weird stuff
Yeah,
in terms of the different things going on there as well.
for sure.
But yes, so that was his placement in terms of part of the founding of that.
Hmm.
Um, the next one was Bell Hooks. And this is one that I noticed it's kind of complicated to talk about.
Hmm.
But she had the ruler of the third house of communication. in the fifth house. And one of the things that I thought was really interesting about that is she wrote a book not super long ago called All About Love. And in this book, um, chapter 8 is actually really interesting, but it explores the meaning of love in contemporary society. And she really tries to offer like a vision for creating more loving relationships within the context of communities, where she wants to like remove love from just being a thing that happens between individuals, like two people in a relationship. And she tries to recontextualize it by placing it in a broader role that makes it sort of like vital to creating communities and to shaping communities.
Hmm.
So I read from her that quote from her earlier about communities where like I said, it's one of the most interesting um treatments of like the third house, even though she's not talking about astrology, but her whole discussion of communities ties together like friends, siblings, other people in your neighborhood and community, and all of this other stuff. It was really quite
Hmm.
striking. So I'd recommend reading it. I had some quotes somewhere, but it looks like I don't have them handy right now. But
Hmm.
I thought it was an interesting example because Venus, like the fifth house is associated with Venus, and it's the joy of Venus. And so one of the things that might be associated with Venus to some extent and with the fifth house by extension would be the concept of love.
Hmm.
And I thought it was just interesting how there's a connection then, at least in this book and her work, where she's trying to connect those two things of community and love.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So anyway, she emphasizes community care, promotes justice and equality, encourages open dialogue and understanding, and even at one point in that chapter, like tries to nurture a spiritual connection as part of community, which I think
Mm.
is connected with the Venus Neptune conjunction in her chart.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, so I'd recommend everyone check out that chapter of her book because it's hard for me to convey here.
Hmm.
All right. And then we had one last example in this section, but it doesn't require a chart, right?
Right. Yeah. I had just, so as we were dialoguing about the third house, all the third house things the last couple weeks, I had this sudden realization as I was thinking about like house rulers in different houses. And I was like, wait, my mom has the ruler of the fifth house of children in the third house. And there's lots of other ways that plays out. Like she used to like have a teaching career, for instance. But I was like, her child is a diviner. Like, that's me. I was like, suddenly, like, I'd never thought about that facet of that placement before. And, typically I do see astrology more in the ninth house, but, I do other divination and I'm actually quite fond of divination and a few different, I Ching and Lenormand cards and tarot. And, quite often she'll come looking for me and I'll have like cards spread out all over the floor. And so I was like, I think that's me.
Yeah, I think that's really good because you're not just an astrologer, but you're somebody that regularly uses cards and uses tarot
Mhm.
cards and uses the I Ching and all sorts of different forms of divination on a regular basis.
Yeah, and I love to like compare and contrast the different types of divination and like what they can and can't say depending on their systems and so forth. And I use it pretty much almost every day. So I was like, all right, your child is a diviner.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
Well, there's one instance then of that third house connection with divination.
For sure. And we'll have some more later.
All right. So let's move on to the sixth house. The sixth house is one of the more challenging houses. It can pertain to injuries and illness. And so some of the significations we find there have to do with that. My first example of that is Bruce Willis, who has Virgo rising and Saturn and Scorpio in the third house. And Saturn is ruling the fifth house and the sixth house of illness. And what happened is a few years ago, um, it was announced that he was diagnosed with something called aphasia in 2022. And aphasia is a language disorder that affects a person's ability to communicate, specifically impacting their speaking, but also their writing and also understanding of both the spoken as well as the written language. So this diagnosis led him to retire from acting as the condition made it increasingly difficult for him to perform his roles. And, um, this was really striking to me at the time because for several years, like people had been criticizing him. Like I know one YouTube channel that did like a whole reel at one point where they were criticizing him for taking this seemingly endless string of really like high paying but low quality movie roles in a bunch of movies. And then after this news came out and was announced, it became clear that the reason why he was doing that potentially is because he knew something was wrong and he was running out of time to like make money for his family
Hmm.
before he couldn't anymore. And
Right.
so it was really interesting because then all those people that had been making fun of him for several years looked like assholes.
Mm.
And it was a really good sort of, to me, like insight that you have to be careful sometimes that you never know what a person's like going through,
Mm.
especially when you're dealing with like celebrities like that.
Yeah. When in doubt, it's best not to make fun of other people because you really don't know what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. So, um, there was some interesting timing because when the when his family publicly announced his aphasia diagnosis, Saturn was actually transiting through Aquarius. So it was actually going through his sixth house, and it was very closely squaring his natal Saturn in the third house,
Mm.
where Saturn was at 21 Aquarius and it was squaring his natal Saturn at 20 Scorpio. So that's a super close transit.
Hmm.
And then at the same time, Mars was at 18 degrees of Scorpio, squaring his Mars and conjoining his Saturn or making a hard angle. The
Hmm.
South Node was also conjoining his Saturn, and also eclipses were starting to take place in his third and ninth houses. And if that wasn't enough, Uranus was also conjoining his Mars in Taurus, which is the ruler of his third house of communication. But then also Jupiter was transiting his seventh house and trining his Saturn and Jupiter his Jupiter in the 11th very closely at the same time, which I thought was interesting because it showed the outpouring of support from
Mm.
family and friends and fans that happened at that time, and
Mm.
how it just like almost immediately overnight changed the narrative that had built up about him the past several years, to something much more positive and supportive.
Totally. Yeah.
So that's what happens sometimes when you have like extremely negative but also extremely positive transits happening at the same time.
Right, right. And the ruler of the sixth and the third, will have some other sort of more positive manifestations. Obviously, this didn't happen until later in his life. So it's not that that was the only thing that that placement was about, right?
Hmm.
But, at some point sooner or later, if people live long enough, most people develop some sort of disability, whether that's when you're younger or older. So it's not something to, get frightened of because we're speaking of this chart placement.
Right, yeah. Um, but symbolically, it's just interesting how literal that is, that Saturn sometimes says no to things in its function as a malefic.
Hmm.
And here in the third house of communication, it was saying no to communication and then
Right.
literally becoming unable to speak.
Hmm. Right.
Yeah, but it's offset otherwise so positively otherwise
Yeah.
because he was such a successful actor and everything up to that point, and we can see um his Jupiter up here in Cancer trining his Saturn,
Hmm.
as well as Venus squaring it. So I tried to
Right.
look to see if he had any other like speaking issues earlier in life, but I couldn't
Mhm,
find anything. So
mhm,
I don't know if this is something that really did just like manifest later on, or if there were
mhm.
any other like ways that that archetype manifested in early other ways earlier in his life. So if anybody
Right,
knows, let us know in the YouTube comments.
right, right. And I guess one more note about that, it's just a reminder that the natal chart has to represent like everything that can happen to you at any point in your life versus like some of the timing kind of narrowing down when different things are activated and so forth. So just because there's like something that looks like a little scary or negative or something, it doesn't mean that that's going to be like throughout your entire life.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm.
All right. So moving on. The next example, this was shout out to Melissa Marklin for this one. It was found, this is Tammy Faye Baker, who's now known as Tammy Faye Baker Mesner. And Melissa found this one where there's a mutual reception between the rulers of the third and the sixth. So this is another one of those like really strong connections between those houses where Tammy had Sagittarius rising or has Sagittarius rising, Aquarius on the third house, where we find Mercury and Venus both in the third house of communication. And then Venus is in a mutual reception with Saturn in Taurus in the sixth house. So there's a connection potentially, we might say, symbolically between the house of communication and the house of illness. So one of the things that's interesting about her, Mercury is also there, and Mercury is the ruler of the 10th house of career and the seventh house of relationships.
Mhm.
And she was an American evangelist who co-founded the evangelist television program, the PTL Club, with her husband Jim Baker in 1974. And it was also known as the Jim and Tammy Show, with the ruler of the seventh house of relationships and the third house of communication. She starts a televangelist program with her husband.
Mhm.
Um, but she made waves in the televangelist and Christian community at one point because in the 1980s, she openly supported the LGBT community amidst the AIDS epidemic. So the AIDS epidemic was like raging at the time, and um, her views really diverged from a lot of the other mainstream evangelists because she reached out to HIV/AIDS patients at the height of the AIDS epidemic in order to sort of do outreach and to try to educate and help people, basically.
Mm. Yeah.
And it was something very positive and very striking at that time. She also tried to help people with issues related to addiction and like substance abuse. And I
Mm.
thought that was interesting as well, since drug addiction is also like a sixth house thing because it's usually seen nowadays as an illness.
Mhm. Right. Yeah, that's really fascinating, the combination of those two. Um, if you want to see her husband's chart, we talked about that in the second house episode. Um, but yeah, this is more of a third house focused one.
Oh, right. You had used her husband
J-
as an example.
Yeah, Jim Baker. Hmm.
Got it.
Um, this is more of a redeeming piece.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm.
All right. So I think that's it for that example.
Mhm.
Thanks to Melissa for finding that one.
Mhm.
So there's one more example in this section, and this is Jane Goodall, and this is an
Yeah.
example that you found.
I did originally find out you looked up some of the information, but it's basically the ruler of the sixth house in the third. So Jane Goodall, Sagittarius rising, and Taurus is the sixth house, which is ruled by Venus, and Venus is placed in Aquarius in the third house. And it's really funny because, okay, there we are, Venus and Saturn in the third house. And so communication with animals was like, I mean, literally, if you would like hear that, you'd be like communication with animals, and that's pretty much how it worked out. Um, so chimpanzees in particular was like a major part of her life and work. She focused heavily on understanding chimpanzee behavior and communication, especially like nonverbal, I mean, vocalizations, but also nonverbal communication, like facial expressions and postures and gestures, which is really funny, right? We were talking about some of the, comedians with the
Yeah,
third house placements and like the
I, I,
gestures and facial expressions.
I'm imagining like an alien species trying to interpret Jim Carrey's like facial movements and like understand what he's trying to convey.
It's very much like that. So,
Yeah.
so, so she like immersed herself in their world and, built trust with the chimpanzees, and she was able to study their communication as well as other species. Um, so and she basically recognized the intelligence and sentience of animals and like advocated for greater understanding and respect for their like forms of communication. Now, something else I was thinking about when I was looking at that chart, because I was like, I read this passage where it said, as she was immersed with this group of, a few dozen or so chimpanzees, it basically said that they accepted her as there was kind of a hierarchy in the group. They accepted her as kind of like the lowest rung of the hierarchy, but as like belonging to the group. And then they detailed the other kinship relationships between the different chimpanzees that were in the group, like who was whose father and aunt and uncle. And I was like, I was like, I don't think this is too much of a stretch. I think this is actually like, she was not just studying their communication. It was like animal extended family that she was like a part of, or she was at the very least studying, but like also kind of a part of, which I thought was a really funny like third house thing.
Right. Didn't you say she was at the lowest rung of the ladder though?
Yes. Yes. So she was accepted as one of them, but she was accepted at like the bottom of the hierarchy.
I think that's really funny because I was wondering what that Saturn in the third house
Oh,
in a night chart meant. And it's like sometimes it's like when you're in normal people, it's like you might be estranged from like a sibling or your
right.
extended relatives or something, but she's like kind of like an outcast within the animal society that she's been accepted into, or that she's like not, she's sort of like on the edge, the periphery or the edges of it.
That's really funny. I think that's totally
All
right.
right, maybe I don't know if that's stretching it, but there's probably
No, I
other
think
ways that
it's
it
I think it's true.
manifested, but yeah,
Which is true because I have another example with Aquarius third house things, and it was about like the edges of society.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Well, I think that's an amazing example. I always love the sixth house rulership stuff where animals come up. Of course, I used Leona Helmsley in the last example of like ruler of the sixth in the second, where she left like millions of dollars to her dog that became the richest dog in the world. So this is a nice continuation of that theme.
Right. And oftentimes when people worry about like illness or injury with the sixth house, I mean, that can come too, but um, animals are part of our world. And usually, if there's like an important placement or rulership with regard to the sixth house, like people often have like a greater focus on animals in some way.
Yeah, definitely. It's really striking. It's one of those things where you first learn it and read it, and you don't know how that
Mm,
works out or why that would make sense. But then when you start seeing it, like you realize that's really a thing.
yeah, definitely.
All right, so let's transition now into the seventh house, which is the house that's associated with relationships, partnership, and marriage. And when I was searching through my time chart files, one of the charts that came up for this that I was initially like perplexed about, but I saw that Miley Cyrus had a mutual reception between the ruler of the third house of communication and the seventh house of relationships. She was born with Taurus rising and Cancer on the third house, which is ruled by the moon, which is placed in Scorpio in the seventh house, conjunct Pluto and Mercury. And then the ruler of the seventh house of relationships is Mars, which is in Cancer in the third house of communication. And I thought about it for a little bit, and I thought that was funny because I realized recently, I think it was like a year ago now, um, her biggest hit song to date, Flowers, is widely interpreted to be about a relationship and specifically to her past marriage to somebody that she broke up with. It's basically like a breakup song. So while it's not explicitly like confirmed by Miley Cyrus at this point, the lyrics and the timing of the song's release strongly suggest that it is like referring to this marriage that fell apart.
Mm.
Um, and in fact, when I was looking into it more, I realized that she actually has several songs about relationships that have been successful beyond Flowers, which was her most successful one. And if you remember, like 2013, the power ballad Wrecking Ball was also about reflecting on like heartbreak and emotional turmoil surrounding a breakup at the time. But then there's other songs as well about relationships like Malibu, Slide Away, and Midnight Sky, which was another popular song in 2020 about like self-love and independence after a breakup.
Mm.
So, obviously lots of different singers write songs about relationships and stuff, but so one could make an argument about it, but I just thought it was interesting that like her most successful songs have been about relationships, especially that one Flowers, which I think she won awards for, like it sold really high. It was
Hmm.
like her Saturn return success story song that I've talked about a lot over the past couple of years because I was anticipating that she would be a successful Saturn return story with Saturn in her 10th house. And then that song was like one of the reasons why it was a success story.
Mm, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
So communicating about relationships or singing about relationships.
Right.
All right. So moving on, my next example is Leona Helmsley, who had Cancer rising and the seventh house, as well as the eighth house. So the seventh house of relationships and the eighth house of other people's money is ruled by Saturn, which is located in the third house of not just communication, but also neighbors and neighborhood. And what's interesting about her is that Leona Helmsley married a real estate tycoon named Harry Helmsley, who owned property around New York City. And they ended up becoming this like powerful real estate couple in New York, especially where they owned properties like the Empire State Building, many prestigious hotels all around New York City. So she basically married into immense real estate wealth and power, and then together they became a prominent couple in the New York real estate scene. And she did a lot of work in that area. So I thought that
Hmm.
was a really interesting connection then where, that's not communication, that's like literally like your neighborhood. But for her,
Hmm.
her neighborhood was New York City.
That's a good neighborhood one. And I have a funny quote to add from her.
Okay.
One of her most famous quotes she's known for is saying, "We don't pay taxes, only the little people pay taxes." And it's
Mhm.
like Saturn ruling the eighth house of like taxes, placed in the third house of communication. And it's like one of like her most famous quotes.
Yeah, that's
It's
really
like
good.
Saturn like negating things.
Yeah, it's funny also because Virgo is actually associated with like little things,
Oh yeah, that's true.
like small things.
Yes, true.
Um, all right. So moving on, the last example in this section is Joe Biden, who famously, so he has um, the third house. He has Sagittarius rising. The third house is Aquarius, and the ruler of the third house of travel is Saturn, which is placed in the seventh house of marriage and relationships. And Saturn is conjunct Uranus. And Biden famously, when he first was elected to public office, um, during his Saturn return, his wife died in a car accident, like right after he was elected, basically.
Hmm.
And it was like the one of the greatest tragedies of his life, but it was involving his wife passing away in a car accident, which unexpectedly and yeah, so it was symbolized by this connection between the third house of short distance travel and the seventh house of relationships, and then it was timed by Saturn actually going through that sign of Gemini.
Right. Yeah. Really sad story. A very straightforward third and seventh house connection.
Yeah, and sometimes that can be um, part of what comes up there. I know there was one listener who sent in a story like that as well of somebody close to them that passed away um, in connection with a car crash.
Mm.
So, and we weren't able to include that for time, but I know that's just a theme that can sometimes come up when it comes to travel.
Hmm, for sure.
Yeah. All right. Um, so now we move on to the eighth house, actually, speaking of that.
Yes.
All right. So one of my first examples, I wanted to have two positive ones of the eighth house because the eighth house is not all negative. The second house we talked about in the last episode is like your money and finances, and the eighth house is other people's money. And what's interesting sometimes about positive eighth house placements is that sometimes it can indicate like getting money from other people. And
Hmm.
sometimes with the rulers of the houses, it explains like what you're getting money for or how your other people's money is wrapped up in your life. So this is the birth chart of Hassan Piker, who is a popular streamer at this point who live streams every day on YouTube and Twitch. And he basically does commentary and reaction videos, and especially like political commentary. And in his birth chart, Pisces, he has Capricorn rising. Pisces is the third house of communication. And the ruler of the third house of communication is Jupiter, which is located in Leo in the eighth house in a day chart, along with the sun and Mercury. And a lot of his income comes through people who watch his live stream every day and donate money to him, because they like following him and they want to support his work. And I thought that was really interesting, in addition to the interactive nature of his streams, which has attracted a large audience and a dedicated audience of people that are willing to support him financially, as well as the fact that he's often doing commentaries on other videos on YouTube and like reaction type videos, which I think is interesting because that's kind of like other people's stuff as well.
Mm.
And it made me think of if the reaction video isn't like a interesting archetype for the ruler of the third house of communication in the eighth house of other people's stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen that before. I mean, both of those things definitely. Like his eighth house is so positive with Jupiter, not just in a day chart in the eighth, but co-present and, having reception with its ruler, which is the sun in its own sign of Leo. So, like, yeah, really positive eighth house, unusually so. So, yeah, people who crowdfund, or get lots of like scholarships or grants, that's often like an eighth house thing. Um, and yeah, other people's stuff that can be tricky because like, yeah, sometimes you're like positively benefiting from like something that like otherwise kind of belongs to someone else, but he's like communicating about their things.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen streamers that just have a knack for making a living because people just like throw money at them or just like want to give them money. I
Mm,
saw a person with like a stellium in the eighth house and with both benefics there that just, people just want to give them money, and it's
mm,
almost like miraculous how fortunate they are.
right.
And then I knew another person like that that had a positive eighth house placement there, but that they would get donations for people, but then they sometimes like would kind of abuse it, so they weren't like very ethical surrounding it.
Hmm.
So it can really vary, and there's like a wide variety of stuff. There's also sometimes negative eighth house placements where somebody can misappropriate somebody's stuff or like rip
Hmm.
off other people or plagiarize or other things like that.
Hmm. Right.
Yeah, so we will get to more of that when we do the eighth house episode at some point, which will be a fun episode, I'm sure.
Yes, I'm sure.
All right. So speaking of that, I had one example that I threw in late recently. I was looking for translators and looking for um, people that spoke a lot of languages or had a facility with language and looking at their third house placements. One of them that came up was my friend Levant Laszlo, who is a translator of ancient Greek astrological texts, and who I mentioned earlier in this episode because he actually he's like crowdfunding the translation of a bunch of ancient Greek astrological texts from the Hellenistic and medieval traditions. And he said it was okay if I used his birth chart for this example, where he has Taurus rising and he has Jupiter exalted in the third house of communication in a day chart. And Jupiter is ruling the 11th house of friends and groups, as well as the eighth house of other people's money. And so the specific manifestation of that in his instance is that he's good with languages, he's a translator, and he's now like crowdfunding the translation of all of these ancient astrological texts through the Horai project, which I mentioned earlier.
Hmm. You know what I really love about this one? Well, besides that he contributed, thank you. It's a great example. The ruler of the eighth and the third, but then it's also the ruler of the fourth house in the eighth. That little loop in the fourth house being like things from the past.
Right, like ancient things.
Yeah, and that's like what's being crowdfunded around.
Yeah, and it's like he also has, as you pointed out to me, like Mercury is in a mutual reception with Saturn, and Mercury is in the ninth house, and so that kind of helps in terms of some of his skills with ancient languages as well.
Hmm.
So, as with all of these charts, there's always going to be like multiple different things that are indicative or that can emphasize like a certain outcome or placement in a person's life, and we don't always mention all of them, but
Sure.
yeah, he's got a bunch of good ones there.
Hmm.
I reached out to one guy who was a polyglot who knows like 20 different languages to see um, what his birth time was, but unfortunately, I haven't heard back yet. I'm still looking for if anybody knows a polyglot, which is somebody that knows lots and lots of different languages, especially like a dozen languages or more. Let me know because I'm looking for birth times. I've only found one birth time so far for one.
Mm,
I reached out to another translator, but unfortunately his time was unknown and was like speculative, so it wasn't a good chart example to use for the purpose of this, but I'm still looking for more
mhm.
examples if anybody's able to find one.
Yep.
All right, so moving on, other manifestations of the eighth house. Of course, the eighth house is also traditionally the primary house that's associated with death and mortality. Um, One of my most striking examples of this that I've always used is Ted Kennedy, who has a very strong mutual reception between the ruler of the third house of siblings and the eighth house of death. And he experienced the death of at least four different siblings during the course of his life in really striking ways. So he had Sagittarius, or he had Capricorn rising, Pisces on the third house, and the ruler of the third house of siblings is Jupiter, which is placed in Leo in the eighth house of death. And the ruler of the eighth house of death is the sun, which is placed in Pisces in the third house of siblings. So
Mm,
this is actually one of the first charts where I really noticed this theme that oftentimes when there's a mutual reception between two houses, there's a very prominent connection between those topics somehow in the person's life.
mm,
And his was one of the first charts I noticed that in like a decade ago that we've seen so prominently now throughout the course of this lecture through this podcast.
mhm,
But just to give you an idea, it's like his older brother, Joseph P. Kennedy Jr., was killed in action during World War II. Then his sister, Kathleen Kennedy, was died in a plane crash. Then his brother, John F. Kennedy, was assassinated famously in 1963. And then his other brother, Robert F. Kennedy, was assassinated in 1968. There was also other assorted issues with siblings, but that's just to give you an idea. Like there was a strong connection between the topics of like siblings and mortality in his life.
mhm. Yeah, that's really striking.
Yeah. All right. So moving on, and actually one more like that. This is a callback to a previous chart. So this is the birth chart of Caroline Kennedy, who is the sister of Robert F. Kennedy, not Robert,
John F.
of
Kennedy.
John F. Kennedy Jr., who's
Mhm,
the example that I used earlier in this talk, who had the ruler of the Ascendant in the third and died in a plane crash.
mhm,
This is the sister of that guy, and she has um, Sagittarius rising, Cancer on the eighth house of death and mortality, and the ruler of the eighth house of death and mortality is the moon, which is placed in Aquarius in the third house of siblings.
mm,
So, and she also unfortunately had that experience of losing a sibling.
mhm, right, and it's like square Mars in the 12th and opposite Uranus. It was like a sudden, unexpected thing, and then the ruler of the 3rd itself is, like, near her ascendant in a night chart. So it's, like, emphasizing that she's, like, the sister of the famous brother who died.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that you only get the worst case scenarios and outcomes like this when there's like multiple heavy afflictions and other things that are reflecting that, which is the case in her chart or the case
Mhm,
in Ted Kennedy's chart. And it's
mhm,
not always going to work out like that, especially if there's only just like one of these indications. It can work out in other ways, but it's sometimes when you see the same thing, like when the chart is telling you the same thing multiple different ways,
right,
sometimes that's when you know it's going to be a strong likelihood of something that may happen in a person's life.
right, for sure.
Yeah. All right. So two more examples like that to round out the eighth house. A really famous one that everyone always cites, and I've cited for like 10 years now, is Princess Diana, who famously died in a car accident in the 1990s. She had um, Sagittarius rising, Cancer on the eighth house of death, and the ruler of the eighth house of death was the moon, which is placed in Aquarius in the third house of short distance travel, and the moon is applying to an out of sign opposition with Mars and Pluto in a day chart. So it's also afflicted.
Hmm.
And she tragically passed away in a car accident as she was being chased by paparazzi one night in Paris.
Hmm. Right. Yeah, unfortunately, another very literal eighth house and third house combo.
Right. And then one more that I just found in researching this episode, and then we can move on from this house. This is the birth chart of John Connolly. And John Connolly was the governor of Texas, and he was actually riding in the same car as John F. Kennedy when John F. Kennedy was assassinated. And John Connolly, who was riding in the front seat, was also hit by a bullet and seriously injured, so that he thought he was going to die. But then he ended up actually surviving. So his chart is interesting because he had Sagittarius rising, Mercury, a Mercury Uranus Venus conjunction in Aquarius in the third house, and um, the ruler of the third house of short distance travel is Saturn, which is located in Cancer in the eighth house with the South Node in Pluto. And he was involved in this like historic incident where the president was shot and assassinated and killed. And so it was one of the most famous assassinations of all time. It occurred in a car, in a moving vehicle. And this person, happened to be in that vehicle at that time and was also almost like mortally wounded at that time.
Right. So, having kind of a near-death experience as well as experiencing the topic of death while like in a vehicle.
Yeah, exactly. Um, I do think that Venus in the third house in a night chart is part of what sort of counteracted or saved him in some sense, that there was some positive placements there. Um, and it was also interesting. I looked up the transits and the eclipses, of course, and there was a preceding solar eclipse that was in his eighth house that occurred months earlier.
Mm,
So I suspect that there was probably something important that fell into place around that time, either regarding like Oswald or Connolly or Kennedy, or like multiple things falling into place.
right.
Um, and it was also interesting because he had some close transits that day that sort of indicated it, but one of them was Neptune in his 12th house of enemies squaring his Mercury in the third house of travel. And of
Mm,
course, there was all the sort of like mystery and intrigue and like and theories surrounding Oswald and whether it
mhm,
was more than one shooter and all sorts of things like that.
right. He had some serious mitigations going on, not just Venus in the third, but like Venus is like overcome in a close overcoming square to an exalted moon, which is the ruler of the eighth. And then his Saturn, which is the ruler of the third in the eighth, is like ruled by that exalted moon and has reception, like applying reception. It's just like interesting, yeah, several different mitigations going on there in terms of why he didn't die at that time.
Yeah. Well, and Venus itself is also like the ruler of the sixth house of injury. So it's like he was
Hmm.
seriously injured in a car at one point in his life in this freak accident,
Right.
um, and witnessed the death of somebody else, but, luckily escaped death himself.
Hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right. So that is the eighth house. Let's move on to the ninth house, which is the place of foreign travel, interaction with people from foreign countries. It can also represent higher education, religion and spirituality, and all sorts of things like that.
Mhm.
So you found our first example for this one, I believe, right?
Yeah, and I kind of went down a little rabbit hole reading about it. There were just so many interesting ways it was playing out. So this is the chart of Vladimir Zelensky, the president of Ukraine. He's got Gemini rising. His third house has Mars, the moon, and Saturn, as well as the IC in Leo. And the ruler of the third house is the sun in Aquarius in the ninth house, closely conjunct Venus, kind of has a Venus cazimi, and they are the Saturn in Leo and the sun in Aquarius are in mutual reception. So it's really heightening the connection between the third and the ninth houses in his chart. Um, And the first thing I immediately thought of when I saw his chart before like researching further was like, oh, okay, obviously like conflict with neighbors in like a big picture sense, right? Because there's a thing that's said sometimes where the chart of a president or a leader of a country can sometimes kind of temporarily act like the chart for the country because everything that affects them personally like tends to affect, you know, the country itself. So anyway, that's like writ large, the neighbors are like another country, which is the ruler of the third and in the ninth. And the Mars and Saturn being both malefics placed in the third house of neighbors. So I thought that was just like super striking even before going further, right?
Yeah, for sure, especially as like a president of the country and how sometimes the president's chart takes on this role almost as like the horoscope for your country in general. And so
Right.
when you start think of it in that sense, like the third house then is sort of like the neighbor of the country.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just like again, so literal. I love literal astrology. Um, but then I started digging further about it into his background and growing up years. And one of the things it said was when I was reading, for 5 years as a child, he lived in a Mongolian frontier town, newly established around a copper mine due to his father's new job. There's a quote that said, it forced the family to endure the pollution around the mines and the hardships of life in a frontier town. The food was bland and unfamiliar. Fermented horse milk was a local staple. And the family's diet was heavy on mutton, which the occasional summer watermelon for which Zelensky and his mother had to stand in line for hours. So that was just like malefics co-present with the IC in the third. And then the ruler of the third and the ninth, it's not that those things were like inherently negative per se, it was that they were unfamiliar. They were like a different countries or different cultures, like familiar things, which were unfamiliar to him, right?
Mhm.
So I just like the IC in there, like is doing a lot of work in terms of like being co-present with that, and then ruled by like, you know, he was literally in another country. And then he wrote about the town that he grew up in, which I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing correctly, but something like Kryvyi that he grew up in before and after, and said few, if any, places in Ukraine had a worse reputation in those years for violence and urban decay. The main employer in the city was the metallurgical plant, whose gargantuan blast furnaces churned out more hot steel than any other facility in the Soviet Union. Which I thought was like just really funny. I know this isn't the Mars section, but like that's like a very like Mars in a day chart in the third house with the IC, you know?
Yeah, that's incredible.
Like what the city was known for, like hot steel. That's like very Mars. And then said by the late 1980s, the city devolved into what Zelensky would later describe as a city of bandits. Lots of teenage gangs in a city during the time that he was growing up. It was like an actual thing that's written up when you look up his city. And his wife, who grew up in the same city, she was born 2 weeks apart from him, said every neighborhood was in on it. When kids from a certain age wandered in the wrong neighborhood, they could run up against a question, what part of town are you from? And then the problems could start. And it was just like so striking again, right? Like the malefics there. And the neighborhood aspect. Anyway, then later, he was a performer in a comedy group earlier in his life, starting in his teenage years. Um, and it was really comprised of friends who initially met at his local school. And there's just like really funny thing again, where it's like the opposition from the third to the ninth, and like the sun being an Aquarius, which is sometimes like an outsider type of placement, said around their neighborhood in the 1990s, Zelensky's crew stood out from the start. Instead of the track pants and leather jackets that local hoodlums wore to school, their look was a kind of 50s retro, plaid blazers and polka dot ties, slacks with suspenders, pressed white shirts, and long hair slicked back with too much gel. To them, this felt like a form of rebellion, mostly because it was their own. Nobody acted like that in their city, and it didn't always go over well, which I thought was like, again, really funny, right? Like what we was trying to do was like get as far as possible, like into the ninth house with like the local customs of the third.
Mhm. Right.
Um, then it said he was later was said to spend lots of time touring and not at home, which is again is like the IC in the third ruled by the sun in the ninth. There's like lots of movement instead of being at home. Founded a media, this is the most interesting part. He founded a media production company in his 20s And probably a lot of people know he ended up playing the role of a president of Ukraine on a TV show. And it was produced by his media company, which is like third house. But the topic was politics, which is often ninth house. So this is, again, the media company is third house, right? We saw that with, say, like Ted Turner and other media people. But it's ruled by, the sun in the ninth, and there's the politics topic. And
Yeah. And I think that's important because we know, like, astrologers often associate the ninth house. It's been traditionally associated with religion and more broadly with like beliefs and one's beliefs. But I've really come to understand over the past several years how politics is also a major ninth house topic because it is a belief and it is tied in with your beliefs.
yeah, and sometimes you can literally see people's politics changing when there's timing going on with their ninth house or to the ruler of their ninth or two planets in the ninth.
Right.
Yeah, because it is it's a worldview. Um, anyway, this is the best part. So that part was already great. In December 2017, a political party formed the prior year was renamed after the name of the show where Zelensky played the president. And so, like, his media company show turned into like actual politics in the real world. Because then he ran under like that political party's name. Um, and the first leader of the party was even the CEO of the media company, who was a childhood friend of Zelensky's and a former head of their previous local comedy troupe. So it was just like all these third house significations, like going into the ninth house with the ruler there, which is just
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah. And that's a really good demonstration of the like friends you grew up with theme really coming from the third house.
Yeah, this was actually the example that like won me over a little bit to that because it was just standing out so strikingly.
Hmm.
And then when that happened, this was amidst the eclipse series in his third and ninth, with his midheaven in the ninth house. And then
What part?
eventually, when um, when the political party was named for that TV show,
Okay.
and so it was just like engaging that like third ninth house connection that's already there natally.
Right.
Like his like TV show media company piece turned into politics for real in the real world. Um, and then he eventually, of course, famously won the 2019 election for president as that party's candidate. So I was just like very excited about this example because there were just so many fun things, playing out when you dug into his biography.
Yeah, for sure. It's a good example of how sometimes the more you dig into a chart, the more you see how the placements are woven throughout a person's life, even if you're not immediately familiar with their biography. But once you start looking into it, you realize that those placements really are important and telling you something very crucial about the structure of a person's life.
Hmm. And like all of it was interesting to me, but like especially that piece where it was like all those early childhood, like third house things ended up like following him into like the political arena.
Right.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yep. So that's that one.
All right. Yeah, and I think that's a good example because also for me it just illustrates because it's like malefics there in the third, and there's that close connection between the mutual reception between the third and the ninth houses. It's like he's now the primary thing of his life at this point is that he's in a war with a neighboring country, and where there's real issues about the topic of neighbors and about yeah, like what's going to happen with that. And that's clearly like the most central thing that his life is about at this
Hmm.
point. And interestingly, to like kind of confirm our interpretation of that, because you might like almost wonder, I could hear somebody being like asking themselves if that's a stretch.
Hmm.
But here's the next chart example, which I think demonstrates that to some extent as well, which is Abraham Lincoln. So the birth time on him is a little bit iffy, but he's said to have been born at sunup, and that seems to be relatively reliable. And if that's true, um, that means he was born with Aquarius rising, and the third house is Aries, which is ruled by Mars in a day chart in the ninth house of like foreign countries, and the ruler of the ninth house of foreign countries is Venus, which is in the third house of neighbors. And of course, his thing was that during his presidency, like pretty much immediately upon assuming his presidency of the United States, in the middle of the 1800s, the southern states in the United States seceded and tried to set up a foreign country, basically, and tried to break away from the United States and create their own country. So it sort
Mm.
of like created a foreign country, even though it was like of brothers essentially. And you actually, that's the famous thing about the Civil War in the United States, is they said sometimes you would have like brothers fighting brothers,
Right.
because of how those lines got divided up basically between some of the southern and northern states. So I think this is interesting because I think you're seeing like a parallel thing here between like Zelensky and Lincoln's charts in terms of the cessation of different parts of a country, seceding and coming into conflict with each other, but also that thing between like, in this instance, the interrelationship between like what is a neighboring state versus what is or a sibling state versus what is like a foreign country.
Yeah, it's fascinating that this works out pretty much the same way. And I'm sure this is acting like a day chart because the sun's so close to the ascendant.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why that Mars is even more problematic in terms of some of the worst case scenarios there, especially in the sense of like, literally the southern states like breaking away or like severing their relationship with the northern states.
Yeah,
And then
definitely.
and then the central focus, like with Zelensky, the central focus of Abraham Lincoln's life then became his attempt to keep the Union together, to reunite, to win the war basically, and then reunite the southern states with the northern states.
Right. Which is so interesting given like the Venus there, right? But it's like Venus in Aries, so it was like a not easy reunification.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so that is that. And then we have just a few more examples of ninth house stuff, switching to some other topics. So one of them, I exchanged emails this week with my friend Aaron Cheek, and he said I could use his chart. So Aaron's chart's interesting because he has Scorpio rising, he has Capricorn on the third house, and the ruler is a pretty well placed Saturn by aspect, which is in Cancer in a day chart in the ninth house. Co-present with the midheaven and Venus, and having a very strong, positive superior trine from Jupiter in Pisces over Saturn. And the thing about Aaron is that he's become the editor and publisher of esoteric works through his company Rubedo Press, which includes publishing alchemical as well as astrological texts. And he actually edited and designed and published Demetra's now legendary two-volume series, Ancient Astrology in Theory and Practice, that I recommended earlier in this talk. He was the one that actually published that. So I think that's interesting in terms of the ruler of the third house of communication and writing in the ninth house of like esoteric subjects. And Aaron also edited my book. He helped me edit my book, even though I self-published it. I hired Aaron at the time to help me do conceptual edits during the course of the year that I was writing the book. So he gave me a lot of really helpful feedback on that. And he also helped me with some of the Greek and other things like that. So yeah, I thought he was a good example of that.
Definitely. Pretty straightforward.
All right. And then there's other manifestations of the third house and ninth house and divinatory stuff with a couple examples, right?
Yeah, we have two people actually in our astrological community who contributed charts. So the first one is Joy Vernon, who is a tarot reader and astrologer. And she's got, let's see, she has Cancer rising and she has the ruler. So third house is Virgo. The ruler is Mercury, placed in Pisces in the ninth house, closely conjunct and exalted Venus in Pisces. And so this is another ruler, the third and the ninth. Now, the third house can be divination, I think, on its own, but you especially strengthen that topic, I think, or at least have the potential to, if someone's interested in those topics, when the ruler of the third is in the ninth. Because of course, astrology traditionally goes in the ninth. Mercury is also the general significator of astrology, which Mercury here is the ruler of the third. Um, so yeah, and she was originally a tarot reader and then got into astrology as well. But just like that moment of divination being really important to third house and ninth house things, I think is what we're seeing here.
Yeah, and Joy's, it's like we're looking and trying to investigate this topic of divination in the third or ninth. And
Mhm.
one of the things that was insightful about Joy's chart example is that this is like her primary job is seeing clients on a daily basis and talking with them. And that's something that
Mhm.
really comes up when you go to, especially see somebody that does divination in person, is that it's a conversation where it's not just you, the client, trying to use divination to like speak to the cosmos and get an answer about the future or about whatever
Mhm.
you're inquiring about. But you
Mhm.
also, there's an active interpretation on the part of the diviner, and there's a conversation between the client and the diviner as well, so that there's a heavy like communication and daily component to it.
Absolutely. And strengthening it further in this chart is the ascendant ruler is the moon in later Cancer in the first, and it's applying by trine to that Mercury Venus in the ninth, which Mercury ruling the third. So it's just like this person's identity is also like connected with those topics.
Yeah, for sure. So yes, Joy is awesome. She has lots of experience in both tarot and astrology, so you can search for her name in order to get a consultation with her if you would like, and I would definitely recommend it.
Mhm.
All right. So another example, I reached out to Rob Bailey, who is my friend, who is primarily an astrologer that practices horary astrology, which is like the most clear form of astrology that's clearly a form of divination. And Rob has Aries rising, and the moon is in the third house in Gemini. And the third house itself is ruled by Mercury, which is located in the ninth house, conjunct the sun and co-present with Neptune and Uranus. And like I said, Rob's primarily a horary astrologer. I'm actually developing a course on horary astrology, and him and I are like 3/4 of the way through finishing that right now.
That's great.
Yeah, he famously he's answered a lot of horary questions for you. He's usually your go-to horary astrologer, right?
He answered a very important one for me when I was trying to decide whether to quit my day job at long last and only do astrology for income. And I consulted with him.
Yeah, and the Horae chart, we actually used that as an example in our class in just the last recording we did a few weeks ago, because the chart was like strikingly positive for you
Right.
doing that.
Right. He was like, I don't want to overstate this, but this is just unusually positive. Yeah.
Yeah, and that ended up being successful, and it ended up being like you ended up quitting your day job and starting to do astrology full time, um, like a year or something, like not too long before the pandemic, so that basically by the time the pandemic hit, you had switched to working from home.
Which was perfect. And otherwise, I was working in a very public place, the public library. So it ended up working out perfectly.
Right. And just in terms of your pre-existing health issues, it would have been a lot harder if you had had to do that.
Right. I think I would have had to quit my job and so it was better that I actually quit my job in like a positive, proactive way rather than a reactive way.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's divination and how it's sometimes useful. And Rob is also available for consultation. So you can search his name, Rob Bailey, astrologer, and you will find that, as well as the Horary course that him and I are developing and teaching at theastrologyschool.com.
Mhm.
All right. And then lastly, in this section, just we wanted to mention that we're going to use William Lilly's chart later in the planet section, where he actually has a stellium in the third house, and he's like the archetypal horary astrologer. So we'll return to
Mhm.
this topic.
Right.
All right. So shall we transition to the 10th house?
Yes, we shall.
All
The
right, here
10th
we
house
go.
the 10th house was like chock full of charts. We've tried to narrow it down a little bit, but it makes sense that third house combinations with the first and 10th stand out the most when you're looking for charts because they're the most prominently placed in the chart where like it's visible to the world that you're doing a thing.
Yeah, especially for celebrities and like eminent people, their 10th house placements show up more prominently. And, um, one of the structurings, so much so that I almost structured this so that we did like the ruler of the ascendant and then the ruler of the 10th house and the third first. We didn't
Mm,
end up doing that because it didn't make as much sense in terms of doing all the houses, but that's why we're going to see so many notable charts in this 10th house section, just because next to the ruler of the ascendant, the ruler of the 10th is a very powerful planet in the chart.
right.
All right. So the first one is actually just a callback to a story that we already did. But for the 10th house, remember Queen Elizabeth and how she had Libra on the 10th house with a lot of fortune there. And the ruler of the 10th house was Venus, which is in the third house of siblings and extended family, and how her uncle abdicated the throne, which then made Elizabeth's father king, and then Elizabeth herself became queen once her father died as a result of that.
Hmm.
So, pretty straightforward example of the ruler of the 10th in the third. So,
Yes.
moving on, the next example is Oprah Winfrey. And the time on this is a little bit dicey because it's a 4:30 time, which comes directly from her in a time that she gave to an astrologer. But obviously, it's a rounded time, and the ascendant's at 29 degrees of Sagittarius. So it could be Sagittarius or Capricorn rising. We think that it's Sagittarius rising for a number of different reasons that we don't have to get into.
Hmm.
But if we're correct that it's Sagittarius rising, then that means she has a stellium of three planets in the third house, which is a Sun Venus, almost exact cazimi or conjunction of the Sun and Venus at 8 degrees of Aquarius. And then Mercury is also in the third house of communication in Aquarius as well. And Mercury is actually the ruler of the 10th house of career. So she has the 10th house of career, reputation, social standing in the third house of communication. And she's, of course, a famous uh, television show host and media personality, and essentially like media mogul or proprietor at this point, right?
Hmm. Yeah, I think so. And it's interesting actually in this chart too. It's not just the ruler of the 10th whole sign house is there. The ruler of the degree midheaven Venus is also in the third. So it's really just all eyes point to the third house here for career.
Yeah, totally. That's really cool having both rulers in the same house, really
Hmm.
showing that emphasis. And for those that don't know, she was a talk show host and she hosted the Oprah Winfrey Show for 25 years from like
Hmm.
1986 to 2011, but also has published like a magazine. Um, she's written books and just done tons and tons of other stuff, all connected to communication and talking in the third house.
Hmm. And what she's really known for, I think it's not as remarkable now that there've been so many talk shows, but when she started, especially what she's known for is just like being willing to talk about anything. It's not that she was like explicitly trying to push controversial topics, but she would talk about anything, even if it was sensitive. And she'd just like, yeah, let's talk about it, which again, doesn't stand out as much in these days, but it did then when she started.
Yeah, like a willingness to talk about difficult topics. And maybe that's, partially the connection with having the ruler of the third in the 12th house.
Right. That's Saturn in Scorpio.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah. So that is our second example. Moving on, another example that I found is the birth chart of Anne Frank. So Anne Frank, again, this is like a rounded time of 7:30 a.m., which gives 0 Leo rising, but for different reasons, I feel pretty confident that it's Leo rising rather than Cancer rising.
Mhm.
If that's the case, then we see that the third house is Libra, and we find a lot of fortune as well as the degree of the IC in Libra in the third house. And the ruler of the third house of communication and writing is Venus, which is in Taurus in the 10th house of career and reputation and social standing. And of course, Anne Frank is famous for um, the diaries of Anne Frank,
Mhm.
which documents her experiences as a young Jewish girl who went into hiding with her family during the Nazi occupation of the Netherlands in World War II. And then she ended up actually dying in the Holocaust. And after the war, her father was the only member of her immediate family that survived. And when he came back to, because originally they were hiding from the Nazis, but then the Nazis like found them and then sent them all to concentration camps.
Mm.
He came back, he found out that his entire family had been killed. But one of the things that happened when he came back is that one of the helpers had taken Anne's diaries and had preserved them, and she gave the diaries to Anne's father when he came back. And what happened then is over the next several months, he started reading the diaries and he decided eventually to publish them. So then he went through this process of publishing the diaries. And um, what was interesting is I was looking at her transits, and I believe what was happening is that Jupiter transited through her third house, through Anne's third house, as her father was reading and started editing and putting the diaries together for publication. She was having a Jupiter transit through her third house. And then eventually, when the diaries were finally published, Jupiter went into her fourth house when her father published her diaries.
Mm. Yeah. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and so apparently she had actually intended to publish the diaries at some point. Like she initially got them on her birthday and started writing for herself, but then later at some point there was a radio broadcast saying that encouraging people to preserve their diaries because some of them could be published afterwards to document the war. So
Mm.
she started like a second recension of her diaries for publication.
Mm.
So she did have some intention to do that. Um, and let's see, one of the things I noticed is just when the diaries were eventually published and translated into different languages, there was some major transits to her charts at different points during some of those key turning points. I think especially when the English translation was published, because at that point they sort of exploded in popularity around the world.
Yeah, for sure. It's just so striking that the ruler of the third and the 10th are the same planet, and that's Venus in its own sign of Taurus in the 10th. And then it's like, again, it's one of those wide co-presences, but it's widely co-present with Jupiter, which in a day chart is like, she has both benefics in the 10th house. So I think that's a very strong argument for this being the correct rising sign because she's just been remembered for so many decades, even though she died as a teenager, right? And she's remembered for her diaries. And Jupiter is ruling the eighth house as well as the fifth house of creative output, but also the eighth house of death, placed in the 10th. And so it's like she's famous for her diaries because she died in the Holocaust.
Right. Yeah. Um, And also just I was struck by, we always talk about the IC importing fourth house significations into whatever whole sign house it falls. And just the
Mm.
fact that her IC was in her third house of communication and it was her father that ended up publishing her diaries, I
Mhm.
think is a really striking demonstration of that principle we always talk about abstractly, but in very concrete terms.
For sure.
Yeah. And there was eclipses and all sorts of transit stuff. There was an eclipse. Yeah, there were a lot of eclipses actually during the course of the publication and different things.
Mm.
I'll put that in the notes since I know we need to move on.
Mhm. Sounds good.
All right. Um, all right. So moving on, another example that I found is a more contemporary example. So this is the birth chart of Alex Cooper, who is the host of the Call Her Daddy podcast, which is actually one of the most popular and successful podcasts in the world today. And in some stats, like I think on Spotify, I think it's like the second most popular podcast after Joe Rogan's podcast, which has been the most popular podcast for the past several years. So it's kind of like it's like a candid and often explicit show about conversations about like sex and relationships and female empowerment. But lately, over the past few years, she's been doing more interview style ones of like interviewing really prominent women and really prominent people so that it's become just this wildly successful podcast. And she's signed a number of like really major contracts. Like in 2021, there was a $60 million deal with Spotify. And then recently in 2024, she signed a $125 million deal with SiriusXM to go from Spotify to Sirius. So it's a wildly successful podcast, and it's example of somebody that has she has Leo rising, Taurus on the 10th house, and the ruler of the 10th house is Venus, which is in Libra, in the third whole sign house, in the place of communication and in its own sign. And
Mm.
this is one of those really good examples of somebody that has the planet in its own sign and
Mm.
is successful and like talented and fortunate in that area of both communication as well as career.
Right. Yeah, it's Venus in its own sign and, probably acting as a night chart. The sun is, I think, far enough away from the ascendant to pretty much say that. So it's like the best planet in its own sign in the third house.
Right. Yeah. So there's lots of other things of backstory we could go into there that are interesting in terms of transits and other things with her, some of the history of the podcast, but we will save it for another time.
Sounds good.
All right. So if that example wasn't good enough, wasn't great enough with like one of the most famous and successful podcasts in the world, let's transition into one of the most successful writers in the world, which is Stephen King, who was also born. Again, this is the time we have for him is 1:31 a. It's actually 1:30 a.m. So it's another rounded time, and his
Mm.
ascendant could be Cancer, it could be Leo. Very strongly feel that it's Leo for reasons that I don't have to go into. Actually, maybe I'll mention one or two in a minute, but one of the things that's compelling about the Leo rising chart, which I'm almost certain that it is that then he has Leo rising, and then he has a stellium of three planets in the third house of communication, including Venus, Neptune, and Mercury. And Venus is the ruler of his 10th house, which includes the lot of fortune and the North Node, which are in Taurus. And then Venus is in its own domicile in Libra in the third house. And Stephen King has written well over 300 books in his career, and he's one of the most prolific and successful authors of our time, basically, with over 65 novels, over 200 short stories, several nonfiction books, including a book on writing, just literally on writing. And a
Hmm.
bunch of his movies also, of course, have been adapted into screenplays and into like major motion pictures.
Hmm. Yep. I think that's compelling.
I think it's pretty good, pretty compelling.
I'm convinced.
Um, And his is another example. I had a quote for this at one point, but he has that Pluto Saturn conjunction in the first house in a night chart.
Mm.
And one of the things that's really interesting about that is that he's primarily known for, you know, um, horror basically, or like scary books and scary stories of that.
Right.
What's that genre called?
It's horror, I think.
Like horror, okay, but also like suspense and like
Oh,
crime
sure.
mystery, but he's called actually some used to be called like the king of horror for his contributions to that genre. And um I had a quote from him, but it doesn't look like I saved it, but just like he's one of those examples of like somebody where instead of like instead of manifesting some of those placements negatively, it comes out in his creative works. So it's like he writes about, let's say, horrific things happening or people being murdered, but he is himself not a murderer.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's kind of like the actors. Like some of it can play out in fictional ways and it works just the same in your chart astrologically.
Yeah, it's like it gives an outlet for the archetype, but it's really important because it's a core principle, but it's also a very mysterious principle of astrology. But we see it come up a lot, and um, yeah, that's something I want to revisit at some point.
For sure. Yeah, it's a good topic.
All right, so moving on. Oh yeah, last thing, actually, I have to mention this really quickly. He's famous for his disciplined writing routine where he aims to write every single day, typically for a few hours in the morning, and he sets a daily goal of around 2,000 words and tries to maintain this consistency even when he's not working on a specific project. So,
Pretty admirable discipline there.
yeah, I have no idea. That's pretty crazy, pretty impressive. But that's what you get sometimes when you have a very strong third house.
Right. Yeah, for
All
sure.
right. So you have the next example.
Yes. So, the next example is a set of octuplets. It's actually the first known surviving set of octuplets past infancy. So I don't know if you all remember the story some years back, actually about 15 years back now in 2009. She was being dubbed Octomom. Her actual name was Nadia Suleiman. She goes now by Natalie Suleiman, I think. Anyway, all 8 of them were born within 5 minutes because they were, of course, born by C-section, given how delicate it was with 8 babies in there. And so at least 7, if not all 8, were born with Aries rising. It was like the very end of Aries rising, Mars in the 10th in Capricorn, conjunct to the degree Mercury, which is the ruler of the third house. And I thought this was like fascinating because so this is a ruler of the third in the 10th example. Um, they're publicly known for having lots of siblings. There were already 6 siblings even before that. There were 6 prior children that she had. And then there were 8 more born all at once. And so especially with Mars being the ascendant ruler, also placed in the 10th, they were like known for having lots of siblings. That's like how they were known, and they grew up in the public eye, being known for that. So I thought that was
Right.
just like really funny. Yeah, like a funny.
Like imagine if like a client comes in and you look at their chart and you're like, all right, the ruler of the third house of siblings is in the 10th house of career and reputation. And you say, you give the most general delineation you can archetypally. And you're like, is there some way in which your siblings are tied in with your career or your reputation in some way? And the
Right.
person would look at you and would be like, well, yes, actually.
Yeah, right. Right. They're like literally known for having lots of siblings, and they were publicly known for it. This was not a private matter. Um,
She did like,
so
was she doing like a reality television show or something?
yeah, she did a bunch of stuff after that to kind of like try to make money to support her family, you know? So yeah, there were things like that. Um, so anyway, I also thought this was just a fascinating example of sometimes when the ascendant, there's a thing where like sometimes if the ascendant ruler is the malefic contrary to sex, so in this case, Mars in a day chart, there's like something about the challenges is like coming from you. And that doesn't mean volitionally. It can mean volitionally, but in this case, it was their literal existence that was like provoking public outrage for a while, like when they were first born. People got really mad about it. Some people did. Um, and I thought that was just like, again, another literal thing of like your existence is the first house and your ascendant ruler. It's like your life, you know? And yeah, that's Mars in the 10th. And then the outrage was because of all of the siblings.
Yeah, could you expand on why? It's because she used like in vitro
Yeah,
fertilization in order to like make this happen, but then people saw it as like being excessive or something.
excessive, selfish. She already had 6 kids before that. She was not employed. So they were like, what are you doing? Like you can't have like that many kids on your own, like purposely and like, you know, not even like have a way to support them.
But then it was like it seemed like the goal, I wasn't sure if I wasn't clear, but it almost seemed like I had the impression at the time that the goal was then to like do a to become famous or to do a reality show based on that, that it was like tied in with that somehow, I think.
I don't know if she did an actual reality show. I mean, she was sort of like famous in like tabloid ways for a little bit, but that was just like her. I mean, this is not her chart, of course, but like she just wanted to have lots of kids. And so the outrage was also just like, that's not safe. That's not healthy to have like 8 babies at once. Like, that was irresponsible on the doctor's part. There were just like lots of different little pieces of the outrage.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I was just thinking, I was looking it up. There was a TV movie documenting her life that she was involved in
Mm.
and signed a deal for a reality series, but it was never picked up by a network.
And then she eventually like went back to school for counseling and became a counselor.
Got
Um,
it. Okay.
So anyway, but this was just like, the ruler of the third in the 10th, conjunct the ascendant ruler is like, you are known for having lots of siblings and you are publicly known for that.
Yeah. All right. That's good. That's pretty straightforward.
Yep.
All right. Moving on. One of my best and favorite examples, actually, of this entire episode is this one is Billie Eilish that we have a time chart for, who has Aries rising and has a mutual reception between the rulers of the third house of siblings and the 10th house of career and work and reputation, where Billie Eilish's third house is Gemini and the ruler is Mercury, which is placed in Capricorn in the 10th house, conjunct the degree of the midheaven. And then the ruler of the 10th house of career and reputation is Saturn, which is placed in Gemini in the third house of siblings. And she has a brother, I think he's an older brother, and they famously are a duo where he writes and produces her music or writes and does the songs or especially the instruments, and then she writes and does the vocals, so that they're like a team basically, and they'll go to award shows together and are like a very prominent, probably one of the most prominent like sibling duo examples, I think, in contemporary times.
Yeah, it's like a really strikingly, yeah, like notable example.
Yeah. So, and they, have won then like awards together at this point, I think. Like last year, I think they wrote or composed the one of the main songs in the Barbie movie. And so ended up winning. I think that was one of the few awards actually that the Barbie movie actually won at the Academy Awards earlier this year, was for that song of Billie Eilish at the very end of the movie that was like so moving and like touching.
What was I made for, I think.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So, unfortunately, her brother's name is Phineas O'Connell, and unfortunately, I don't know his birth time or rising sign, and I'm really curious. So, this is a funny, like, reverse scenario where we have Billy's birth time, but we don't have Phineas's birth time. So, if anybody knows it, or if anyone gets a chance to ask him, I would be very curious, just because I'd like to see what it looks like from the perspective of his chart in terms of having, like, Billie Eilish as his sibling.
Right, definitely.
Yeah. All right. Moving on, the next example is you.
So Ronan Farrow. So his chart has Jupiter in Aries in the third house in a day chart. It's ruling the second house, midheaven, 11th, and a whole big Sag stellium in the 11th house. And the ruler of that third house and Jupiter is Mars in Scorpio in the 10th, conjunct Pluto. It looks like we don't have a chart yet. Um,
Oh,
yeah. Do you have the chart?
yeah. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
There we go.
Yeah, so Aquarius rising, Jupiter in the third in a day chart, but it's ruled by Mars in a day chart. That Mars is placed in the 10th house in its own sign of Scorpio, conjunct Pluto. And he is like an award at this point, is an award-winning investigative journalist, American investigative journalist. He's like broken a bunch of sex scandal type things, like sexual abuse scandal things. So I think the Jupiter part is like the award-winning, like doing a really good job with third house topics. But then the ruler is showing kind of like the tenor of the writing or the subject that he investigates and writes about, which are often like kind of murky, like unpleasant things, in an effort to kind of dig up like the truth of the matter. And it's interesting also that the ruler of a couple of different ways, interesting that the ruler of the third is in the 10th and it's that Mars conjunct Scorpio, because what he's often done is like expose sordid things about important, powerful people that who, don't want those things exposed. Um,
Right. He did a lot of stuff during the Me Too like movement.
right, exactly. And was like very, praised for that. And because it was like very successful and effective. Um, and then also, on a less Jupiterian note, but more of the ruler of the third in the 10th, being that Mars in a day chart conjunct Pluto, he's also kind of well known for like the sexual abuse controversies surrounding his siblings. He's the son of Woody Allen and his siblings have like sort of famously talked about that.
Right, and he's defended them.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's a really good archetype of like the investigative reporter with like the ruler of the third house of communication, especially conjunct Pluto.
Yeah, and I don't think it would be so successful without the Jupiter in the third there. So it's like the
Mm,
topic is, because it's the Mars. So,
right.
yeah.
Yeah. Um, that comes up as something we talked about on the forecast a lot, like earlier this year with like Mercury Pluto conjunctions and like the investigator or like the private eye. And I was looking up examples of that, and I just found a new one that I didn't know about where the creator of Sherlock Holmes has a Mercury Pluto conjunction with Mercury ruling his ascendant. So it's kind of
Mm.
evocative of this. And you get a similar thing here with the ruler of the third conjunct Pluto.
Hmm. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. All right. Um, so let's see. Moving on. The next chart I have is Orville Wright. This is a birth time thing again, where the father says he was born in the morning. This gives us maybe a speculative, like sunrise-ish chart, um, where Leo was rising in the morning around sunrise, especially. So you have to take this with a grain of salt because it could be another rising sign, but I think this rising sign would make sense. So those provisos out of the way, if hypothetically he had was born anywhere in this 2 hour time span, with Leo rising, then he would have a Moon Venus conjunction in the third house, and Venus ruling the 10th house of career. And Orville Wright, famously with his brother, created the first airplane, and they did a coin toss when they had built it about who would be the first to fly. And the owner of this chart, Orville, was the one that won the coin toss. So as a result of that, he was the first person to fly an airplane basically for whatever it was. It was like a minute or something like that, but it was still symbolically significant as the first flight.
Hmm. Yeah. I'm actually
So
noticing, oh, go ahead.
go ahead.
I just wanted to back up in case anyone's uncomfortable with the speculative timing of it, because I don't personally love using speculative times, but I just noticed that we're pretty much covered anytime he was born in the morning, because if he was born a little earlier with Cancer rising, he would have Mercury in its own sign, a Virgo in the third. Of course, with Leo rising, he's got the moon Venus in the third. If he was born with Virgo rising, he'd have Mars in its own sign in the third.
Right.
Uh, and then finally, if he was born with Libra rising, I don't know if it's still morning by that point, he would have an exalted Jupiter in a day chart ruling the third, so conjunct
Mm,
Uranus. So like we're covered. It's like
yeah,
a positive third house no matter what, sometime that morning.
for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of that's a crazy amount of dignified planets. It's all
Yeah, it
like just
is.
fanning out of like first exalted Jupiter in Cancer, Sun in Leo, Mercury in Virgo, Venus in Libra, Mars in Scorpio, like that. Oh, even like Saturn's in Capricorn.
Yeah.
So it's like you've almost got like a full thema mundi there,
Mm,
in terms of dignified planets.
yeah, that is striking.
Wild. And it was
Yeah,
like one way or another, the person born that day was the first human to fly.
right. Yeah.
Nice. Good times. All right. Just a few more examples. Richard Petty, this is his birth chart. Leo rising, Venus in Taurus in the 10th house with the midheaven and Uranus. And Venus is ruling the third house of short distance travel. Richard Petty is one of the most eminent American race car drivers. He's nicknamed the King, and he's won a ton of NASCAR championship records, a record of 7 times, and he won a record of 200 races during the course of his career. He also won the Daytona 500 a record of 7 times and won a record of 10 consecutive races in the 1967 season. So they say that statistically, he's still one of the most accomplished drivers in the history of NASCAR, and that he remains one of the most respected figures in all of motorsports. So I thought that was good to like throw in there a prominent, 10th house, third house example of another race car driver.
Very good.
All right. My last two examples in this section are like a funny pair. The first one is Jennifer Aniston, and I want to give a shout out to Nick Diggin Best because he actually found this example. So this is the birth chart of Jennifer Aniston, who has Libra rising, Cancer on the 10th house, and the degree of the midheaven is also in Cancer. And the ruler of the 10th house of career is the moon, which is placed in Sagittarius in the third whole sign house, very closely conjunct the degree of the lot of fortune. So this is a funny example because Jennifer Aniston is most well known for and most famous for her role as Rachel on the hit 1990s television show Friends, which is funny because it was a very third house kind of show about young people who are friends and neighbors that are living in the big city of like New York City at the time and navigating their 20s and 30s essentially. But that's literally like the focus of the show is that they're friends that live nearby each other or with each other.
Right. Yeah, I remember seeing a funny thing on social media once that said like the TV shows I watched growing up definitely gave me a false sense of what my 20s would be like, where my friends would just stop by my apartment all of the time and we would just hang out at each other's, places.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think a lot of people are disappointed in that as well as disappointed in like how large of like an apartment you can get in New York for like certain prices because
for
they had
sure.
this like huge like I grew up watching that show and I that gave me my love to some extent of like coffee shops because they would hang out in this coffee shop and I always wanted to do that. So that's one of the reasons I moved. And I eventually did grow up to a place with a nice coffee shop, and that's where I wrote my book.
Well,
So,
that is also a good ruler of the 10th and the third aspect here as well.
right.
Not
Yeah.
just the
Coffee
neighbors, like,
shops,
yeah, like not just the neighbors stopping by or neighbor friends stopping by, but also like that third place of the third house.
the third place, and then it's like the
Yeah.
moon, and they would sit in a comfy couch.
Yeah.
Couches are a very moon thing. Um, Funny timing thing, she was cast sometime in early 1994, and there was a lunar eclipse in Sagittarius in her third house in May of 1994. So
Nice.
that's pretty amazing, both confirming the third house thing, but also because it's the ruler of her 10th, of course, that's there in the third.
Yeah, so many of these charts that we found, just like eclipses happening in the third, like when something important about that placement rulership combination like stands out, it just really did confirm the significations.
For sure. And this wasn't just like a show or a television show. This is like one of the television shows in the 1990s and early 2000s. So much so that Aniston herself became the highest paid television actress of all time at the time, with a $1 million per episode paycheck during the final season of Friends. So with that moon conjunct the lot of fortune, it was like very successful, and she was basically one of the leading actresses on television at the time, playing this central role in this television show about friends.
That's good. She also has the ruler of the third and the first to add to that.
That's true. Good point. So if that wasn't enough, I found a lovely complementary example, which is the birth chart of Julia Louis-Dreyfus, who interestingly also has Libra rising and has Cancer on the 10th house, and the ruler is the moon, which is also in Sagittarius in the third house of neighbors and friends. And Julia Louis-Dreyfus famously played Elaine Bennis on the hit 1990s television series Seinfeld, which is really funny if you grew up around that time because Seinfeld was like the other competing sitcom that was like vying for the number one position with Friends for most of the 1990s. And Julia Louis-Dreyfus was essentially playing the parallel role in Seinfeld that Jennifer Aniston was playing in Friends of like in that instance, because Seinfeld was primarily a male cast of like three male friends, Julia Louis-Dreyfus played the role of Elaine, which was like the one core female friend like of the group in Seinfeld, essentially.
And also very famously and similarly to friends, it was like, these friends that happened to live really close by and just could like pop in to each other's apartments at any moment. That was like the
Right.
premise of the show.
Yeah, and did and would just like slide into each other's apartments and show up and then like sit on the couch in like the middle. and joke and everything else, and that being like the center point of the entire sitcom essentially is like the apartment and the city and the goings on that happen around it.
Exactly.
Anyway, so I thought that was a funny example to have those two examples side by side with a similar placement, having similar, doing similar things, almost like roles, competing roles in competing sitcoms at the same time, like vastly different characters, of course, but just like archetypally seeing an echo of a certain similarity that shows up in the birth chart.
Yeah, that was really funny and like a great find.
Yeah, and Seinfeld was similarly um, like the most famous show in the 1990s, and they were paid a lot towards the end of the seasons, the final seasons as well. So very similar things.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that, my friend, is the end of the 10th
The
house
10th house.
somehow.
Yes.
All right. So now we're going to move on to the 11th house, which is the place that has to do with friends and groups and alliances. So my very first example of this is one of my favorite and like funniest examples of this entire talk, which is um, Fred Rogers, who's better known as Mr. Rogers from Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, has Taurus rising and the ruler of the third house of neighbors in the 11th house of friends. So Cancer on the third house with the IC there, and the ruler is the moon, which is up in Pisces, conjunct Venus and Mercury and the sun in the 11th house of friends. And anybody that grew up in like the 70s and 80s and 90s, maybe even the 2000s, will know his iconic opening song for his show, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, which is titled Won't You Be My Neighbor,
Yeah.
which perfectly captured the warm and inviting atmosphere of the show, as well as Rogers' genuine desire to connect with his young viewers.
Yeah.
So, should I read the lyrics to this?
You
Do
should. It's like
you want to
perfect.
sing? I
I
don't
know
know
I
if
want
I
to
can.
sing it. I don't know the melody anymore, but I can read it.
Okay, well, you're the singer between the two of us.
Yeah.
Um, So, okay, here's, I will share this
Okay.
on the screen. So it's titled Won't You Be My Neighbor? He says, It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood, a neighborly day for beauty. Would you be mine? He goes on. And the part that's important is towards the end, he says, Neighbors are people who are close to us, and friends are people who are close to our hearts. I like to think of you as my neighbor and my friend. What do
Yeah.
you think?
That's amazing. No, I remember when you first found that and I was just like laughing, like I was on a walk looking at this on my screen and it's just like that is hilariously perfect.
Yeah, everybody should like, especially if you haven't heard it before, like if you heard it, if you grew up with that, because there's a very popular like kids show for many people growing up, then you immediately know. But if you don't, then you should pause and search it on YouTube, and it's pretty amazing, especially because he has like a Pisces stellium, and he's such a like a soft, like caring character.
Hmm.
But just like look up that song and his opening, and it's pretty striking.
Right. And it's like that Venus is his ascendant ruler. And so it's like co-present kind of conjunct the ruler of the third, like in the 11th. Uh,
Right.
and it's yeah, he was known for being just like very inclusive and inviting.
Yeah, for sure.
And it was
Um,
kind of not quite the same as those sitcoms, but kind of like, oh, these neighbors are stopping by today. Let's greet them, like there was some of that.
yeah, for sure. And also just it also draws out, even though here it's an explicit connection with the third and the 11th, but also draws out a little bit, I felt like, of the friend component, potentially of the third house as well.
Hmm.
Like there's something core here where he says like neighbors are people that are close to us and friends are people who are close to our hearts. I like to think of you as my neighbor and my friend. Like, I think that's actually kind of insightful about the nature of the third house and the angle of like friendship that the ancient astrologers had that is actually still relevant today, even if the 11th house itself is the primary house of friends.
Hmm. For sure. And then didn't you have something about the phrase like upon the heart that kind of comes out there.
Yeah, it's like in Vedius Valens, he gives a list of the significations um of the third house at one point, and he says the third house signifies siblings, living abroad, queen, authority, friends, relatives, and then he uses this Greek word that's kind of obscure that says epicardia, and literally it means something like upon the heart, but the translators, it's not a well documented term, so it's like not really clear what it means. Demetra translated it as those close to the heart, and so there's this question of like, does that mean loved ones, which would like kind of make sense because it comes right after friends and relatives. I
Mm.
was talking to Levant about it earlier today or yesterday and asking his opinion, and he said he thinks that because of the grammar that it doesn't refer to a person but to the like a thing, and he said it should mean like things kept in the heart or possibly things on the mind, because in stoicism and in ancient philosophy sometimes the heart was viewed as the center of the mind. So it's a little tricky because it's like all of those could be relevant in some way, and we actually truly don't know what Valens was trying to convey,
Mm.
because on the one hand it could actually be related to the heart or to loved ones, and then the Mr. Rogers thing kind of like sounds weirdly useful or relevant. But then Levant saying things kept in the heart or things on the mind could also be relevant, because that could be why we get some of these significations of like knowledge and other things that come up later in the tradition. So
Right.
we don't know, but it's kind of interesting.
The wording just really evoked that for me. It like sounds very similar.
Right, for sure. For sure. All right. I guess that's it for that episode, that example, right?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so let's move into our next example, which
Cool.
is Toni Morrison.
Hmm. So Lindsay submitted this example as well. Toni Morrison is an American novelist and editor. She's the first Black woman to win the Nobel Prize in Literature. She was for a while a senior editor at Random House, the publishing house, and was also the first Black woman senior editor in their fiction division. So she has Taurus rising with Jupiter, Pluto, and Mars in the third house by day. And she won a bunch of awards for her writing, the exalted Jupiter there. So the Pulitzer Prize for Beloved, for her novel Beloved, Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2012 from Barack Obama, Nobel Prize for Literature for Beloved as well. But what I really noticed here is she's got the ruler. She's actually got an amazing mutual reception going on between the 11th house and third house. So she's got Jupiter exalted in Cancer in the third house. It's ruled by Moon in Pisces and Jupiter's sign in the 11th house. And they're in a really close aspect by degree as well. So it's a like true mutual reception and very close. And I was like, what's going on with her 11th house there? You know, because we could talk about it, her third house stuff from different angles, and there's different aspects around it. But one thing I noticed when I was digging into her biography is as an editor, it wasn't just that she was like, editing people's work that got put on her desk. She actively curated and collected works by Black authors in order to bring them to greater prominence and to a mainstream audience. And I was like, oh, there's the 11th house, because it was almost like it was a community of like other writers, other Black writers in particular, um, that she was like trying to help bring their work out. And so the 11th house is like friends, groups, social alliances, and so forth. And I found this interesting quote in a New York Times article about her. The person who wrote the article said, she told me that the books she edited and wrote were her contribution to the civil rights movement. By publishing Black geniuses, she was also forcing the ranks of the big publishing houses and the industry to become more hospitable to her point of view, to the idea that a Black writer could write for a Black audience first and still write literature. So it was like the ruler of the third and the 11th, and vice versa. It was like, the writing was and the publishing of books was like for a larger societal goal, which I thought was like a really amazing connection between those houses.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So it was like kind of like it was kind of like a social movement because she was connected with and influenced by the Black arts movement. So it was like a collective of Black writers and intellectuals who like specifically sought to promote a distinct Black literary tradition. And so again, collectives are like the 11th house. Um, and then Lindsay found this really great transit example activating that moon Jupiter. It says Morrison was snubbed for the National Book Award and the National Book Critics Circle Award, and 48 of her peers signed a letter of public protest published in the New York Times in 1988. Morrison's third house ruler is the moon, situated in the 11th house of friends and allies. The day the letter was published, transiting Venus conjoined Tony's natal moon. So it was like
Wow.
activating that. It was like her allies coming to her defense, basically.
Yeah, that's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, yeah, that was a great transit catch.
I,
Um,
I like how the moon is actually enclosed, because the moon is at 11 degrees of Pisces and it's separating from a trine with Jupiter at 10 Cancer, and then it's
mhm.
applying to a sextile with Venus at 12 Capricorn.
Yeah, yeah, that's really good too.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, and Venus is her
it's
ascendant ruler.
well, because it's like sometimes the interpretation of that, of an enclosure when you're like surrounded by the positive rays of benefics, is like you're being
Mm,
protected. And in that instance, she was protected by her friends and allies.
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah,
And she pretty soon after that, maybe a couple of months later or so, did win a big award.
nice.
Um, yeah. And I think, she's got Mars Pluto in the third as well. And I think part of why she's such a successful author and like book publisher, book editor, was just due to those positive things we were just talking about connected with her third house. And so even though this is a day chart, the Mars Pluto comes out more in her subject matter of some of her books. Like in Beloved, it's like about a Black woman who is haunted by the ghost of her child she has killed rather than have her be enslaved. Or in The Bluest Eye, where she discusses a child or, has a child character who's impregnated by her father, as well as the violence overall that racism can do to people. So while the Mars was definitely like almost certainly also editing, as I think you noted at some point, um, yeah, it seems like it's the positive factors that are connected with her third house that made the Mars Pluto play out more in her like subject matter, kind of like in the Stephen King example as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, my comment was like Mars can be really good for editors in terms of like knowing what to cut, and sometimes
Hmm.
like cutting stuff, um not viciously, but like,
Right.
unrelentingly, like knowing what needs to be cut versus what needs to be kept.
Right, for like cutting for purpose.
Right.
Yeah. So anyway, that's, an interesting thing there as well with her third house. But the thing that I wanted to put her in this section for was just like that amazing connection between the third and the 11th and like her writing and her book publishing, like serving a larger social goal.
Yeah, that's excellent. Yeah, and shout out to Lindsay Turner for writing up that example.
Mhm.
Cool. All right. So, two more 11th house examples. One of them is Paris Hilton, who has Sagittarius rising and a stellium of planets in the third house, which is Venus, Sun, Mercury. And then the ruler of the third house is Saturn, which is actually in the 11th house with her other stellium of planets, which is the midheaven, Saturn, Jupiter, and Pluto. And she became famous and like rose to prominence early on, especially in the 2000s, for doing a reality television show with the friend that she grew up with from her neighborhood, which was Nicole Richie. And the two of them were like socialites that grew up together. And then they did this sort of fish out of water television show where they traveled around the country and like tried roughing it like a little bit or something like that. And it was brought them both to prominence at that time, but it was partially like a display of their childhood friendship.
Mhm.
So additionally, Paris Hilton and Kim Kardashian, their friendship also goes back to their childhoods to some extent because their mothers were friends, which led to them knowing each other very young and even attending preschool together. And then it's like Kim Kardashian first appeared on Paris Hilton's reality television show, and then later um, Kim Kardashian herself became famous by then starting her own reality television show. So it's kind of interesting how that early childhood friend connection turned into larger things in terms of the lives of those different people.
Right. Yeah, it's funny with the exalted Saturn, like ruling the third, like famous childhood friends.
Right, exactly. And then the mutual reception. So again, it's like a strong, connection or a strong, like prominent example of that.
hmm Yep, for sure. It's a
All
good one.
right. And then my last example here I found was Clay Aiken, who has Libra rising, a third house stellium of the moon, sun, Neptune, Mercury, and Mars, all in the third house in Sagittarius, and they're ruled by Jupiter, which is in Leo in the 11th whole sign house. And so there's a mutual reception between the 11th house of friends and alliances and the third house of communication. And Clay Aiken was famously a singer who was in a singing competition on the popular like 2000s show American Idol, which is like a singing competition. And he ended up coming in second. But what's interesting about that show is that American Idol was partially based on fans voting. So there's actually an 11th house component because the 11th house is traditionally allies, but allies in a modern context can sometimes mean like your fans, especially in terms of like social media and other things like that. And them voting for him and supporting him was like a crucial part of his success, both on the show itself in terms of voting for him, but also then later from like album sales, concert attendance, as well as like subsequent things that he did where he wrote a best-selling memoir and then released some successful albums subsequently. But it really started with developing that fan base through the reality show American Idol.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I see fans come up a lot with the 11th house. I mean, especially if there's like positive stuff going on there.
Yeah, for sure. All right. So that is the 11th house of friends, groups, and alliances.
Mhm.
So now we move on to the 12th house.
Mhm.
So 12th house is kind of tricky. It can have to do with subjects like um, loss. It can have to do with subjects like hospitals and places of isolation, I think, right?
Yeah, seclusion for whatever reason, whether like proactive or reactive. So like retreat centers can be more positive seclusion or working on your own, but also like prisons, hospitals where you're not choosing to be secluded from society.
Right. So my first example is Randy Travis. So let me share the chart. So here's Randy Travis. Randy Travis was a famous American country and gospel music singer and songwriter. And he had recorded over 20 studio albums and charted over 50 singles during the course of his career, including 16 that reached the number one position. And I should say his placements. He has Taurus rising, Cancer on the third house, and Mars is placed there in a day chart. And the ruler of the third house of communication is the moon, which is in Aries in the 12th house. So it's kind of a challenging placement there for him. So he had a lot of success as a singer, but then in 2013, he lost the ability to communicate significantly after a stroke. So he had a stroke. It put him in the hospital, and he was unable, because I think it also ended up with aphasia, similar to Bruce Willis, which was really causing issues in terms of him being able to communicate.
Mm.
So, interestingly, though, he came up in the news earlier this year in May, where there was a headline where it said, with help from artificial intelligence, Randy Travis got his voice back. Here's how his first song post stroke came to be. So, what happened basically is like he's using AI to produce music again, using his voice and using an imitation of it, but it's allowing him to have a creative output again. And what's crazy in terms of the transits is that um, when the stroke first happened in July of 2013, Mercury was retrograde in his third house and it stationed direct exactly on his Mars in the third. And then at the same time, transiting Mars ingressed into his third house. Um, while Uranus, transiting Uranus, was stationing in his 12th house, squaring his Mars and being co-present with his moon and Mercury. So there's all sorts of like crazy transits going on, but it's like Mars ingressing into his third house was like his voice was like tragically, pretty much like removed from him at that time with that stroke,
Mm,
hitting his third house of communication and activating that natal Mars placement. But then this year, when they released that new album using his AI version of his voice, they released it on his solar return, which is May 4th. And transiting Mercury had just stationed direct on his natal Mercury in the 12th house only a week earlier,
mm,
which is interesting because it gave an almost exact parallel for when he lost his voice when Mercury stationed on his Mars in July of 2013.
mhm,
Additionally, he has late Taurus rising, so the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction had just taken place near his ascendant. Um, and the solar eclipse that occurred in Aries in April of 2024 was very close to his Mercury in the 12th house, as well as his lot of fortune. So there's all sorts of different like transiting things going on, but it was a really interesting example of somebody who, on the one hand, had a difficult placement that got activated in a difficult way and lost the ability to speak, but then later on, with the help of technology, was able to be creative again and sort of, in some ways, have his voice restored to some extent using advances in technology.
yeah, that's really remarkable. Yeah, I remember reading about different people, yeah, having that experience. Not so much singers, but so it's even more incredible that a singer would be able to do that. I was thinking that Uranus had to be close to his ascendant, like with it going on, right? Because that's just like revolutionizing something he could do again, and also like something obviously like notable with technology.
Yeah, totally. His ascendant's at 26 Taurus, so it's like that
Mm,
Jupiter-Uranus conjunction was very, very close to it.
hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, so sometimes difficult house placements like the 6th or 8th or 12th can be stories of major obstacles or major tragedies or sometimes major losses in a person's life. But sometimes later, a person can overcome some of those obstacles or they can become almost like triumphs where a person overcomes great obstacles in their life and becomes like a comeback story or a success story or different versions of that. And I think that's kind of important as we talk about some of the difficult examples sometimes.
Mm, yeah. And he had a very incredibly successful career for quite a while before that happened. So,
Right. Yeah. All right. So my next example is Ringo Starr, who's famously the drummer for the Beatles. So at one point in time, he was basically like the most famous drummer in the world, and he's still kind of like one of the most legendary drummers in the world even today. So here is his chart. He had or has Pisces rising, and the ruler is Jupiter, which is placed in Taurus in the third house. So he's actually an example of the ruler of the ascendant in the third, and he's like one of the
Mhm,
most famous drummers of all time. So Jupiter's in the third house along with Saturn and Uranus, and it's a night chart. So Saturn is actually the most difficult planet in his chart, bringing some obstacles. And additionally, Saturn is the ruler of the 11th house, or 11th house, as well as the 12th house, especially in this chart, and it's placed in the third.
mhm,
So what happened with him, and I want to give a shout out because Orla found this example and it's one of my favorite. So what happened is that when he was young, he got sick and he ended up having to spend a lot of time, like a couple of years in a hospital. But while he was in the hospital, um, there was somebody that would come through each week and hand out instruments. And as a result of this, essentially, while he was in this hospital, he started playing the drums basically at this time as a result of, being sick and struggling with tuberculosis as a child and having that have side effects and like negative things in terms of his health. But as a result of it, um, this is how he ended up becoming a drummer.
Mm.
So it says on Wikipedia, during his stay, the medical staff made an effort to stimulate motor activity and relieve boredom by encouraging their patients to join the hospital band, leading to his first exposure to a percussion instrument. So a makeshift mallet was made from a cotton bobbin that he used to strike the cabinets next to his bed. So basically what happened is that Ringo Starr, the most famous drummer in the world at one time, became a drummer initially after getting sick and because he was in a hospital for like a long period of time as a child.
Yeah, that's like the positive version of like that connection between the 12th and the 3rd is like the hardship came first, but then it like led him to like what he became like famous for and like enjoyed.
Yeah, exactly. It's like sometimes our greatest hardships are the things that can force us in a direction that we wouldn't have gone otherwise, but that ultimately becomes fruitful and almost necessary in order to live out our life story and in order to achieve our destiny.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say it always goes the way, but like I remember other stories reading like Dan Rather had that too with his reporting where there's like basically it's sort of a you know, forced immobility, and then you have to like turn to something like during that time to do to occupy yourself with to become interested in and so forth. Where
Right.
like you
Yeah.
wouldn't maybe do that if you were like just going to school and doing everyday things.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and there's all sorts of interesting like transits and that go along with that and all sorts of other interesting things. But I think for our purposes, that's just a good example because I wanted to have a somewhat positive and like inspiring one. Um, because sometimes that's how things work out. And I know other stories like that as well. Like I know Robert Zoller had a similar story like that in terms of his history as an astrologer.
Mm, yeah,
Yeah. All right. I
that
think
is
we have made it to the end of the houses section.
that's incredible.
If you're really looking to deepen your studies of astrology, then check out my Hellenistic Astrology course, which is an online course in ancient astrology. It's perfect for beginner and intermediate students because I take people from basic concepts up through intermediate and advanced techniques for reading birth charts. There's over 100 hours of video lectures, including monthly webinars and Q&A sessions. And at the end of the course, if you complete the final test, you'll receive a certificate of completion saying that you studied with me. You can find out more information at theastrologyschool.com. All right, we are back for the third riveting and final act of our long series on the third house, where we're going to talk about the planets in the third house and what it looks like by going through each of the planets in order and giving some examples of very striking instances of celebrity charts where a celebrity had a planet in the third house and the archetype of the planet manifested in that context. So, shall we?
Yes, let's.
All right. So here's our first example chart. Our first example chart was actually found. Let me share it for those of you watching the video version. So this is the birth chart of Tony Hawk, and shout out to Patrick Watson for this example. So Tony Hawk is a professional skateboarder. He's probably one of, if not the most famous professional skateboarder in the world. And he has Pisces rising with the Sun and Venus in the third house of movement and short distance travel. And it turns out that one of the forms of short distance travel, evidently, is riding skateboards, of course. And he has Venus there in a night chart in its own domicile, so that this is actually an excellent example of somebody who has the ruler of the third house in its own sign and excels at some third house topic. In this instance, he is a leading skateboarder and an innovator in that entire tradition. So interestingly, what I found is that he actually became a professional skateboarder at the age of 14, which, surprise, surprise, is a third house perfection year. Is that impressive?
It's amazing. I mean, mostly the skateboard part, but it is another one of those timing things yet again that shows that this is in fact like showing the third house placements and that is where that's coming from. But yeah, I had never thought about skateboards being a third house thing, but they definitely are. They're on wheels like bikes, cars.
They have wheels.
Yeah.
Anything that has wheels, third house topic. I'll put that out there.
Yeah.
So widely regarded as one of the most influential and successful skateboarders of all time. What I think about this example is that with the sun here, his identity is really wrapped up in the profession, and to the extent that like his name has become synonymous for with skateboarding for many people, um, both like due to him actually being a successful skateboarder, but also due to his licensing of like his name for example, like Tony Hawk Pro Skater video game, which is like one of the most successful skateboarding video games over the past like 20 or 30 years, for example.
Hmm.
So he revolutionized vertical skateboarding and pushed the boundaries of the sport by inspiring countless others to take up the board. And um, he's done a lot of really positive things, but one of the things that's cool is that Venus is also ruling his eighth house of other people's money. And he's been not just a successful entrepreneur where he created his own skateboard line, basically, like line of skateboards that was very successful, but he was also a philanthropist. And he would through philanthropy, he would donate money through his foundation to help build skate parks in underserved communities.
Mm.
So I thought that was really interesting how that's tied in. But yeah, so this is an example of the sun in the third house and like the identity really being wrapped up in this profession related to the third house.
Yeah, and it's something you can see, like even if it's a night chart, like it is here, the sun placed in a house, a certain house, like still does mean that something that's like core to that person's identity revolves around one of the topics of that house.
For sure. For sure. All right. So moving on, my next example is Mario Andretti, who is he's one of the most famous race car drivers of all time. And shout out to Orla, who is the one who found this one. So he's one of only three drivers to have run one races in F1, NASCAR, IndyCar, and World Sports Car categories. So he's widely regarded as one of the most successful drivers in the history of the sport. And I think this is another really good example of the sun as people who stand out and excel at their field. With the sun, you get these ideas of like centrality, of like being the single or the number one at something, sort of like we saw with Tony Hawk. And this is something I was trying to describe in the first house episode when we talked about the sun, but I think it was like my weakest sort of attempt in that one. But
Mm.
here I think that principle of like centrality and being number one is much more clear with these two examples.
Yeah, for sure. Sure.
So this one's also important. This one's also interesting with him having the sun and Mercury in the third house. I guess I didn't say that for the audio listeners. He has Capricorn rising and the sun and Mercury in Pisces in the third house. And he's like one of the most famous sports car drivers, race car drivers of all time.
Mm.
Interestingly, he was also a twin, and his twin was born, but it provides an interesting alternative example because his twin Aldo was born several hours off on the same day. So usually for twins, it's like you get two charts that are pretty similar, or occasionally like you'll get lucky and the ascendant will switch signs so that the chart houses are different. In this instance, it's like, the last chart was Capricorn rising, but his brother is um, Gemini rising.
Hmm.
So the Sun Mercury conjunction moves to the 10th house. Instead, he has Pluto in the third house, and the moon moves from the 11th house to the sixth house in the brother's chart. So interestingly, the twin brother, um, also tried to race when he was younger, but he suffered a few racing accidents and had to stop. So Mario is the one that went on to become the racing legend, the twin that was born with the sun Mercury in the third house. But Aldo went on to focus on business and was still a successful businessman, but just different in another area, basically.
Hmm. Well, and it's funny too in this one, then it's like the ruler of the third, signifying his brother, is in the 10th house. Yeah, so like really shining out in career.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Um, and it's like Aldo ended up what was it? It was like entering the world of business and doing investments in different ventures. But one of the things he did was he co-owned and managed a tire business and an auto supply business. So it's kind of funny that like the topic is still there, but it's not him
Yeah,
driving. It's like him excelling in the area of business.
that's so funny. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So thanks to Orla for that example. Moving on, the next example is Billie Holiday, who has Aquarius rising with the sun in Aries in the third house, along with a lot of fortune.
Hmm.
So this is an example that Nick Dig and Best found. And um, Billie Holiday was a legendary New York City nightclub singer. And even though she would become world famous eventually in her career, she was still very much a local New York performer. So there was a major like third house component of her sort of standing out within the context of her local neighborhood and her local city as a performer.
Hmm.
So one of her most well-known and impactful songs is a song titled Strange Fruit. And um, it was essentially the equivalent of like a top 20 hit in the 1930s, and her popularity increased after she first performed it and then recorded it. So what happened is that transiting Saturn was going through her third house and approaching a conjunction with her natal sun in Aries in the third house when she first performed the song at a nightclub. And um, part of the story is that she performed it at the nightclub, but she had a lot of trepidation going into it because she feared retaliation, because it was a song about lynching that became famous, during a time period in which that was still very much happening. So she had trepidation about retaliation, but also she would later describe the song and say that um, the imagery of the song actually reminded her of her father's death, and that this played a role in her resistance to performing it because her father was denied medical treatment for a lung disorder because of racial prejudice, and that he ended up dying as a result of that, essentially as a result of prejudice. And so for her, it was like a very personal singing this song, and she had some resistance initially to singing it because of that memory of her father, but then it became very much wrapped up in it for her as she's having this Saturn transit over the degree of her sun.
Hmm. With the sun sometimes symbolizing the father in the chart.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
So she ends up she ends up performing it though, and it's like wildly successful. And in terms of the transits, transiting Mercury was exactly trining her sun from the 11th house that night. The moon was transiting through her third house. Saturn was approaching a conjunction with her sun. Venus was right on the degree of her MC in the 10th house. Neptune was opposite her Mars, the ruler of her third house, and then Uranus in the fourth was squaring her Uranus. So she had a lot of major transits that night. She records it. It's successful, even though she has this trepidation and this memory of her father surrounding it. And then I think what happened later is that when she recorded it, and then it entered the charts in 1939. Transiting Jupiter was then going through her third house and approaching a conjunction with her sun.
Mm.
So there's this interesting, yeah, just things surrounding it in terms of the connection it had with her father, which is the sun, the feelings of trepidation and fear, as well as memory of what happened to her father when Saturn was transiting through there, and then later with Jupiter transiting through there, the song becomes like wildly popular to the public.
Hmm. And there was this quote from her autobiography that really speaks to that. She wrote, "It reminds me of how Pop died, but I have to keep singing it, not only because people ask for it, but because 20 years after Pop died, the things that killed him are still happening in the South." And yeah, that really speaks to, I think, not just the imagery of the father with the Saturn going over the sun and like singing something, expressing something that's like hard to do at the time, but then Jupiter coming in later and making that like more successful. But it's yeah, sometimes it's like, even if it wasn't speaking to the topic of her father, though it does double as that, it's like sometimes Saturn hitting the sun is like doing something that feels really hard to do at the time, or you're not sure you want to, but then becomes like really important in your life story.
Yeah, for sure. Something you have to do that's hard, but that ultimately is about you kind of like shining and putting your light out there into the world, like whatever that is.
Yeah.
For her, it was her voice.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So if people are not familiar with that, you can do a Google search and like listen to the song. That's something I would have recommended like throughout this episode is just every time we're mentioning somebody, if you're not familiar with them, see if you can Google them, pull up a video. And that's one of the things about doing these episodes. It's one of the reasons why we pack so much into it is because once you start listening, learning about these people's lives, when you expose yourself to their music or their movies or writings or whatever it is, you get this really intimate connection with the chart and it really speaks to you and comes alive when you actually experience what the person put out there into the world. And we do our best to try to summarize and convey the key points of that during the course of these presentations. But sometimes it really takes like going out and like listening to it and then having like a really moving experience of what that song, for example, actually sounds like, and then truly understanding the example that we're trying to convey at a much deeper level.
Definitely. It's like a more visceral understanding and not just like head understanding.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so let's move on to the next example.
Okay. That is Wendell Berry. This is one I found and I was so excited to find it. I thought to look it up. So Wendell Berry has the sun in Leo in the third house, is Gemini rising, sun in Leo in the third house, conjunct the IC within a few degrees. And he basically like a farmer, author, activist. His whole world is about like the importance of small communities and the importance of place. So his families, the families of both of his parents had farmed in the same community that he lives in for at least 5 generations back, which I think really speaks to like the sun in its own sign on the IC in the third house, because it's like a home thing, but it's also like a you're an important family, kind of like the sun in Leo, there's like
Hmm.
an important lineage with that next to the IC there, and in the third house of like local community. He grew up there, moved elsewhere for a while, and then purposely moved back. So he's written a bunch of works, mostly on the themes like the importance of place, especially rural communities and their connection to the land, environmental conservation and sustainable agriculture, the importance of strong local communities. As you can see, really like third house, sun in its own sign there, the negative impacts of industrialization and globalization for losing human connection, which I thought was especially evocative, not just of the third house, but of like Saturn in a night chart in the ninth house, right? He's not into the whole like, globalization thing. Yeah, and importance of art and artists that are rooted in place and community, and the benefits of local economies and supporting local businesses. So like everything he's written about is like all about the third house, but also the third house and the IC together. Um, it's really amazing. And that's why the sun is there. Like that's literally his entire identity is like about like small local communities. And I actually knew about this because for a few months after college, I interned at a place that a little like nonprofit that was about the importance of small local communities. And so I saw a bunch of his books there, and that's why I knew about him.
Nice.
Yeah,
It's nice that he's got that supportive sextile from Jupiter happening at the same time where the sun's applying to a sextile with Jupiter.
definitely.
It's
Definitely.
very like affirming of local communities
Yes, it is
as
affirming of
opposed
local. Yeah, go ahead.
As opposed to, let's say it's like Saturn or something, and he's like rejecting of local communities. He's like
Right.
down with local communities.
Right. I could see that happening if it was the reverse in his chart, because it's so funny that that's opposed Saturn in a night chart in the ninth. I mean, it's in its own sign and all, but which is I think why he, yeah, like had some academia stuff. But
Well, because also it's the reverse of sometimes people are like they grow up in a small town and then they get the hell out of there and they like move to the
exactly.
big city and never go back or something like that. Versus for him, it was really like the reverse.
Exactly, exactly. It was like very purposefully moving back and that being like a central place for his whole family lineage. And then him just being like, this is actually a really important area of life that people are like under appreciating, and I need to spend my entire career telling people about this.
I mean, honestly, that probably is partially the Saturn in the ninth house, is he's
I
like,
know.
no, no, like
I know.
things far away, bad, like local stuff,
Exactly.
good. But also
Mhm.
I can see that he was born just what, a few days, 5 days before a solar eclipse in Leo in his third whole sign house. And he was born in that period in between two eclipses. So before he was born, a little over a week before, there was an eclipse in Aquarius in his ninth house.
Good call. Yeah, so just like that tension of things far away and cross-cultural versus like things that are local and community oriented.
Yeah. I wonder, it'd be interesting to follow his story and like just the dates and just like if he had a bad experience, like
Mm,
when he was away, for example.
right. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I don't know that much about the transition point, but his works are actually really evocative. If you need to be convinced of like the importance of small local communities and being rooted, like read his books.
Okay. I will get on that. All right. Shall we move on?
Yes.
All right. So, the next example, this is one I found. This is one of my favorite moon examples, because when I was doing the research, I like immediately recognized it. So, this is the birth chart of an astrologer who passed away several years ago, but her name is Frances McAvoy, and I knew her because she was a avid data collector. She would collect birth charts of famous people, and she would submit them to Astro Data Bank. And she was especially important because she lived in a state that was an open state. I forget what state that
Is it
was. Do you know what?
Massachusetts?
Yeah, Massachusetts. So Massachusetts is an open state where if you want to, all you have to do is like go down in person to like the local government authority and you can request a copy of the birth certificate and they'll give it to you. So even today, if you go through Astro Data Bank, occasionally you'll come across all these birth times. Pretty much anytime there's like a birth time from Massachusetts, if you look at the sources, it'll say like Frances McAvoy birth certificate in hand. And
Mm.
it's because I can tell what she was doing is like anytime somebody was in the news locally, she would go down and get their birth time because she was just an avid collector and had, this curiosity. So she had Aries rising and Mercury and Gemini in its own sign in the third house, but she also had the moon in the third house. And I guess I forgot to say we're moving on to the moon section at this point. We were talking about the moon. One of the things that we really saw in the second house episode is the basic signification of the moon to collect things. And we had that like amazing example of King Farouk of Egypt, who had the moon in the second house and he just like collected stuff. And when he was deposed and stopped being king, he just had the largest collections of like all sorts of things in the world that ended up getting like sold off at that point. But I saw a really close parallel here with Frances McAvoy, where she had the moon in the third house and she collected birth data, the moon in Gemini in the third house. And I thought that was such an amazing manifestation of that.
Yeah, of the collecting. It's like the collecting aspect. It's the moon in Gemini, so it's collecting information or data. And it's ruled by Mercury in its own sign of Gemini in the third house. So it's not really pointing to another area of life. It's just like here, information, like collecting information. And also
Yeah,
collecting information from the local community, right? From your local place.
exactly. That it's like the local, her city, or that she would go down to the local, like I forget whatever the name is of what the building is that has the birth data that you have to go to, but the fact that she was like going there in person in her city
Hmm.
and that therefore there's a huge not disparity, but the opposite of that, where there's like a surprisingly large number of pieces of birth data. They're from Massachusetts as a result of her. Like
Mm-hmm.
when I was researching the second house episode, I was looking for lottery winners, and I kept pulling up time charts, and they were people from Massachusetts because she would like
Mm-hmm.
see that somebody won the lottery on the news, and she would go down and like get their birth certificate to see what their chart looked like to try to figure out what it looked like when somebody won the lottery in terms of their birth chart. And I just thought that
Mm-hmm.
was fascinating.
Yeah, that's great because it's like the collection piece and also the curiosity piece.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
All right. So that is Francis McAvoy.
Mm-hmm.
The next example is not the chart of a person, but it's the chart of an entity or a place. And this is the chart of literally the birth of the United Nations.
Mm-hmm.
And the birth date is October 24th, 1945 at 4:45 p.m. in Washington, D.C. And the data is from Nick Campion's Book of World Horoscopes. He has this as the exact time for the birth of the United Nations. And I thought it was incredibly fascinating because the chart has Aries rising and it has the moon and Uranus in the third house in Gemini. And um my immediate thing that invoked to me is just thinking of like that big room in the United Nation where it collects together all of the like representatives from all of the different countries together in one room, and then all of them have that like earpiece on where they're speaking to each other and it's being like translated instantly into their own native language so that they can communicate through the international sort of barriers that are otherwise between them, or the spoken barriers, but those barriers are being broken down there through technology and through the collection or bringing of people together, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. Yeah, just the whole communicative piece of the third house and the languages, and then the Uranus being not just the technology piece, but like the quickness, the instantaneousness of the translation.
Yeah, for sure. So it also has some nice trines from like a Venus Jupiter conjunction in Libra in the seventh house, although there's also some notable tensions in the chart with a Mars Saturn conjunction in the first, and that Mars is really the ascendant. So
Mm-hmm.
it's interesting seeing, the positive things and the advantages or just good things that it does for the world, but also some of the challenges as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right. The next one I have is James Holden. So this is another astrologer, and he had Pisces rising and Mars and the moon in the third house in Taurus. And I just thought that was really interesting because it was very evocative of his writing style, where, for example, there was this book that was published either in the last few years of his life, or it might have been published not long after he died. But it's this huge, thick book called A Biographical Dictionary of Western Astrologers, I believe is the title. And it's like this huge book where you can tell that over the course of just years and years, maybe over the course of most of his adult life, he had just collected facts and stories about different astrologers that existed down through history from ancient times all the way up into the present. And he must have just continually like added these little biographical notes and facts about all of these like thousands of astrologers or hundreds of astrologers throughout the course of his life before this book was published. And I think there's something there again about the moon and its collective function in his style of writing and how he went about writing that's descriptive there about this placement.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like especially collecting biographies about different people.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So that is my example there. So moving on, our next chart example is Maya Angelou.
Mm-hmm. And Lindsay Turner submitted this one. So thank you, Lindsay. Maya Angelou has Leo rising. She's got a full moon in Libra in the third house with the sun in Aries with Jupiter and Uranus up in the ninth house. And looks like also Maria from Twitter also submitted the same. Thank you.
Yeah,
So
like
my
a bunch of people, everybody pointed out Maya Angelou has a full moon in the third house.
Yeah, nice. Um, so Maya Angelou had a really rich life. Memoirist, poet, civil rights activist, dancer, singer, and scholar. She wrote, for our purposes that we're going to focus on here with the moon there, she wrote a series of 7 autobiographies, starting with her most famous work, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, in 1969. And her memoirs explored themes of race, identity, trauma, and resilience. But she was known to have a remarkable memory for details, which she used in her memoirs. And I found this quote that like wasn't about her memoirs, but is very much about the moon. And she's famous for this quote too. She said, "I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel."
Wow.
And it's just like the emotional impact of communication, like is really
Yeah.
shining out there.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's such a famous quote of hers, and that
Yeah,
makes so much sense in terms of the moon in the third house.
I know. I was so pleased to remember that existed.
Well,
Um,
and it's also funny because in the first house episode, that was actually a big breakthrough. I didn't feel like we had a great handle on the sun, but the moon, I felt like we learned a lot of stuff. And one of the things I realized in the first house episode was the moon and its connection with memory
mhm.
was coming through very strong in the first house episode.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's what's going on there a lot too in terms of her autobiographies. Um, and she actually wrote how she did her memoirs. It's not the typical one where the kid writing at the kitchen table. She said she would check into a hotel room. She had a ritual. She would check into a hotel room and then she would just like kind of commune with her memory until it just like hit that magical moment where it just started flowing. And then she would write the rest of the day. And I was like, that's so fascinating because not only the hotel with like the travel piece, even though I don't think she was going far, but hotels are like about travel, um, with the third house, but it was like a very much like a going to be in solitude kind of situation with the moon ruling the 12th placed in the third. So she would
Mm.
like purposely go somewhere to be by herself, like not even like at home, and then she would write,
Okay, nice.
which is fascinating. I don't know if she did that her
Uh,
whole life, but she at least did it to note about
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
I know that's one of your major like favorite significations of the 12th house is just solitude.
Just seclusion, yeah, for good or hard. But yeah, solitude is definitely a 12th house thing.
Hmm.
Um, so let's see. Lindsay noted that Maya was given her name by her older brother and went to live with her paternal grandmother at a young age. So they're like, you know, siblings and other relatives of the third house. And she also, at one point with the 12th house ruled moon ruler, she at one point isolated herself and became mute for several years. And that was because of the ruler of her third. So she told her brother that her mother's boyfriend had raped her. Her brother told the rest of her family. The guy was jailed, but only for like a day. And then 4 days after release, he was murdered, possibly by her relatives. And she became mute for almost 5 years because she believed she caused his death. And there's a really amazing quote about that saying, I thought my voice killed him. I killed that man because I told his name. And then I thought I would never speak again because my voice would kill anyone. But it said, because of that period of silence and solitude, she developed her extraordinary memory during that period, or at least one of her biographers, was claiming this, that she developed her memory, her love for books and literature, and her ability to listen and observe the world around her, which makes a lot of sense with the moon rolling the 12th, right?
Yeah, like that, and also like the moon itself is like listening and observing, and
Mm-hmm.
sometimes things we think of as more receptive, but is
Right.
important. And then of course, the ruler of the third house itself is in the eighth house of mortality and death, but it's
Mm-hmm.
also exalted in the sign of its exaltation in conjunct Mercury.
Exactly. So there was like some trauma around her speaking up initially, but then there was still like really positive third house communicative things that came later. But that
Mm.
quote definitely spoke to the ruler of the third and the eighth.
Yeah, as well as like the moon is squaring Pluto pretty closely as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Pluto in the
Um,
12th.
right, right. There were a couple other interesting things. As a teenager, she became the first Black female streetcar conductor of San Francisco, and her mother referred to it as her dream job because she just kept like talking it up, all the different things about their outfits and stuff. And I just thought that was funny with the ruler of the second house of your means of income conjunct the ruler of the third, right? Because, writing and communication became like her means of livelihood, but before that, like it was the transportation thing at one point anyway.
That's
Um,
incredible. That's incredible.
I
Like
know.
literally like the first black female streetcar conductor in that city and having just the moon in the third house, a full moon in the third house.
Exactly. And the third house is not just transportation, but the moon is things that like go back and forth, right? That keep moving. And
Right.
she actually in 2014, because of this, she received a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Conference of Minority Transportation Officials as part of the session billed, quote, Women Who Move the Nation. I just was like in love with that.
Nice. That's pretty incredible.
Uh,
And it's also cool because anytime you see like a first of something, because things always become commonplace and then sometimes we become kind of like blasé about them. But it's one of the reasons why in some of these write-ups, I always note when somebody's like the first at something or the number one or something, because especially at the time when that person subjectively experiences that in their life, at the time, it's like a major accomplishment. It's a major thing.
absolutely.
And then
Um,
that's why it gets reflected in the chart here in the third house.
for sure. So there are a couple, just a couple last things about that placement. Before she was known as a writer, she was a professional dancer and singer, so more like expression of the third house. She traveled widely dancing, and she made a point to teach herself the language of every country she visited. Because of this, she became proficient in many languages, which is again amazing, right? With the moon in the third, but also the ascendant, or sorry, the third house ruler being like conjunct that exalted Venus. Like Mercury, Venus is often like good with language.
Yeah, for sure.
And then the last thing that also I loved was beginning in the 1990s, Angelou actively participated in the lecture circuit in a customized tour bus, something she continued into her 80s. And
Nice.
I thought that was amazing, both the touring and the traveling, right? Which, yeah, is probably more of the third house than the ninth there. And yeah, just the customized tour bus piece.
Yeah, that's really good.
So that's
That's a great
that.
example. I like thanks to Lindsay for that, and then also for you for some of those additional facts that you researched and found.
Hmm.
Yeah, and it's cool. It's just interesting also that it's a full moon chart and sometimes how that can accentuate things as well.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
All right. Um, all right, so moving on. This next one is one that I originally had in the ruler of the ascendant section because this is the birth chart of John Travolta, who has um, Cancer rising, and the ruler of the ascendant is the moon, which is in Virgo in the third house. And at first, I wasn't like super sure what to make of this, aside from, he's obviously a famous actor and like Rami Malek and some of those other people, like communication's very important and yada yada. But then at one point I like had this realization that John Travolta, like one of the things that he's the most famous for or the most iconic for is actually like dancing.
Mm,
If you think about it, with the moon representing the body and the third house representing movement, um, one of his early roles was Saturday Night Fever and also the movie Grease, which really like showcased his impressive dance skills. And those movies kind of solidified him as this charismatic and talented performer. So that's true and even gets extended into some of his later roles, like in Pulp Fiction, for example, where there's this famous scene with him
mhm,
and Uma Thurman that is like probably one of the most iconic and like imitated scenes from the movie. So that is my example for him because there's something about like dancing and movement that's actually a really important thing in his life. And that's not necessarily true for everybody, but I think it's coming through in a very simple placement of the moon representing the body in the third house of movement,
mm.
in the role that that played in helping to catapult him to fame.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yep.
Yeah. So, and to sort of confirm that, I actually have another famous dancer who is Bob Fosse, and he had Aquarius rising, the moon in Aries in the third house, along with a lot of fortune, Uranus, and Jupiter. So he's got a whole stellium there. And this guy actually was, he's usually referred to as like a revolutionary, which is very Uranian, American dancer, choreographer, and director. who was known for his very distinctive and influential style in the world of musical theater and film. And one of the things I know him for and that I always think of is there's these comparisons that you can find on YouTube where if you search for like Bob Fosse, Michael Jackson, you'll see this early video of Bob Fosse, and he's doing the same dances that Michael Jackson would later imitate, and the sort of like movements that would become iconic Michael Jackson dances that Michael really was influenced by Bob Fosse in a very significant way. And it was like open, and like lots of people know that it wasn't, I don't think it was something that was like hidden or something like that, but it's just something that's not as well known because Michael became this iconic performer that everybody's seen dance and do, dances like the moonwalk and stuff like that. Whereas Bob Fosse, especially for like later generations, has become a little bit more obscure just because he's not like, obviously like Michael Jackson.
Yeah, that's amazing. Because I didn't, before you told me about that example, I didn't know that. But yeah, Bob Fosse was kind of like, even though he's not as contemporary now, he was like a huge, huge figure in dance.
Yeah, for sure. So especially you can look it up. It's the snake in the grass dance sequence from that film, which bears just this striking resemblance to some of Michael Jackson's iconic moves, including even down to some of the like hat adjustments and isolations. You'll see him doing it. So it's pretty impressive. So to me, this helps to like confirm, like if you're a little unsure about the John Travolta thing, that the moon being in the third house and just having a fluidity with bodily movement and having a, like a
Mm-hmm.
skill or a knack for that can really be a factor in a person's life.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So let's move to the next example, which is one of yours.
Yes. So Andrea Gibson. Andrea Gibson is a famous spoken word artist or slam poet, as the case may be. Um, the birth time did not used to be out there. We still don't have an exact birth time, but someone collected it on astro.com after Andrea tweeted their sun, moon, and rising, which is Virgo rising with the sun in Leo in the 12th and the moon in Scorpio in the 3rd. And I'm trying to describe this. It's hard to describe sometimes like the moon in Scorpio in terms of its impact because so much of it is about the emotional impact. And that is
So
definitely. Hmm?
so really quickly though, so this is just an approximate 8 a.m. time just
Yes.
to give the middle of Virgo rising, but people should otherwise not take this as if this is an exact birth time or
Yeah.
even super approximate because we just know it's roughly within like a 1 or 2 hour time frame.
Yeah, we just know it's Virgo rising, so it could be anywhere in there. Um, yeah, so don't rely on the specific birth time. But even so, without that, we know, the basic house placements. And why I really wanted to highlight their moon and Scorpio in the 3rd is because their content, their spoken word performance is just super emotionally impactful. So I used to, Andrea actually lives in Boulder, Colorado, and or close to at this point. I forget if it's actually in city proper, but and I was in Boulder for 5 years before I moved to Denver, and I used to watch Andrea's performances locally before they, kind of blew up nationally and internationally and started touring everywhere. But they used to do performances at like the local places I would go to in Boulder and Denver, actually at the Mercury Cafe too, where we've held meetings, astrology meetings. So they used to perform with a social change political performance group, Vox Feminista, and I used to go to their performances. Anyway, so the point of this one in the moon, with the moon and Scorpio in the 3rd is that there's a major focus with that being the sect light there on communication, which is like obvious for a spoken word artist, but all of the content is like really raw. It's like the subject matters are really raw, sometimes intense subject matters. And the manner of delivery, this is definitely another one where I want to say, if you haven't heard Andrea's poems, pause this right now, go listen to some on YouTube. There's tons of them on there. And then you'll know what I'm talking about if you actually listen to a few. I'm not going to list out all the subject matters because they're all basically really intense and hard. But that's the point of talking about it as a moon in Scorpio in the 3rd example. And it would be really cathartic. It wasn't just that it was hard subject matter. It would be emotionally cathartic. So you would see sometimes like people in the audience cry because it resonated so much, but it was also like really powerful. It wasn't about dwelling in the hard part, but about like getting through it to the other side. So go listen to some of their poems. But this is a really great moon in the third. And then I just wanted to note briefly that that moon is also the ruler of the 11th house in the third. And that is not only about the performance group that Andrea used to be a part of, but also like so many of their poems are about social change issues. So I think that's why that's going on there.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. As I was thinking with the when you mentioned that with the 11th house rulership.
Hmm. Yeah.
Nice. All right. Um, let's see. So moving on, our next example, I think that's it for the moon. We had a
Hmm.
lot there just because there's a lot of really good examples.
Hmm.
Um, so the next example, we're going to move into the planet Mercury, which is the planet of communication also, and like writing especially. And one of my favorite examples for this is Lily Wachowski, who has the Sun and Mercury in the third house of siblings, and they were famously writing partners with their sibling Lena. So the two of them, the Wachowskis, are legends in Hollywood because they are the sibling duo that wrote The Matrix together that came out in 1999 and was such a huge hit. And then they went on to do a number of other movies together so that their identity was very much sort of tied into them being sibling directors and co-writers of the films that they did together.
Hmm. That's perfect.
Yeah, so pretty good example. We have a birth time for Lily, but we don't have a birth time for Lena, unfortunately. So I hope, somebody's able to get that, or I hope we find out someday because I would love to see Lena's chart.
Hmm. Yeah.
Because that was one thing that happened like a few years ago is I believe Lena was the one that went on and did the most recent Matrix movie, but Lily decided not to, if I'm remembering correctly. So it was interesting that they
Mm.
did it sort of separately for the first time.
Mm. Yeah. It's so funny when people combine multiple topics of the same house, or at least it's still funny to me. Because this is like if you just like tossed up all of the topics in a hat and like pulled two out, like writing with siblings, right? Like Mercury in the third is like, oh, but that actually happens.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And I forgot to mention the placements. It's Scorpio rising with the Sun and Mercury very closely conjunct, actually. It's Cazimi within a degree in Capricorn. It's 6 and 7 degrees of Capricorn. So it's not just Mercury as the writer, but also the Sun and the sense of identity and like really being identified as like a sibling duo.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
All right. So moving on to our next example is William Lilly, who is supposed to have Pisces rising with a stellium of planets in the third house, which, as we talked about earlier in some of the ancient Hellenistic authors, like Rhetorius, he would talk about the third house as being associated with divination. So I thought this was a super interesting placement then with Mercury, Uranus, Venus, and the Sun all in Taurus, with Venus in its own domicile, Cazimi in the third house, and William Lilly wrote the most famous horary astrology textbook of all time, which is titled Christian Astrology in 1647, I believe. And it's still the main textbook that continues to influence people to this day.
Yeah, I think this is a super persuasive one in terms of the focus of the divination piece because he is known more for horary, and his third house is much, much stronger than his ninth house.
Yeah. And the other thing is like he would see lots of clients throughout the course of his life and he would like set up shop and people would come in regularly to get these horary readings with him. So,
Hmm.
he became in some sense like a local fixture
Mm.
and there was other things that happened in his life as well. Like two of his most famous predictions were actually about his home city, which is the city of London. So he predicted both the Great Plague of 1665 as well as the Great Fire of London in 1666.
Uh-huh.
And the predictions were in the form of like cryptic hieroglyphs, but the accuracy of the predictions, particularly the fire, which happened 15 years after his book was published, really significantly enhanced his reputation and the belief in astrology at the time.
It's actually really funny in a couple ways. I mean, one, obviously with the city focus, with the third house stellium, but also like with Saturn in the ninth and his like two most famous predictions being like terrible, terrible things.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Good point. So, and again, this is another example of like Venus, the ruler of the third, is in its own sign, and the person is like good at something, or this is an area where they're fortunate.
Right.
All right. Two more examples in this section. The next one is Rupert Murdoch, who is a famous like media mogul and like the founder of Fox News and all sorts of other not super great things, not gonna lie, but has Capricorn rising and the Sun and Mercury in Pisces with a lot of fortune in the third whole sign house. And so again, it's like being the singular, like not just founder, but person behind, some of these different companies, I think is pretty incredible.
hmm Right, for sure. It's like third house focus. And something funny I found while I was looking him up in Ted Turner is that it was written that he and Ted Turner had an animosity for a while, but what started it was not their media companies, but it was initiated by the fact that they both were like driving a yacht and their yachts collided. And I was like, I don't know if this story is like true, but I could see it symbolically working there because each of them have like Jupiter either in or ruling the third house. And I just thought that was like really funny with, in part symbolizing large transportation vehicles.
Yeah, for sure. That's incredible. It's a good thing to watch out for. Like, don't crash your yacht into another person's
Right.
yacht.
It's just not done. It's taboo.
Right. And then one last one that came up in my searches was just Tom Brokaw as a famous news anchor who had Sagittarius rising and the Sun and Mercury in the third house. And yeah, was a famous broadcaster.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. Conveying the
Oh,
news.
yeah. All right. So let's transition at this point to talking about the planet Venus.
Mm,
And I believe you have the first example here to share.
I do. So the first example is Diane Arbus. Um, Diane Arbus was a photographer with Venus and the moon in the third house in Aquarius, Sagittarius rising chart. Um, And one of the things she was particularly noted for was people often described her as being a photographer of people on the edges of society. And I thought that was really interesting with the Aquarius pieces there, because Aquarius is more the periphery rather than the center or the diffuse, massive, social realm rather than like a central figure with Leo. Anyway, so she has Venus there in the third house and the moon, and found a lot of artistic expression people with Venus in the third. You were the one that noted photography as a potential like moon in the third as well. So she kind of has a blend of these two going on, like artistic photography, because the moon reflects and not just how would you describe what you were talking about, the process of the photography?
Just that, like with photography, it's like you have the piece of paper that can receive light, and then the light makes an impression on it, and then the paper holds it basically vaguely, let's say, especially like early photography when people were developing it on their own in like a dark room or something like that.
Hmm.
Um, so that notion of just like how the moon in ancient astrology, Valens and the other Hellenistic astrologers talk about the moon receiving the light of the sun. And so there's this notion of this receptive quality of the moon that then holds things.
Hmm.
And I think there's just something symbolically similar there in terms of photography. And I had a friend who was a photographer that as the ruler of the 10th is the moon in the third house. And that's one of the reasons I started paying attention to that.
Yeah. Well, and I started thinking about it that too beyond the processes of doing the photography, but like the moon also just like reflecting back the people or the landscapes or what have you that's like in front of the photographer. They're not like creating something new, they're like reflecting what's there. Anyways, we could
Right.
have
Well,
also put her,
it's like a memory as well. It's like
yeah.
capturing a memory of a scene in the same way that people maybe up until that point, the only way you could capture those things is with your memory, or maybe somebody draws a painting or something, which is again a way
Mm,
of capturing a memory or an image of something. But here with
mhm.
photography, it's like a new way of capturing images or memories of something.
Right, exactly. So we could have also alternately put her in the moon and in the third category, but put her Venus in the third because, essentially it's a way of expressing oneself artistically. And there's a lot of artists I found that had Venus in the third. Um, and another just additional funny wrinkle on that story is that I found out like late in the game that one of her most famous photographs is actually of identical twin girls, which was just like another funny third house thing.
That's amazing. I bet
Yes.
if you looked up the transits to that, you would see something hitting her third house placements.
Probably. Yeah, I did not check the timing on this one. But anyway, yeah, Venus in the third. I found lots of artists, singers, composers seem to have Venus in the third because their manner of expression or vehicle of expression is artistic. So some of the other ones, just to list off briefly, are Pablo Picasso, the painter, Renoir, also painter, Ansel Adams, that we talked about earlier, who's a photographer. Andrew Wyeth was a painter, Camille Claudel, a French sculptor. Johannes Brahms, composer, Tom Waits, singer-songwriter and composer, which I think is really funny because his Venus is in the third, but it's ruled by Saturn conjunct Mars in the 10th, and he's known for having a really gravelly voice, like a really kind of rough voice, but like nonetheless, it's still a Venus expression. Annie Lennox, singer-songwriter, and this last one I found was really funny. Louis Vuitton, who was like the original designer of the Louis Vuitton bags, and that started that whole company. Um, he was a designer, which is like an artistic expression, but it was also like luggage and handbags, right? It actually started with yeah, with more like luggage trunks that were more a thing back in the day, and then turned into like now Louis Vuitton is famous for like handbags, which I think is funny because you would like take them around town, right? It's like something you take from your home when you're like going into town.
Yeah, that's incredible. Don't
Yeah.
bag on designer trunks. Those are coming back, in my opinion, one of
Are
these
they coming
days.
back? I mean, what was
Trunks.
actually funny, because it was like an artisan thing back then, and it was something really well respected. It was like a craft, which is like Venus and Virgo, right? It's like a useful designer thing. But then he put like little artistic things on it, like made them like rounded corners instead of straight. Apparently, this was a big deal back then.
It is still respected, so check yourself here in terms of your trunk disrespect.
Oh no, no, I love it. It was like a perfect like Venus in the third.
I didn't know we had a birth time for them, so that's actually really cool. There's the chart, I guess if this is correct, with like
Hmm.
Cancer rising and Venus in Virgo. Oh, that's great. It's actually in Virgo.
Right, exactly. It's like it's an artisan thing. It was like an artistic but useful craft.
Yeah,
And it was explicitly for the purpose of travel.
I love that.
Yeah.
All right. Good find. Good
Yeah.
find.
Thank you.
All right. Where are we at?
Second Venus.
Oh yeah, this is my example.
Yeah.
I really like this one because it's actually more of a transit example, but this is the birth chart of Dua Lipa, who is a famous singer at this point, but she has Cancer rising, or sorry, Gemini rising, and she has this very tight Sun Venus conjunction at 28 degrees of Leo. So Venus is Cazimi in the sign of the Sun. The Sun is in its own domicile. They're also co present with the degree of the IC and a lot of fortune that are also there. And last summer, the Venus retrograde that happened in Leo, when Venus stationed retrograde at like 28, 29 degrees of Leo, and the Barbie movie came out, there was so much stuff happening, but we really noted that the Venus retrograde and the release of the Barbie movie was like perfectly coinciding with the station of Venus at about 28 degrees of Leo. And Dua Lipa not only appeared in the movie as Mermaid Barbie, but she actually released the song Dance the Night, which was her song Dance the Night was featured very prominently in the movie in the dance sequence. And it was originally released as the soundtrack's lead single, basically, and eventually became like one of her more successful songs. And I was just incredibly struck by the fact that that happened under that transit when transiting Venus was stationing there on top of her Sun Venus conjunction in the third house. And it had to do with partially like the release of this song, its prominence in the movie, and then the movie becoming wildly successful, including a brief appearance by her.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great timing example.
Yeah. All right. So I think that's it for the Venus section. Let's move
Mhm.
on to Mars, where we actually have several examples.
Mhm.
Um, so my first example is one that I use all the time because it's just one of my favorite examples that I've ever found. And it's George Lucas, who was born with Taurus rising and Mars in Cancer in the third house. And the story of George Lucas is that he grew up wanting to be a race car driver. And when he was old enough to start driving cars, he would like go to races and stuff and race around town. And he was planning on doing that professionally once he became an adult and once he graduated high school. But then what happened is that he was in like the final days of high school basically, and he got in this horrific car accident where another person slammed into his car, and his car was like thrown in the air and smashed against a tree and like crumpled up like a soda can. And he was miraculously thrown from the car right before it slammed into the tree, otherwise he would have died. And he had to spend a while recovering in the hospital after that. But he was so shook by it that he decided that he didn't want to be a race car driver anymore. And instead, he went to college. There, he fell in love with filmmaking. And then he ended up making a bunch of famous movies, such as Star Wars and Indiana Jones.
Mhm.
And then eventually became, like, went down as one of the most famous filmmakers in history.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah. So it all came down, though, to this one event.
Mm.
And what was so interesting about it is that um, he was 18 years old. So he was actually in a Mars profection year. So the profections were activating his natal Mars in the third house. And he just had a ton of transits that day that were activating his third house placements as well. Um, I haven't been doing this to save time, but I think this will be a rare example where I just want to show the actual chart with the transits because it's so incredibly striking. Okay, so let me know if you can see this, okay?
So on the left is George Lucas, on the right is the bi-wheel.
Yeah, so the inside wheel on the right is his natal chart and the outside wheel is his transits. And
Mhm.
um, look at all of the incredibly close transits that are lined up over the course of the day. So the first thing is that Mars was the Lord of the Years, so that means we have to pay attention to what it was doing in the transits. And the day of his crash, Mars came up to 11 degrees of Taurus, so it was conjoining the exact degree of his Venus, which, because he has Taurus rising, Venus is the ruler of his ascendant, so it
Mhm.
represents his body and his physical vitality,
Mhm.
as well as just, as the ruler of the ascendant, his life direction, since Venus is the ruler of the ascendant, is the captain of his ship. And
Mhm.
all of a sudden, it's just getting rocked by this really rough conjunction from Mars.
Mhm.
At the same time, Mars is squaring the moon. Why is that important? Because the moon is actually the ruler of the third house of short distance travel.
Mhm.
So he's simultaneously getting a Mars square to the moon, the ruler of his third house. Weirdly, at the exact same time, transiting Saturn is also at 11 degrees of Aquarius, conjoining his moon on the same day. If that wasn't enough, transiting Neptune is at 11 degrees of Scorpio, squaring his moon and opposing his Venus. The south node is at 10 degrees of Aquarius, also conjoining his moon. And basically, those are all very, very rough transits. But then what's weird about it is he had two positive transits that were protecting him at the same time. One of them is that on the same day that transiting Mars conjoined his Venus, transiting Venus in the sky came to 25 degrees of Cancer, which is the exact same degree as his Mars at 25 degrees of Cancer in the third house. So I believe that this was actually a protective transit for him that was hitting that difficult Mars transit, Mars placement natally at this time.
Mhm.
And then on top of that, transiting Jupiter came to 11 and 12 degrees of Pisces. So it was making a superior sextile to his Venus at 11 degrees of Taurus, which was helping to protect and offset that negative Mars transit.
Yeah, that's a lot going on. But yeah, if you're worried about a transit coming up, usually like the major life-changing ones kind of look more or less like this, where there's like, it's not just one thing.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, that is what was going on there in terms of George Lucas and having a famous crash, which was like a negative event, but it also changed his life positively as well.
Hmm. Right. Yeah, that's amazing.
All right. Another example, very similar to that, but somewhat more difficult, is Frida Kahlo and the famous bus accident
Right.
that occurred for her.
Right. And this came up because I was looking for like bus drivers one night for this, and I was not finding bus drivers, but in the course of that, I found like a bus accident. And then you looked up the timing for this famous bus accident, and you're like, wait a minute, this is amazing.
I
So
mean, I said it a little bit more depressingly than that. I was like, this is amazing.
you
You
didn't
know,
say it was amazing in a good way.
okay, I just want to be clear.
I'm not trying to misrepresent here.
I was not celebrating Frida
No,
Kahlo's bus accident.
you were not. You were not. It was just like a striking Mars transit to the ruler of the third, it turns out. So, pictured is her birth chart on the left, which is Leo rising. Venus is the ruler of her third house of transportation. Venus is in Gemini, late Gemini in the 11th house, closely conjunct Pluto. Um, and then the transits, the bus accident was September 17th, 1925. And Venus, her natal Venus, was being afflicted by squares from both Mars and Uranus. So Mars was at 22-23 Virgo, square her Venus, and Uranus was at 23 Pisces, also square her Venus. So it was like a transiting Mars-Uranus opposition, which is often involved in like accidents, right? It's like sudden Mars things. But
Mhm.
those two both happen to be like exactly square the ruler of her third house.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really tough. Because it's like there's already a little tricky combination there with Venus and Pluto conjunct, but then having a transiting Mars Uranus opposition that's very close and that is hitting Pluto and Venus at around that time is a pretty explosive combination for like
Right.
essentially like a freak accident. And part of what happened
Hmm.
is she was partially like impaled in this bus accident, right?
Yeah, like it was like she was impaled. It kind of like went through her pelvis. It was like major, major injury that kind of impacted her for the rest of her life. It was one of the things that, but kind of like George Lucas's, like, she would paint like in bed and stuff like that too. So which was striking because the ruler of her third is Venus conjunct Pluto. So there's like something Plutonian, life altering that happens with regard to third house things at some point in life. But it's also like very powerful artistic expression, right? With like Venus, Pluto ruling the third.
Yeah, I mean, she would paint about and like express a lot of the pain and suffering that she had about different things, but one of them was the things that resulted from and the lingering effects of her injuries.
Right. Right. Because it did impact her for the rest of her life.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and there's like obviously a bunch of other things going on at the
There
same time,
were.
like
Yeah.
like Pluto's hitting her sun and Neptune's on her ascendant and etc. But
Yeah.
yeah, it was a rough Mars transit, especially, and that's sometimes what you see occasionally with Mars transits in connection with the third house.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there were a few like auto accidents that we didn't include that we could have with like Mars in third house.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on to the next example. And this was a
Okay.
special study that you did.
I just noticed, I thought about like local governance and I was like, what about Harvey Milk? So Harvey Milk, and I don't know if I'm going to pronounce it right, but George Moscone, um, were sort of famous. They were Harvey Milk was on the San Francisco Board of Directors. He was the first openly gay man to be elected to public office in California, and George Moscone was at the same time the mayor of San Francisco. So the first thing I wanted to say was just Mars in the third house, but ruling the 10th house. And so his career was about like local governance. He did other things before that, but that's eventually what he became known for. And yeah, it's not, what impressed me the most about that, it wasn't even just like the city governance, which it was, but the structure of the San Francisco Board of Directors is such that it's kind of like the US House of Representatives. You're representing a geographical area within the city. So it's literally like your area neighborhoods, which I
Mhm.
thought was perfect, the ruler of the 10th and the third. Um, and so why I was pointing out the Mars though is Mars is in its own sign in the third house, and it's got an overcoming square from Saturn in a night chart in this one. And then if you want to show George Moscone's, he had Sun, Mars, Saturn in Sagittarius in the third. So they both had a Mars in the third house. And they both had a Mars Saturn thing going on in a night chart. So here, Mars Saturn are co present, and the other one, Mars was in the third with an overcoming sign based square from Saturn. And so, why I'm highlighting the Mars part is they were both kind of infamously murdered while in service to their community, basically, because George Moscone was the mayor of the city and Harvey was on the board of supervisors. And there was a very homophobic former representative on the board who was like mad that he couldn't get back on. And he came in and shot both of them. And yeah, it was really tragic.
Yeah,
So,
that's really that's one of the things about Mars is that, especially in some of the ancient significations, is sometimes it's associated with acts of violence.
mhm.
And in modern times, sometimes things like shootings can be part of that.
Yeah, exactly. So it was super sad. But yeah, like a very, very Mars example. So, and you were noting, right, some of the transits.
Yeah, so I looked up the transits, and um, Mars was transiting the third house of George Moscone, conjunct a retrograde Mercury when he died. So, and then Nick Diggin Best pointed out that Mars was also transiting the third house of the killer, Dan Brown.
Mm,
So it was weird that there was these transits that were simultaneously like indicating the event for some of them in the area. So that sometimes it's that thing we've talked about in other episodes of like sometimes there's a natal signature, and sometimes that natal signature gets activated by the transits or perfections or what have you.
hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, but on a sort of more, I don't know, less tragic note, I mean, just the ruler of the 10th in the third and just him being sort of forever intertwined with like San Francisco. Like he's like known for being like a San Francisco person and representing the neighborhoods of San Francisco. There's even, I'm forgetting the name of it right now, but I heard this amazing musical. Oh, it's called I Am Harvey Milk. And I saw it performed some years ago. It was like incredible and moving. And if you're into his life at all, I recommend watching it or listening to the album, which you can listen to online. But one of the songs is like San Francisco, Be My Lover, and it's like about his love for the city.
Mm, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also there was that movie where Sean Penn played him. I think it was just called Milk, right?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, that's really striking. And also because he was one of the first openly gay um, you know, people in a prominent role like in the country, it also was
Hmm.
sort of setting a trailblazing in that
Hmm.
sense. And so it's interesting seeing that as a major signature related to career in the chart as well,
Right, for sure.
of like talking about like firsts again.
Hmm. Yeah.
All right. So let's see. Let's move on to the next example. This is the birth chart. Let me reshare it here of Zidane, who is one of the most famous soccer players ever. He's an iconic French soccer player and coach. And this example was actually sent in to me by a listener and patron named Christine Bouton d'Or Devon, which hopefully I'm pronouncing close enough to accurate. And Zidane is an iconic soccer player, but this example is really focused on an event that happened at the very end of his career as an actual player in the very final game of his career, where on July 9th, 2006, towards the end of like the final game of his career, he's on the field. Like the teams are tied. I think they're in overtime. So it's really tense. And he's walking by this other player on the field, and this other player reportedly insulted Zidane's sister. So Zidane turned around and headbutted this guy just like brutally in the chest and knocked him over. And after this happened, the referees pulled a red card and he got kicked out of the game. And it was the final game of his career. And then his team went on to like lose the game in overtime in his absence. So it was this incredibly um, publicized event. And it's really striking in his birth chart because he has Taurus rising and he has the Sun, Mercury, and Mars in the third house, but especially that Mercury Mars conjunction is very tight at 20 degrees of Cancer and 26 degrees of Cancer in his third house. And it's just striking that, like, the motivation for the headbutt, the famous like headbutt heard around the world, was his sister being insulted and therefore him, lashing out as a result of that.
Right. That's pretty funny.
Well, and it's like he has the sun in the third house, so it's like part of his identity is probably very wrapped up in his siblings, and his siblings are probably really important to him. So it's like,
Mm.
if somebody with like a, important placements like the sun in the third house, then do not insult their siblings.
Right. Well, it's also like Mars and Cancer, which is like pretty famously known for like, you know, coming out the most when they feel like protective of their loved ones.
Right. Yeah, actually a really good point because that was something Austin and I were talking about in the recent episode about like Kendrick Lamar, who has a Mercury Mars conjunction in Scorpio, and he was in that rap battle earlier this year with Drake, and it was like kind of going back and forth, and like Drake was taking shots at Kendrick, but Kendrick wasn't like trying very hard, but he like said in one of his songs, like he said a red line, and he said like basically like do not attack family,
Mm.
and this won't go too far. But then Drake crossed the line, and that was when Kendrick just like, pulled out the big guns and just like annihilated Drake with this song, this brutal song that just like also became the song of the summer that was just completely humiliating Drake. And
Right.
that's a really good point because he has a Mars Mercury conjunction in the 10th house of career. Here we see Mars Mercury in the third house of siblings.
Hmm. Right.
Um, all right. So yeah, I think that's good. There's like some transit stuff with that one, but we can skip it for the purpose of this.
Hmm.
The next Mars example that I noticed that was cool is the birth chart of Alan Turing, who had Gemini rising and Mars in the third house. And I thought this was really interesting because one of the things Turing was the most legendary for was building code breaking machines during World War II, which were successful and allowed the Allies to break the German codes, the communication codes, so that they could access and see their communications and know and anticipate what they were going to do.
Hmm.
So there's like a lot of different things on in his chart that explain his story and facility with like mechanics and with communications things and all sorts of other things like that. But I'm just pointing out here, there's just an interesting piece of like a positive manifestation of Mars in the third house,
Mm,
and like breaking communications codes,
right.
that was used effectively and like productively to help the war effort during World War II.
Right. And it's interesting that that Mars in Leo in the third is ruled by the sun, which is in the second house. So that was like his employment, at least for some amount of time.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Next example, um, the rapper Ice Cube has Mars in the third house, and his chart is like Libra rising with Mars retrograde in the third house of communication, opposite to Mercury and Gemini. And I thought this was a funny example just because he's known for his sort of like aggressive communication and like rapping style, especially in his early days with NWA. But
Mm,
in particular, in his early career, his lyrics often featured this really confrontational and like explicit language and component to them. And
mm,
they were often like addressing social and political issues with this really raw and unapologetic tone. But it's like some of his most famous, his most iconic NWA song was like "Fuck the Police," basically,
mm, mhm.
and it's hilarious that the guy who wrote that has like Mars in the third house.
Right. Right. In Sagittarius, which is just like very straightforward about like what they think usually.
Yeah, and in a day chart.
Yes, in a day chart for sure.
So anyway, that's just a little example.
Hmm.
Um, All right, two more quick ones. Ryan Reynolds, this is a really recent one, and he has Virgo rising with a stellium of planets in Scorpio, including the Sun, North Node, Moon, Uranus, and Mars. I'm particularly focused on that Mars, though, because it's in its domicile in Scorpio in a night chart. And what's interesting about him over the past decade is Ryan Reynolds um, was the driving force behind creating the Deadpool movies, where he took this old um, comic book character, like superhero, and all of the superhero movies for like the past 2 decades, where there's just been this crazy run on superhero movies from like every possible past comic book. For the most part, because they're comic book movies, or superhero movies, they're being marketed to kids so that they're usually like PG-13 or or they're like PG or PG-13 at the most. But Ryan Reynolds was the driving force behind creating an R-rated superhero movie where instead of just being marketed to kids, it's like an adult movie basically that uses a lot of curse words and foul language, but also a
Mm,
lot of violence and gore and other things like that.
mm,
And what happened is he released the movie and it was like wildly successful and made a ton of movie at the box office, a ton of money. And as a result of that, they've done two sequels already. And like the third Deadpool movie just came out this summer.
mm-hmm. That's very Mars.
Yeah. So I wanted to use that as a, good example of sometimes like, using Mars related things like bad language with Mars in the third house, but having it in Scorpio and using it successfully for, successful things.
Hmm. Right. Mars in its own sign in a night chart.
Yeah, sort of in the same way that Richard Pryor did with Mercury conjunct Mars in Scorpio.
Hmm. Right.
All right. And then the last example is just one I threw in really quickly where George Martin, the author of Game of Thrones, just a few like weeks ago, there's been the second season of this series House of Dragon just aired over the past few months, but it got panned critically um, for different reasons. Like audiences didn't like the later part of the season. And George R. R. Martin, who wrote the book that the series was based on, earlier this month, he just wrote an article on his blog criticizing the showrunners for deviating from his book and saying that his book like had a good story, but they decided to change the story and it's going to mess up a bunch of plot points, making the show worse than it should be. And what was funny is he published this blog post on September 4th, which was the day that Mars ingressed into Cancer and went into his third house. And
Mm,
he's, criticizing the people that are making the show that's based on his book for not accurately reflecting his writing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's transition into talking about the planet Jupiter at this point in the third house. So, the very first example chart I wanted to show is the birth chart of Henry Ford. And this is another one of those ones that you run into with like older charts where it's, um, I think it was actually given as like 7 a.m. So it's like it could be late Leo rising, it could be early Virgo rising. And one of the things I tried to figure out is I did a search. I was like, did Henry Ford have a temper? And then the results that came up was it was like, yes, Henry Ford was very well known for having a temper. And so I suspect that he had late Leo rising rather than Virgo rising.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, that caveat out of the way in terms of
Mm-hmm.
using a slightly rectified chart, if he had this chart, then he was born with Leo rising and Saturn and Jupiter in Libra in the third house in a day chart. And he was the founder, of course, of Ford, which is the car company, which ended up kind of revolutionizing and setting a new era for cars and for production by automating the car production process.
Mm, yeah, that's really interesting with the Saturn ruling the sixth house of like labor, and the third house of transportation.
Right. As well
Mm,
as, like you pointed out when I brought up this example, just that it's a Jupiter Saturn conjunction. And it's like we're used to thinking of that as setting new eras in history and new
mm,
like epochs in history and mundane astrology. But it's interesting to see that in a natal chart and having a single individual set a new epoch in terms of cars and motor vehicles in the third house.
right, in terms of like your ability to get around and how most people did that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
As well as like how those cars were produced.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, so that is pretty much it with that. The next example of Jupiter in the third house is Emily Dickinson.
Mm-hmm. So this one, Emily Dickinson, was this one of your examples?
I guess so. I wasn't sure if we
Okay.
split this one. I mean,
Uh, I
the
can
main thing
read
with
it, but I didn't. No.
Okay. Well, the main thing with Emily Dickinson that I thought was interesting was just that her sister published her poems after her death, which was very similar to like Vincent van Gogh, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but also the main thing was just that she was this super prolific writer. And even though her only publications in her actual lifetime were like 10 of her nearly 1,800 poems and one letter, she wrote a ton of poems that were later published after her death by her sister. And I guess that was the main thing that I really wanted to convey with this is just that her sister was deeply involved in the publication of her poems after her death, but also that Emily Dickinson was a prolific writer and then eventually would come to be recognized as, this major writer in history.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dealing with Jupiter there in the third, also kind of a Mercury Sun conjunction.
Right. Yeah.
Mm.
So,
Yeah, because
are,
wherever Jupiter is, there's often like a lot of it, right? And that's kind of what was going on there with like a lot of writing.
yeah, it can be like a lot of things, going to extremes. I think we had another example of that with somebody else with the ruler of the third in Sagittarius, and we saw like a similar thing of being like one of the most prolific writers.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah.
So, and also I just like the example because her poetry without her sister's dedication and initiative to seeing it through, Emily Dickinson's poetry may never have seen the light of day,
Mm.
but because of her sister's efforts, she became the talent of Emily Dickinson became widely recognized and celebrated, which made her sort of one of the great American poets in history. And I think that's crucial because that just takes us back to like why the third house is sometimes important is like not every siblings are not important in everyone's life, but for some people, siblings can be really important. In this
Mm-hmm.
instance, and literally would not have been as widely recognized if not for her sibling.
Yeah, for sure. Do you know if it's a super rounded time or if there's any like source notes just out of curiosity? I mean, I know it's on the
Um,
hour.
I don't know. It's just
Okay.
5 o'clock. I don't remember at the moment.
Yeah. I was just curious because at least at that time, if it was close to exact, like the midheavens, like right next to the ruler of the third, which would make a lot of sense with regard to like only becoming known because of her sister.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am not sure. And the placement is, Scorpio rising with Jupiter conjunct Neptune in Capricorn with a lot of fortune. Again, we've seen a lot
Mm,
of fortune placements. I explored this in my episode on the lot of fortune earlier this year, but sometimes it's just like having fortunate circumstances that are outside of your control with respect to that
mm,
topic. In this instance, it's like she really lucked out that her sister like got all of this together and published these poems for her so that she
mhm.
could be recognized after her life had ended.
Right. And very similarly to how sometimes things only play out a certain time in one's life and not like all of the time. This is an even more extreme example of that. Like this, at least an aspect of the third house only played out like after she wasn't around, but the chart was still working.
Yeah, that's one of the most fascinating things that I interestingly first encountered with Vincent van Gogh, because he didn't sell like pretty much any of his paintings during his lifetime. It was only after he died that his brother, who had like funded his career a lot,
Mm,
his brother and especially his brother's wife ended up promoting like getting possession of Vincent's paintings and then promoting them.
mhm,
And that's how he became a famous painter, is because of that promotion after he died. And he had
mhm.
the ruler of the third house of siblings in the 10th house of career.
Yeah, that's amazing.
But that topic, that's one of the first charts where I sort of glimpsed into that topic of what I call post-mortem astrology and just how
Mhm,
our charts continue to live on after death.
mhm.
And, for some people that are famous after they died, it's the activation of their chart later on that really signifies when they will become recognized.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen a bunch of that too. That's interesting with Van Gogh with the ruler of the third and the 10th in terms of it being both his brother, making him famous and also that being expression as, his expression was like his career.
Yeah, totally. And
Yeah.
I mean, even during his life, um, his brother funded and gave money to his brother a lot to help him.
Right.
So I didn't use this example in this one. I think I cut it or I didn't use it because I use it extensively in my course. There's actually a bunch of
hmm
examples I use in my course in my book that I didn't want to completely repeat here, even though I repeated
hmm
some of them, but there's actually more in my course.
hmm Yeah.
All right. So moving on, let's go to Saturn in the third house.
Okay.
Let me pull up our first Saturn in the third house example, which is Elvis Presley. And something I didn't know about Elvis, um, because I didn't really grow up with Elvis. It's like way before my era, but I did find at one point that we had a time chart for Elvis, and I saw that he had Sagittarius rising, and then he had Saturn in the third house in a night chart. And I think I was just like curious how that worked out. And I did a search one day, like, does Elvis have siblings? And it came back, and the answer was like, um, he was actually a twin, but his brother died in birth. Um, and that this actually really impacted Elvis when he grew up.
Mm. Yeah.
So, yeah, he had an identical twin brother named Jesse who was stillborn that was delivered 35 minutes before Elvis. And I have some quotes from Elvis that are just really fascinating where he often seemed to like reflect on his brother and how that like altered his life trajectory. So he says, I suppose it might have been different if my brother had lived, but he didn't live, and I grew up alone. I guess my mother and my father, too, of course, were trying to make up for that by giving me enough love for both. So I was interested in just like that he emphasized that he grew up alone. So he had this sense of like loneliness, which is a very Saturn keyword or signification as a result of this like perceived this loss of his of that he would have had a brother.
Right.
Elsewhere, another quote, he says, I always felt alone, even in a crowd. And even though it's like a separate quote, I sort of wonder if it harkens back to, that previous quote about being alone because of like not having his brother.
Hmm.
Elsewhere, he said, I have a twin brother that died at birth, so I guess I'm two people. Elsewhere, he says, when I was a child, ladies would come to the house and tell my mother how lucky she was to have me. She'd say, yes, but I had two sons and I lost one. So it's like the death of the brother, seriously impacted the mother, and it was something that Elvis himself felt sort of like emotionally through her.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
because not everyone would like if someone else had the same circumstance, but their parents didn't maybe say something like that or really evoke the absence, like it probably would have been different.
right, for sure. Elsewhere, one more quote. He says, I often think of what it would have been like to have a brother, someone to share my life with, someone to lean on. So it's like even as an adult, it was something he really reflected and felt strongly about in some way.
Hmm.
And there's like some rumors, like I don't know, I was having a hard time verifying this, but some close friends and family members supposedly shared stories suggesting that Elvis believed that he could sense his brother's presence or even communicate with him in some way. And I thought that was interesting, even though I couldn't find any explicit quotes from Elvis himself about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so that is that. The moon we can see is down there, separating from a conjunction with Saturn, and I think that's really interesting that that was like the last aspect the moon made. So there's something important going on
Right.
there. Um,
Yeah. I was thinking of that close conjunction too, even though they're separating, especially with the moon ruling the eighth house of death.
right, and like Pluto in the eighth house,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like the moon is in the eighth house of death, and it's in the fourth house of parents, and maybe it was partially like his mom being so impacted by that.
Yeah, right.
If she's saying stuff like that to visitors, like,
Hmm.
they're like, "Congrats, you have a great kid," and she's like, "Well, I used to have two, or
Right.
I should have two." Like that's kind of a bummer on Elvis's part, and he's kind of
Yeah,
probably feeling some of that, or that's impacting him in some way.
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So moving on, another example of Saturn in the third house that I found recently. This is the birth chart of Eddie Kidd, who has Scorpio rising, and Saturn in Capricorn in the third house, along with the moon. So Eddie Kidd's really interesting because he's kind of like Evel Knievel in that he was a motorcycle stunt performer who was really prominent and became famous in the 1970s and 1980s with these really incredible motorcycle jumps and death-defying stunts, so that he became sort of like a household name. And he was frequently in a bunch of movies, including three James Bond films, including the film Goldeneye, where he played a double for Pierce Brosnan, doing some like motorcycle jumps, basically. So he performed 12,000 jumps during the course of his career, jumping over cars and buses. He even jumped over the Great Wall of China on a motorcycle at one point. But then what happened is one day he did a jump, but he was injured. Like he came down too hard and his head um, went down violently and slammed into the motorcycle, and it left him paralyzed and with brain damage, so
Mm.
that he was unable to walk and unable to speak. And he was actually initially injured and left in a coma, but he only regained consciousness 3 months later after the accident, and found that he was paralyzed and that he couldn't speak the same way that he used to before.
Yeah, that is really tragic.
Yeah, so it's very similar to, for example, the case with our earlier Saturn and the third example of Christopher Reeve,
Mm.
where the Saturn is indicating, you know, um, it's saying no to like both movement, but also communication to some extent as well.
Right.
And um, of course, when I looked up the transits and stuff, eclipses preceded the event by a few months in some like notable sectors of the chart.
Mm.
Um, and then later on, though, in like the 2010s and 2011 and 2010, he actually um, walked in the 2011 London Marathon, where he got out of his wheelchair at the start and he walked the rest of the way, starting April 17th, 2011. And he walked the entire marathon, which took him 4 weeks to complete.
Mm,
But he called it his greatest stunt yet, and he eventually completed it on June 6th.
mm.
And I thought this was amazing because the day that he finished the marathon, the closest transit he was having was Uranus squaring his Saturn in the third house.
Oh,
So
wow.
Uranus was actually stationing at that very degree over the course of that month. So it was
Mm,
really like he was rebelling against the limitations that his injury put on his movement and
mm.
doing his best to like break free of that.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it makes sense both with, the Mars Uranus is doing a lot in this chart, like, on top of the Saturn in the third, like the Mars ruling the sixth house, injuries, and being in a day chart and like closely conjunct Uranus and prominently placed in the 10th. So it's like
Mm.
his death-defying stunts, but also the injury. Um, but yeah, and it's interesting that this is then Saturn in a day chart and Saturn in its own sign. And so it was the kind of thing where he could actually keep working on it later, to regain some mobility. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Anyways, he also eventually in 2012 also carried the Olympic torch. So um, there was like some hope and some like fighting against things as well. And he's been recognized since then as just a legendary stunt performer and somebody that was really influential in terms of that field.
Hmm. Yep,
All
that
right.
is. Yep.
So that takes us to the next example. This is not the chart of a person. This is a chart of a business, but it's just to show you the third house component. So this is the birth chart of the Mercury Cafe, which is where we used to host our local astrology meetings, right?
Yes, and they're still being hosted, but not by us. And
Yeah. Shout out to Rosalie, who's doing an amazing job running the Denver Astrology Group meetings, if anyone's ever in town.
mhm. So this is the chart of the moment that the business in that location opened. Marilyn, the owner, had a previous location, but anyway, she famously, if you've ever been there or seen pictures from the outside, there's a big wall painting of like the birth chart of the opening of that location for the business. So this is a Scorpio rising chart, Uranus, Neptune, and Saturn in Capricorn in the third house. And this was something we noticed. This is a transit example, really. It was something we noticed because Saturn and Pluto went into Capricorn around 2008, and then Saturn around 2017. And what happened, that meant that there was a Saturn return going on in the third house, as well as Pluto going very slowly through the third house. And then there being that transiting Saturn-Pluto conjunction at one point. And what happened is the entire neighborhood changed around the business. It was so striking that we were like repeatedly like commenting on it when we would come there for meetings. And at first, there were new tent encampments for by people who were unhoused, kind of lining the entire block, which was new. Um, Not that that hasn't happened in lots of places, but still, we had the chart of the business, and that was representing the neighborhood.
Well,
Um,
and it's like initially the Mercury Cafe, when it was started, it was kind of on like the outskirts of downtown Denver, where
mm,
there was just like warehouses and it was sort of in the middle of nowhere. So there was nothing around it in terms
right.
of other buildings, basically.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Which I think speaks to the Saturn there, natally. And then after that, then all of a sudden, all these major, like huge, tall buildings and like large condo buildings started being built, like just like entirely surrounding, like that block, that neighborhood was suddenly like construction everywhere, which I think is like the Saturn part of the Saturn return was like there was like lots of building going on. And eventually by the end, it had changed the entire look and character of like the immediate surrounding neighborhood. And the Mercury Cafe building was more standing out now that it was like not a high rise.
Yeah. So there was just all these huge buildings sprung up around it. And it's just like this little tiny building that's sitting there. And then all of a sudden, like right next to it, there's like huge um, buildings and like parking garages and skyscrapers and stuff. And then there's other little local businesses that moved in across the street. So it starts like becoming like this flourishing sort of area. across the street with all these businesses, but it was just such a rapid and dramatic change that took place over the course of this 3-year period where you could see the upwards construction of all of these buildings around it in the immediate vicinity of this building as Saturn was transiting through Capricorn in the third house between 2017 and 2020.
Yeah, for sure. And it was striking that it was a Saturn return in Capricorn in the third, because I really think the tall buildings is part of the Capricorn part, right? Like with the mountain goats kind of scaling the heights.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just the vertical like upwards thing. It's hard to
Yeah.
convey. It's like hard to
Yeah.
convey unless you're like there and seeing it, but it was
Right.
striking that the third house can be neighborhoods not just for people but also for other entities that sometimes you have to think about, what that looks like even in inception charts or electional charts.
Exactly. And, the last thing I would say about the Capricorn is that it was just striking that it was all these like not just the tallness of the buildings, but they were kind of like very formal. Before it was like kind of small, different little buildings. This was it just felt very like corporate, I guess.
Yeah, like two of them were like corporate condo buildings, or
Yeah.
actually three or four of them were like corporate condo buildings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so that is that. And then not too long after that time, it was actually sold, and the original owner, who was also an astrologer, sold it to other people. And so it was weird that there's also a transition of ownership, which may have related to the Saturn also ruling like the fourth house, because I was thinking about what is the fourth house for, a building, but it's like the parents, and like what are the parents of a building, but it's like the owner, I think, to some extent.
Mhm. Yeah, it could be. Yeah. And it is now up for sale again.
Right. Yeah, it's already being sold a few years again later, and hopefully it continues to exist. And it has good new owners. Kind of nervous about Mercury like ingressing into that fourth house, or Pluto ingressing into that fourth house, but
Hmm.
we'll see how it goes.
Hmm. Yeah.
All right, so let's move on to Uranus in the third house. Um,
For the purpose of this recording, I thought we didn't believe in outer planets anymore.
Yes, we could stop believing in outer planets just to like cut it off here and like call it a night and go to bed. What was the data? I meant to mention the data of when we started. We were recording this on Monday, September 23rd, 2024,
Mhm.
and we were supposed to start at like what, like 12:10, but we started
12:10,
like 30 minutes later with
maybe. It was
some
rising, I
Mercury
think.
coming just off of the midheaven.
Yes. Hmm.
Yeah, so the midheaven had just passed Mercury. So if anyone wants to rectify that birth data, that is our chart with Sagittarius rising today.
Hmm.
All right. So we're not going to forget about the outer planets. We're going to power through like good astrological soldiers and finish out the outer planets for our modern astrology brethren, who those are so important to, as they are to us, obviously.
Yes.
All right. Richard Pryor. So this is just a callback because I just wanted to call back and make an easy one where people kept talking about how he revolutionized comedy with the use of profanity, with his openness, his talking about political things, talking about things that were dark and difficult. Um, and there's a lot of different things going on there in his chart, but the use of terms like revolutionary often makes me think of Uranus, and I just think it's so interesting how Uranus is there in his third house in his chart.
Hmm. Right. Something different or something new going on in that area.
Yeah, exactly. Um, all right. The next chart is um, another inception chart. This is the birth chart of when the first website was launched by Tim Berners-Lee in 1991. And it happened with Scorpio rising, and Uranus and Neptune were conjunct the North Node in Capricorn in the third house of communication. And I just think it's interesting how we have these like Uranian themes in the third house of, revolutionary communication things. And this is, what's more revolutionary than that, than the start of the internet.
Right. Right. And I don't know if you wanted to skip or read any of the excerpt, but I had a funny thought in there.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Do you want me to read it?
Like the whole thing.
Mm, yeah, either or.
Sure, if you'd like to.
Okay. Nobody was paying attention to Tim Berners-Lee and his pet idea. He was a young British scientist at CERN, a high-energy physics lab in Geneva, and he had a radical new way for scientists to share data by linking documents to one another over the internet. He had kicked around a few different names for it, including the Infomesh and the Information Mine, but he wasn't getting much interest from his bosses. His proposal came back with the words, quote, vague but exciting, written across the cover, which just made me laugh quite a lot with the Uranus Neptune in the third there, right?
Right.
Like that's literal. Um, so Berners-Lee took his invention to the people. He posted a message to a news group, a kind of electronic public access bulletin board, announcing the existence of the World Wide Web WWW project. The message included instructions on how to download the very first web browser from the very first website, uh, info.cern.ch. Berners-Lee computer faithfully logged the exact second the site was launched, which is great for us, 2:56:20 p.m., August 6, 1991. He posted it and we came. From that day forward, traffic to info.cern.ch rose exponentially from 10 hits a day to 100, 1,000, and beyond. Berners-Lee had no idea that he had fired the first shot in a revolution that would bring us homepages, search engines, Beanie Baby auctions, and the dot-com bust, but he knew that something special had happened. Quote, of all the browsers people wrote, Berners-Lee remembers, and all the servers they put up, very few of them were done because a manager asked for them. They were done because somebody read one of these newsgroup messages and got that twinkle in their eye. And I like that, like the first shot in a revolution of like a third house thing.
Yeah, I love that. That's a great imagery symbolically for that placement, especially with
Hmm.
Uranus.
Yeah. Especially like the vague but exciting thing made me laugh a lot. But yeah, it's like an interesting Uranus Neptune thing because it was like revolutionary, but also very open to everyone.
Brilliant. All right. And let's see, moving on. I'm going to skip one example and I'll just mention one I had because this is one that you commonly commented on at the time
Mm-hmm.
was all right, so this is my chart. I have Aquarius rising. My third house is Aries. There it is. Aquarius rising. Aries is my third house. In 2010, so 2010, Uranus was making its way into my third house, and it would go through like a several year transit, a 7 year transit there, all the way through 2018. And right at the beginning of that transit, I took over another podcast from another astrologer called Traditional Astrology Radio on my birthday in 2010. And then 2 years later, um, the domain name, the Astrology Podcast, just unexpectedly fell into my lap. I bought it and then I launched this podcast during the course of that time. And over the course of that 7 year period, I had to learn a lot about technology in order to build a successful podcast. I had to learn a lot of different things about like microphones and audio editing and websites. And then eventually, I started doing video in 2017 after my book came out. And I had to learn about lighting and all this other stuff. So there was this huge technological component, but then there was also a component that had to do with my voice, where my voice changed rapidly during the course of that. And I sort of like found my voice. And that's not all having to do with Uranus, but there was just a major component of like revolutionary things happening in the way that I communicated, especially using technology through the podcast during the course of that transit. And it pretty closely aligned with Uranus going into my third house. And then by the end of it, the podcast was successful and it was already on its way to becoming super successful. And in 2017, before Uranus departed from my third house, I actually also finished writing my book after 10 years of working on it and published that in 2017.
Yeah, it was really striking watching it from start to finish. Just Uranus kind of activating all of those third house topics.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot of other things related to that, but I think that's it. It was just an interesting Uranus transit through my third house in a way that can sometimes manifest in very interesting ways.
Hmm.
Revolutions of communication, even within an individual life.
Right. Yeah.
All right, let's move into Neptune.
Okay.
Um, this one's tricky because it's hard to get around this example because it's just like the most obvious example, but the most obvious contemporary example of Neptune in the third house is Donald Trump, who has
Mhm.
Neptune stationing in Libra in the third house of communication, and it's also closely square Mercury in the 12th,
Mhm.
Neptune being at 5 degrees and Mercury being at 8 degrees. And, he's just known for like lying like a lot, basically. And that's something with Neptune, is that Neptune shows the part of our chart where there's things that are detached from reality, or things that are like where you can't tell the difference sometime between what's real and what's not. And sometimes that can be good for, like, for example, like fantasy writers. If
Mhm.
somebody's like a fantasy writer and they have like a prominent Neptune, then sometimes they'll be really good because they have a really good ability to use like immersion in order to immerse a person in like a fantasy world. But for whatever reason, Trump has this like special ability. And what's interesting is that it's co-present with Jupiter, and his Jupiter is like stationing to the day in his third house of communication in a day chart with a trine from Uranus. So one of the things
Mhm.
that's crazy is he's actually very successful as a communicator, and he's come to, rise to power in significant ways at this point in history, and becoming president and other things like that because of his sort of like facility with communication to some extent. But part of that also has to do with this Jupiter Neptune conjunction and like blurring the truth, or sometimes he'll lean on like the Jupiter part and like exaggerate things, and other times he'll lean on the Neptune part and just sort of like make stuff up, so that it's a very um striking and characteristic thing for him with his third house.
Right, right. And you had included a quote from Trump's former White House press secretary. He used to tell me, "It doesn't matter what you say, Stephanie. Say it enough, and people will believe you." And that he like kind of learned that as a sort of life hack to people's psychology at some point.
Yeah, like I think that's really important because that's like a direct quote to somebody that worked for him. I think she was actually his White House press secretary. So it's like she
Right.
was his mouthpiece for a period of time while he was president.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a true quote because you can see that that's kind of what he does, is that like at some point in his life, he just learned that if you say something with enough conviction so that it
Mm-hmm.
sounds like you're being genuine, and if you repeat it and if you say it enough times, even if people don't initially believe you, or they think you're wrong or something like that, it will
Mm-hmm.
subtly start influencing people's reality and like sort of bending things to some extent subtly to your desired outcome. And
Mm-hmm.
it's like some sort of like weird Jedi mind trick that he figured out at some point in his life that he uses really effectively. And what's interesting is like that doesn't work for everybody. It's like people that
Right.
don't have this placement. Sometimes if they say something that's not true, they get called out for it, and then
Mm-hmm.
their career falls apart, and like, they have to start all over again, or their life is over, or what have you. But for some reason,
Mm-hmm.
for him, he's sort of impervious to being pinned down when it comes to, telling things that are untruths.
Mm-hmm. Right. And you can see that sometimes with people like politicians who try to fashion themselves after him, but they don't have his chart, you know? And so it's like, why isn't this working as well for me? And that's why.
Yeah, for sure. And I think just so much of it has to do with that Jupiter placement. And
Mm-hmm.
um, Venus is also ruling his third house of communication and his 10th house of career, and it's over there in his 12th house of, one of them is like enemies.
Mm-hmm.
And, one of the ways that he rose to power early on as a politician was by oftentimes like attacking other people.
Mm-hmm.
Like initially attacked Obama with the birther controversy, and he like claimed that Obama wasn't born in the United States and Hawaii when he was, and when it was documented that he was. Or when he came into the 2016 primary election, one of his main things is he first differentiated himself by, attacking his enemies and making up these funny names for different Republican candidates that he was attacking.
Mm-hmm.
So it was an interesting case there also with like the ruler of the third house of communication and the 12th house of enemies, and just going on the attack with enemies being part of like a general strategy that has worked for him.
Mm-hmm. Right, for sure.
Yeah. So the only other thing with that is I was watching an interview with him recently where we went on a podcast, and I wanted to watch it because I thought it was interesting to see him in a long form comment and just what his like what he was like talking, and if you could get any biographical details that would be interesting in terms of the astrology, seeing him in that kind of format. So he
Mm.
went on a podcast with Theo Vaughn, who's a comedian, on August 20th of this year of 2024. One of the stories that he told that was actually very interesting is he said that he never drank or smoked because of his older brother, who played a really positive influence in his life and who told him not to all of the time because his brother struggled with that. And his brother developed alcoholism, and it actually ended up killing him eventually.
Mhm.
But what he said in this interview is that um, not only that he's never drank so that it didn't end up having an impact on him because he was so moved by what happened with his brother, but that his brother himself actively encouraged him not to drink to try to save him because he knew he was struggling with his own addiction issues.
Mm.
So I think this is really important and really interesting because then it means with Jupiter in the third house for Trump, the other part of that is his brother actually played a positive influence in his life. And what's interesting is his brother was actually a pilot who flew planes. And that's actually that's part of like the family drama in history is that his brother was the older brother that was supposed to take over the family company, I think, but instead he like rebelled and went off and became a pilot so he could fly around the world. And therefore, Donald became his father's favorite from that point forward, or became kind of like the heir. But then his brother struggled with those drinking issues that eventually really undermined his life, so that he died very early and very prematurely, or very young, I think in his 40s. And that also is kind of shows up in Trump's chart with that Jupiter Neptune conjunction in the third house.
Right, with the Neptune, like stationary Neptune being, potentially at least part of the, addiction, showing up with the sibling, and then the ruler of the third being in the 12th being like a loss of a sibling, as well as the other aspects you were talking about. But then the Jupiter stationary there as well, being like that this, paradoxically played like a positive role in like telling him not, his brother telling him not to go down the same route.
Yeah, for sure. So I just thought that was so interesting because it makes for a more like interesting and complex character study than I think I'm sometimes used to thinking about with Trump, in
Hmm.
terms of some of the things in his background and how that like may have influenced and shaped who he was. And there's probably many other things that feed into some of those different things that are background things that we don't know about, or that maybe somebody that knows his biography better could draw out further. But those are just some interesting things that I noticed lately.
Hmm. For sure.
Yeah. All right. Um, moving on. Another one that's actually very similar to that, but I just want to share very briefly is the comedian Andy Kaufman. So Andy Kaufman also had Leo rising and Neptune in Libra in the third house. And what brought this example on is I found this amazing quote from Roger Ebert, who was reviewing the movie that Jim Carrey made in the late 90s that was on Andy Kaufman, where Jim Carrey played Andy Kaufman. And this was the review, and this is what he wrote. He said, um, what is most wonderful about the movie Man on the Moon, a very good film, is that it remains true to Kaufman's stubborn vision. Oh, it brightens things up a bit, but essentially it stays true to his persona, a guy who would test you, who would fool you, lie to you, deceive you, and stage elaborate deceptions, put-ons, and hoaxes. And what he's talking about is that Andy Kaufman would do these comedy bits, but what he would do is he would set up these like extreme situations that were fabricated, but then he would play it totally straight so that the audience thought he was serious. So, like, for example, one time he went on um, a talk show with like David Letterman, and him and another wrestler were there. And on the show, he starts insulting the wrestler and saying negative things to him. So that the wrestler, this like huge lumbering guy, stands up and smacks Andy Kaufman and knocks him off of his feet onto the ground. And then Andy Kaufman like yells obscenities to him and runs off saying that he's going to sue him. And it was like this major event that like shocked people in the audience and shocked people on TV, but then it turned out in retrospect that it was completely fabricated and they had both like agreed on it and set it up ahead of time, and it was like a funny joke on their part.
Oh, okay.
So Andy Kaufman's like entire career was doing stuff like that where he did stuff like that but just like played it totally straight.
Mm,
So it's interesting, that Ebert's kind of picking up on that basically. And I think part of that is picking up on that Neptune placement in the third house and him using, deception in some form in his comedy, but he's using it, for comedic effect in his profession.
Yeah, and that's kind of like fiction writers who like have similar placements who just make up an imaginative reality, but this would be like making up an imaginative reality like in person.
Yeah, exactly. Like George R.R. Martin has Mercury in the same sign as Neptune, and he's written like he didn't just write a story, but he wrote this entire like 1,000 year backstory for this entire fantasy world of like Game of Thrones, where he got
Mm,
went through and made like genealogies of every family that's ever existed in this entire fantasy world that doesn't exist. And you can go out and buy like entire books that tell the entire history and genealogy of this entire world. And now they're
mhm,
making entire like spin-off shows of different like family lineages of this fantasy world, all because he like came up with this elaborate, world. And that's really, in the best case scenario, sometimes like the highest um form of Neptune is creating these beautiful worlds that don't exist that people can escape to and get lost in. And sometimes that can be really powerful and moving and amazing.
mm.
But it really depends on what the person uses that gift for and how they use it in life.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Um, should I skip this example? Because I think that's a good point.
Mm. Yeah, either or is fine. Fine.
All right. Well, the last example is just like Harry Houdini. This time is a little iffy because this time was given to Alan Leo. So I don't know, that's pretty good source, but who knows if it's fully correct. But it's a 4 a.m. time, and if that's true, he had Aquarius rising, and he had the Sun and Venus and Neptune in the third house of communication, and he was a famous illusionist, where he would use illusions as part of his performances, basically his performance art.
Yeah, that's good. It is, yeah, similar but different.
Yeah, so illusionist, escape artist, and stunt performer. Also aviator that was noted for his escape acts.
Mm.
We are at the last planet.
We are. We did not make any sections for Chiron or asteroids or anything. So this is
I
the
mean, we could
last.
just keep going if you want to keep, if you're not ready to turn it in, we could keep
No,
going all day, my friend. There's a lot of asteroids out there.
there are.
The lot of Eros, the lot of lentils in the third house. That would
Yeah.
be that could be a whole episode.
My favorite lot.
Yeah. All right. So I
Mhm.
found this Pluto example in the third house, but do you want to do this one?
Yeah, I looked up more stuff about it
Right. You
after the
actually
fact. Yeah.
researched it beyond the initial thing I said. So this is
Yeah.
Margaret Atwood's chart.
Yeah. So Margaret Atwood is a Canadian novelist, poet, and literary critic. She has Gemini rising, Pluto in Leo in the third house, fairly conjunct the IC, about five-ish, 6-ish degrees off. And and then the ruler of her third is the sun in Scorpio in the sixth house. And she's the author of a bunch of stuff, but a couple of her more famous ones are The Handmaid's Tale and Oryx and Crake, amongst others. And The Handmaid's Tale in particular is a dystopian novel where the sole function of the heroine is to breed. And so that brings in the sixth house servitude aspect, which is the ruler of the third. And I was just looking up how does Pluto play out in her work beyond the obvious with The Handmaid's Tale. So her work includes themes of authoritarianism, the dangers of unchecked power, which is very Plutonian, ecological disaster, the ways language can be used to manipulate or control as an instrument of oppression, and language also as a vital resource for empowering the individual. So there was a little bit of the positive. Mostly there was a lot of the, sort of hard and dark Pluto things with the third of, even even in Handmaid's Tale, it was like obliterating even language, right? Like the oppression was such that they couldn't even use the language that they used to. And then part of their sort of personal attempts to fight back were like storytelling. So you could see a couple different ways that the Pluto was playing out in the third there.
Yeah, totally. That's really intense and powerful.
Yeah. So it was just lots of like Pluto stuff like devastation and, dystopian things of various sorts. And like what a lot of it's just like what happens when, certain entities or people get too much power over others, and kind of like worst case scenarios around that.
Yeah.
Um,
Themes of power and control and manipulation and stuff are very Plutonian themes.
yes. Yeah. And that's coming out in her writing since it's in the third. Yeah. So the other interesting thing I found, timing-wise, Amazon apparently reported that The Handmaid's Tale was their top-selling fiction book sold in the U.S. in 2017 in all but a few states. And this was both post the 2016 election, as well as because of the first episodes of the TV series adaptation of The Handmaid's Tale airing that year. And I noticed that there were two eclipses in Leo in her third house during the year 2017. So
Nice.
activating that placement.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah.
I
The
remember that
eclipses,
The
we'll see.
Leo eclipse, like one of those was like the great American eclipse in the summer of 2017.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, we watched that. Um, yeah, so those eclipses just keep like activating placements.
Right. Yeah, that is a through line. I'm so glad I originally just got turned on to studying eclipses or started studying them a year ago. And it's been really fruitful once I realized how powerful they were to track those as triggers for important things in a person's life for major beginnings and major endings.
Right. And, while it's not the only thing, timing wise, certainly, that one should watch, you really could just watch the eclipses in your chart and like get a lot of like what's happening.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they're very powerful.
Hmm.
All right. So next example, second to last example, this was sent in by Nick Diggin Best, and this is the birth chart of Thelonious Monk, who was an American jazz pianist and composer, and he had this really unique improvisational style and made numerous contributions to the standard jazz repertoire. So he had Gemini rising with Jupiter in the first house in the rising sign, and he had a stellium of planets in Leo in the third, including Neptune, Saturn, Mars, the lot of fortune, and the moon, all in the third house and with an opposition to Uranus at 19 degrees of Aquarius in the um, ninth house. So the primary event for our purposes is Nick sent in this one incident that occurred where um, he was a few blocks from his own house, so just a few blocks from his home, and he was arrested while sitting in a car with friends. And what happened is that he was having a Pluto transit. It was transiting Sun and Pluto were conjoining his natal moon in Leo in the third house. So it was a Pluto transit to his moon, especially. And what happened is to protect his friend, who was a fellow pianist who was once beaten on the head by Philadelphia police, to protect Monk himself from a beating. In this incident, Monk claimed possession of drugs that were found that belonged to his friend, even though they were not his. So he basically took the fall and got arrested on this drug charge for his to cover for his friend, and as a result of that, his New York City nightclub permit that allowed him to perform, his music at nightclubs was revoked. And this resulted in him being unable to perform live in his own area and in his own city. And this impacted his income and career very negatively with really long-standing consequences as a result of this Pluto transit that was hitting his moon at the time. And his moon, of course, as we can see in the chart, is the ruler of the second house of finances and income.
That's very good. I mean, not good, but you know, astrology good.
Yeah. So, and it's like in the third house, they were in a car, they were
Mm.
in his neighborhood, he was covering for a close friend, and then it impacted his ability to perform in his local city.
Hmm. Yeah, that's really incredible. And it's a night chart, and Mars is ruling the 11th house of friends and groups, conjunct Saturn in the
Right.
third. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So that is a trickier Pluto transit and type of thing that can sometimes take place.
Hmm.
Um, all right. This brings us to our final example.
Yes.
So originally we kind of like the Thelonious Monk example was going to be our last example. We didn't have anything else, but last night I was like, it's kind of a downer example to end with, and it's kind of hard to find a good positive one because we're ending with Pluto,
Right.
and Pluto's kind of a tough planet. But I was looking around at other people that have Pluto in the third house, and I landed on this amazing example that made Lisa laugh immediately.
Yes.
So that is why it's our final example.
Yes.
All right. So this is the birth chart of the famous singer who is really one of the most famous singers, especially in the 1990s and early 2000s. This is the birth chart of Alanis Morissette. And Alanis Morissette was born with Leo rising and Pluto in Libra in the third house, squaring pretty closely Mercury and Saturn, which are in early Cancer in the 12th house. And Saturn is actually the ruler of the seventh house of relationships.
Hmm.
So it's like you get this interesting combination of like Pluto in the third house of communication and it's squaring the planet that rules relationships, basically.
Hmm. Right.
So I thought this was funny because I immediately thought of her first really hit single that made her a global and international sensation was the first single that was released from her album in 1995 from Jagged Little Pill, which was titled You Oughta Know. And this was the lead single that they released when her album came out, and it helped to catapult her to international fame. But what's funny about that song, and it's actually kind of different compared to most of her entire like catalog or discography, is that this song is like this very powerful, cathartic kind of anthem that's about a breakup, but it's a very intense song that has very intense feelings of like anger, betrayal, and heartbreak after a breakup, with Alanis directly addressing her former lover who's like run off with somebody else, basically.
Hmm.
Does that sort of start to convey it or
Yeah,
cover it all?
it starts to, and the Pluto part of the Pluto part is the betray the ex like writing a song about betrayal, but also the bitingness, the biting tone. Because oftentimes with Pluto in the third, especially if people don't have a use for that, I guess, like they can at least some of the time accidentally come off as like more biting than they mean to, like in casual conversation.
Right.
Um, but this was like purposeful.
Yeah. So the lyrics are like incredibly blunt and confessional. They're filled with vivid imagery and explicit language. Just like sort of like painting this picture of like a scorned woman seeking closure and expressing her lingering pain, which is like a really good keyword for Pluto.
Yeah.
So she has written in like interviews that she wrote it from a place of deep emotional turmoil and vulnerability following a breakup. And what's funny is like it was speculated for a long time about like, who is she writing this about? And one
Mm.
of the funniest things like years later is that it's really widely believed that she wrote it about her relationship with the actor Dave Coulier, who later would become like a famous actor on the TV show Full House, which was really funny because he was like a very unassuming character on that television show that was a pretty clean television show. But like ironically, there's this like really intense song, which became kind of one of the most notorious like middle finger to your ex lover who cheated on you song like
Yeah.
ever in the world, I think.
Yeah, for sure. It's very iconic.
Yeah. And in terms of the timing, what's amazing, of course, is that there were eclipses in Alanis Morissette's third house and 10th house in April, right before the album came out in June. And then You Ought to Know was released as the first single in July. So
Nice.
she was actually having eclipses in her third and 10th. And then she released that single and it became like a smash hit. But then that was just like the first of several singles from that album that just absolutely crushed it, where that was one of the most famous and like influential CDs of the 1990s. Like if you remember anything about the mid to late 1990s, like Alanis Morissette was like one of the top singers at the time. And
Mm.
that single, as well as a number of others, were everywhere. Although it's funny is a lot of the other singles were much milder than this first one.
Right. But this one was like she became very known for.
Yeah, totally.
And I have
So,
nominated, oh, go ahead.
right. Well, so we have the lyrics to the song to convey it, but I think everyone should just like go and listen to the song now and look up the lyrics because we can't play it here. Otherwise, this video will get taken down for copyright
hmm
purposes. We could like flip a coin to see like which of us will read the lyrics, but I think you're trying to nominate me.
I was nominating you for having a more prominent Pluto between the two of us.
Okay, it's like sung in a very passionate and like interesting, and it's also like a catchy song. So I'm not gonna be able to
Yeah,
convey any of that, but I'm just gonna read it like dryly. Because if you read the
right.
lyrics as it's written on paper, it sounds even more biting than it actually
Mhm.
does in the song, in the way she sings it.
Well, that's one of like the reasons why it comes across as so very Plutonian because it's almost like someone like is with a smile on their face, but kind of like the way the song sounds is like someone with a smile on their face saying like really like Plutonian things.
Right. Well, it's kind of like you know, Kendrick making this like catchy song, just demolishing Drake this summer and making it like the song of the summer.
hmm
If Drake was like his former lover or something like that, that's almost like the dynamic of this song.
Right.
All right, so she says it's like she's written a letter to her ex-lover, and she says, "I want you to know that I'm happy for you. I wish nothing but the best for you, both. An older version of me? Is she perverted like me? Would she go down on you in a theater? Does she speak eloquently and would she have your baby? I'm sure she'd make a really excellent mother. Like it's just like dripping with sarcasm, which is such
Yeah.
a great Pluto thing.
Yeah.
She goes on, she says, because the love that you gave, that we made, wasn't able to make it enough for you to be open wide. No. And every time you speak her name, does she know how you told me you'd hold me until you died, till you die? But you're still alive. And I'm here to remind you of the mess you left when you went away. It's not fair to deny me of the cross I bear that you gave to me. You ought to know. You seem very well. Things look peaceful. I'm not quite as well. I thought you should know. Did you forget about me, Mr. Duplicity? I hate to bug you in the middle of dinner. It was a slap in the face how quickly I was replaced. Are you thinking of me when you fuck her? Because the love that you gave, that we made, wasn't able to make it enough for you to be wide open. No. And every time you speak her name, does she know how you told me you'd hold me until you died, till you die, but you're still alive? And then she gets the chorus again. And then she says, because the joke that you laid in the bed that was me, and I'm not going to fade as soon as you close your eyes, and you know it. And every time I scratch my nails down someone else's back, I hope you feel it. Well, can you feel it? And then she goes on with the chorus, and then she repeats the chorus. And yeah, but it's all like set to this like very catchy tune that's like a rock song, and it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and it's really that juxtaposition that really makes it because then it's like even more biting somehow because you would expect those lyrics to go with a different tone. And so it's like even more sarcastic sounding.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible, and that is our number one all-time like Plutonian, revenge song, basically.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So
Right.
this
So
is
it's
why That's why you don't piss off somebody with Pluto in the third house, especially if it's closely configured to Mercury, because they might write a song about you that becomes
Yeah.
like the most legendary song that immortalizes, your breakup.
Yeah, can you imagine if you were that person?
Yeah,
And you just like
that's
heard that song playing like everywhere you go for like a long time.
right. There's like little kids that are like singing the song and like dancing to it, and yeah, and then he's been asked about it because I think there's interviews with him where he's asked about it even like years later, like, was that you? Blah, blah, blah. And I think he said in an interview once that I watched that they had talked and like made up or something at one point and things are fine. So that's actually the other thing that's funny is even if the two of you at some point make up and like everything's okay interpersonally as much as it can be, the energy of that that was originally in the song from the initial breakup is still like out there sort of permanently with its own life.
Right, totally.
Yeah. So I don't know if I can convey that, but people can go listen to the song and that'll be a fitting like outro song for the end of this episode.
Yes, it's too bad that we can't actually make it the outro.
The astrology software that we use on the Astrology podcast is called Solar Fire for Windows, and you can get a 15% discount on the software by using the promo code AP15 when you purchase it through alabe.com. For Mac users, we recommend the program Astro Gold for Mac OS, and you can also get a 15% discount when you use the promo code AstroPodcast15 at the website astrogold.io. All right, that is it for our extensive treatment of the third house. If you've made it through to this point in the podcast episode, then you're now a master of the third house. And hopefully, what you've learned at this point more than anything is not just the meaning of the third house, so that you've seen on a really tangible level what it signifies and what it means. But the other thing I really wanted to convey with this and that we wanted to convey is how to think and speak symbolically and archetypally, and how to combine the symbolism of different parts of the chart and to start to put things together to achieve chart synthesis. Because I think once you understand symbolism and you start putting it together, that's when you can start really being able to delineate birth charts effectively and to even make not just successful delineations, but also successful predictions as well.
Hmm. And I think this also showed the value of, doing deep chart research, because sometimes even if you know the general meanings or even lots of topical meanings of like a certain area of the chart, which certainly we started out with, there were still new facets or sort of like things that we weren't absolutely sure about that then became more proven, like through looking at lots and lots of charts, and seeing the different shades of like how those played out.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is a very important and sometimes overlooked component of astrological research, which is not just like looking to the symbolism and then trying to think about or sort of like imagine what that should mean, but also sometimes like doing extensive empirical research and historical research to look at the lives of actual people and see how those placements manifested, but sometimes in order to do that, you can't just look at one chart. You have to look at multiple charts with the same placement. And it's only then, and when you start comparing people's lives, that you start to see the things that are similar that connect them due to the same placement. And then at that point, you start to truly understand what that placement means.
Right. Like, for instance, in this particular episode, like mobility was just became really, really clear after a while, even though you could already say like, oh, cars go in the third house or something, but just like seeing all the different ways that mobility played out, with third house placements or rulerships was really, striking, and then like kind of provided new insights into like, yeah, this isn't just transportation, it's like actual movement.
Yeah, exactly. That like accessing the broader overarching archetype of like what that is and what movement means, and then how that can manifest in many different specific ways. But the closer you can get to the overarching archetype or like the umbrella concept, the better you'll be at actually understanding it and then being able to delineate the specifics.
Hmm.
I think that's really crucial.
Right. Yep.
So yeah, in that empirical tradition and seeing it across many different charts. You had said something else just now that jogged something in me, but I think I lost it.
Just deep chart research.
Deep chart research, building up a database. Like I think it's
Mm,
really important for people to build up a database of charts so that you can do this type of research, especially time charts.
hmm
Um, it's also emphasizes as a third house component the importance of the community efforts to collect accurate birth times and to store them on databases like AstroDataBank, but also even in smaller or personal databases like your own solar fire charts on your local machine where you can build up a database of private charts as well.
for sure. Because that's the only way you can do this kind of research. And yeah, that was like something I was really thinking about in terms of like what was available and what was not in terms of birth times as we did this.
Yeah, for sure. And it's like what's available to us in our generation is something that's only become available in the past generation of astrologers, like the ability to build a database and then search through for certain placements within that database. That's something we did with Solar Fire a lot that was super useful.
Which is amazing just to have that ability to do, right?
Yeah, it just didn't exist like literally for thousands of years prior to this time, going
Right.
back 3,000 years, 4,000 years at the start of our tradition, they were literally like noticing an eclipse and then noticed that like the king died and then they would write that down and like pass it along on little clay cuneiform tablets, and they built up large libraries of those. But that's one thing compared to what we're able to do today. So I think an important thing of what we're doing here is we're showing how to leverage technology in order to advance our understanding of astrology. And that's one of the things that's exciting a little bit to me with the emergence of artificial intelligence and other technologies, is I'm sure there's going to be new innovations in the future that can help to push the boundaries of astrological research even further.
Yeah, that very well could be.
Yeah. So, all right. Other things. Um, if people find other compelling examples of third house placements, then please let us know by posting a comment, especially below this video on YouTube. If you found an interesting example of a third house placement or a third house transit, we'd love to hear from you. Just
hmm
because, but please post it in the YouTube comments. Don't email us because we get too many emails when we're not soliciting ones. But by posting comments, then it becomes, something that's helpful that other people can refer to in the comments below this video. And then it becomes part of the community effort to keep researching and seeing different ways that these planets can manifest so that we can understand the full spectrum of different positive and negative placements.
hmm Right.
That was it. Actually, that was what I was going to mention is the concept of movement is one of the things that emerged, but what we saw is that it's both movement as well as sometimes like the absence of movement,
hmm
and being able to identify that that's kind of like a spectrum that exists even in and of itself is something you may not initially think about if you just read like the third house signifies cars.
hmm
And you realize that in terms of the lived human experience, what this third house can actually be about and the concept of movement can be much deeper and more profound and more uh, moving or impactful than it might seem at first.
Yeah, and even like the bodily movement, like I wouldn't have thought about that before doing this.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It really starts to get into some of the subtleties and nuances with astrology that you don't realize until you start really looking into people's lives as well, that sometimes those subtleties and nuances are easy to overlook, but they can be really important.
And sometimes it takes looking at like a lot of charts to like come to those realizations.
Yeah, exactly. To start seeing the parallels, because it's only after you've seen it like a few different times that you catch on and realize that you're seeing something that's not an isolated incident, but it's part of something that's manifesting as a result of the archetype that's behind the scenes.
hmm Right.
Yeah. All right. So I wanted to say thanks again to all the people that helped us with our research, especially all the patrons and the different people that sent in charts on social media when I was soliciting chart examples. But especially thanks to the people that helped out with chart research, including Nick Dagan Best, Orla on Twitter at OC Astrology, Melissa Marklin, and Lindsay Turner all contributed specific chart examples that we actually used in this episode, and that was super helpful.
Yes, thank you to all of you.
Yeah. Other things, I'm going to release the written notes from our document, which is like we have at least 80 pages of notes that we wrote up for the outline. And I always release that as a bonus to patrons of the Astrology Podcast who sign up through my page on Patreon at patreon.com/astrologypodcast. So that's going to contain a lot of additional info and even some examples that didn't make it into this episode, or some details that we didn't get into in individual ones for the sake of like time restraints. So I may sell a PDF of the show notes. Um, so I'll have to see how that goes, but whatever I end up doing, I'll put a link to it, whatever is available, whether it's something you can access through Patreon or whether it's something you can actually buy as a separate PDF. I'll put a link to it in the description below this video on YouTube, or as a link on the podcast website for the entry for this episode.
Sounds good.
I'm also thinking about releasing a file that contains the chart data of all the charts in SolarFire. So if I do that, that'll be attached to the same PDF report, essentially.
Mhm.
All right. Special thanks and shout out to all the patrons who supported this work, because this is pretty much what made it possible to take all this time to do the research that was necessary. Is we have an awesome group of fans of the show who sign up to donate money each month to support our work and our research and our efforts, which allows us to do episodes like this one where we just put this content out into the world for free. So patrons get early access to new episodes. They also get access to the show notes and other behind the scenes content. So if you'd like to both support this research as well as um, get early access to new episodes as well as bonus content in this series, then you can sign up to become a patron through our page on patreon.com. One of the things that I'm doing is to complement some of these episodes is live chart readings with patrons where we sit down and I read some patrons' charts and they share stories of their placements. So the one that we did recently was a live chart reading session with patrons about their second house and third house placements. And it was actually a really deep and profound and moving chart reading session where we got to some really interesting stuff using the charts of like normal people who are not celebrities, which allows us to access another layer of things that's even deeper than what we were able to get to here in this episode where we focused on celebrity charts. So people can check those episodes out, and I'll be doing more of those on other houses as I progress through this series. But it's something that only patrons will get access to in terms of being able to actually attend those and share their charts live with me.
Mhm.
All right. Other than that, there's a bunch of chart examples that we cut from this episode. I may do a follow-up episode for the Secret Astrology Podcast, which is a podcast series that's only available to patrons. So if you'd like to get access to that, you can sign up there, and I'll probably release that at some point before too long, once I've taken a little bit of a nap, a little bit of a break, before recording another little recording on the third house.
You would not think that we had cut charts from this, but we did.
But you would not think that. But there were a lot of charts that were left on the cutting room floor, so to speak. So we'll have to see what I end up repurposing those for in another recording.
Mhm.
All right. Last things, if you want to learn more about all of this, I have lectures in my course on Hellenistic astrology where I go into the houses, the rulers of the houses, the ruler of the ascendant, the ways of determining planetary condition and determining if a planet's well placed or poorly placed in a chart, which is very crucial for this work, as well as timing techniques in order to know not just what a chart indicates with certain placements, but when that will be activated is something I go into a lot in the Hellenistic astrology course. So you can find out more information about that at theastrologyschool.com. And also, again, shout out to Dimitra's book as a great resource for learning about the significations of the houses and comparing them not just in the ancient tradition, but also in the medieval and modern ones. So the title of that book is Ancient Astrology in Theory and Practice, Volume 2, and I would definitely recommend checking it out.
Mhm.
All right, what about you? What do you have going on? What do you have coming up? Where can people find out more information about your work?
Well, one of the ways you can find me is through the Electional Astrology Podcast, which we both do together every month for patrons at yeah at I don't know how you say it now that it's like a monthly thing, but at one of the tiers and above. So we go through all of the best elections of the month, the best dates and times to start new ventures or take important actions for, boosting the odds of successful outcomes. So that's one of the ways you can find me. My website is part of it. My website, at least, is back up. Hallelujah. It's been down for a while, and you can find me at lisaschaim.com. Shout out to Melissa Marklin, who is working on my website. I am sincerely grateful. She's been doing some great work on that. There should be some more pages coming up as well if you look at it now. So check back later.
Yeah, and pretty soon you'll have some of your lectures for sale where you go through and teach different timing techniques and other things like that and show different example charts.
Yes, if you look right now, it's not quite back up. That'll be the last thing that we rebuild. But I will have a store of like lots of past lectures and workshops that I've done.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of somebody listening to this lecture
Hmm.
like a year from now.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to distinguish right this very moment. If you look, it's not back up, but in the future it will be. So I have lectures on timing techniques, lectures on relationship timing, lots of timing things, really. Yeah,
Nice. All right. So people should check out your website, lisashaimastrologer.com. I'll put a link to it in the
lisaschaim.com.
oh, just Schaim, no
Yeah,
astrologer, because it's
no,
Patrick
just
Patrick who
me.
lost his main domain and has to put astrologer on it.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's bad times. All right. Well, I'll put a link to your website in the description below this video on YouTube or on the podcast website in the entry for this episode. Thank you so much for doing this with me, especially the research portion of this, which even though this is the theoretically like toughest part, just like doing the recording over the course of today, now that we're wrapping it up in like the middle of the night. But doing the research part of this with you was incredibly fun and enlivening and enriching and just like interesting over the past few weeks. And I'm so glad that we got to do it together. So thanks for taking so much time to collaborate with me to create and to bring this work to completion like this. I really appreciate it. And it's been, yeah, an honor to do this with you.
Quite welcome. Thank you too. Yeah, it was really fun. And you kind of don't see a lot of the behind the scenes of what leads up to this if you're just listening to the episode, but right, not at all. But yeah, it was a lot of research process and a lot of talking through like what do you think of this example and how this is playing out and where should we put it and what section does it go best in and all of these things. So,
And a lot of like excitedly calling each other at like midnight to excitedly talk about a new example that we found and how amazing
right,
it is and how an eclipse like falls in the third house. And isn't that incredible as an astrologer?
right.
As well as a lot of like intense discussions about trying to take out stuff and trying to like remove some examples and winnow it down until we got to the final form that we ended up recording today.
Yes, yes. Some intense discussions of editing.
Yeah, it was a process. There were some victories and some not victories in terms of the editorial process, but it's an ongoing thing.
Hmm.
We'll keep working on it, but this was fun. So thanks a lot for doing this with me. Thanks to everyone for listening who made it through to the end of this lecture. We appreciate you. We hope you learned something. Thanks for your support. And I think that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think we made it to the end.
All right, cool. Well, have a good night. Thanks everyone for watching or listening to this episode of the Astrology Podcast, and we'll see you again next time. If you're a fan of the podcast and you'd like to support the production of future episodes, then consider becoming a patron through my page on patreon.com. In exchange, you'll get access to a bunch of benefits such as early access to new episodes, the ability to attend live recordings, access to the monthly electional astrology podcast, access to another exclusive podcast called the Secret Astrology Podcast that's only available to patrons, or even get your name listed in the credits at the end of each episode. For more information, visit patreon.com/astrologypodcast. Special thanks to patrons on our producers tier, including Christy Moe, Ariana Amour, Mandy Ray, Angelique Nambo, Issa Sabah, Jeannie Marie Kaplan, Melissa Delano, Sunny Bozboz, Kwatsi Alibarahu, and Annie Newman. If you're looking for an astrological consultation, then we have a new list of recommended astrologers on the podcast website. These astrologers offer birth chart readings, synastry, rectification, electional astrology, horary questions, and more. Go to theastrologypodcast.com/consultations. The astrology software that we use on the Astrology podcast is called Solar Fire for Windows, and you can get a 15% discount on the software by using the promo code AP15 when you purchase it through alabe.com. For Mac users, we recommend the program Astro Gold for Mac OS, and you can also get a 15% discount when you use the promo code AstroPodcast15 at the website astrogold.io. If you'd like to learn more about my approach to astrology, then you should get a copy of my book titled Hellenistic Astrology, The Study of Fate and Fortune, which is available in both print and now ebook forms, where I've started selling a PDF copy of the book through my website at hellenisticastrology.com/book. If you're really looking to deepen your studies of astrology, then check out my Hellenistic Astrology course, which is an online course in ancient astrology. It's perfect for beginner and intermediate students because I take people from basic concepts up through intermediate and advanced techniques for reading birth charts. There's over 100 hours of video lectures, including monthly webinars and Q&A sessions. And at the end of the course, if you complete the final test, you'll receive a certificate of completion saying that you studied with me. You can find out more information at theastrologyschool.com.